Chapter 333. Dozens of arrows whistled through the air, shooting towards Han Shuo like rain. However, before these arrows could even reach him, the deadly red light that had been brewing in Han Shuo's hand once again flew out. Another 30% of his magical yuan was infused into the demon's lair edge. Having absorbed 30% of the magical yuan, the demon's lair edge emitted endless howls of resentment. The fresh souls that the demon's lair edge had just absorbed still carried a trace of longing for life. They emitted an unreconciled resentment that soared to the heavens. However, the souls of the bandits that had been tightly bound by the demon's lair edge had no way of escaping the eternal imprisonment of the demon's lair edge. Their hatred and resentment actually increased the power of the bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes. A dazzling firework-like ball of light blossomed with beautiful purple and red. The demon's lair edge that had flown out of Han Shuo's hand once again danced in the air like a blazing sun full of barbs. All the arrows hadn't even gotten close to Han Shuo before they were pulverized by the demon's lair edge, powered by the bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes. The demon's lair edge's power hadn't weakened in the slightest. It carried boundless resentment and killing intent as it streaked across the sky in a beautiful, dazzling arc, heading straight for Fass and the others. Not good, leader, retreat. The bandit next to Fass was greatly shocked. He cried out in fear and turned around on his warhorse like a stray dog. Seeing his subordinate flee in a panic, Fass, who had originally planned on scolding him, suddenly recalled the cruel scene of the bloody light. He couldn't help but shiver. He didn't dare to pretend to be a hero and stayed behind. He reined in his warhorse and ran like the bandit. The dazzling bloody light swirled and descended like a murderous spirit, pulverizing everyone it came into contact with. First, 5 or 6 bandit chieftains were smashed to pieces. Under Han Shuo's control, the demon's lair edge howled and churned through the air with a soaring, killing intent. It chased after Fass and the others without losing any of its power. The corpses below Bretel City resurrected one after the other. Under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, these corpses blankly attacked all living beings in the surroundings. The sight of the corpses with their intestines still hanging out and their bodies dripping with blood, holding weapons, obviously provoked the bandits, who should have been charging towards Bretel City without a care for their own safety. In the face of fear, the most instinctive action for humans was to run as far away as possible. These bandits made full use of this advantage. Tuku's group of elites on warhorses ran away much faster than when they charged over. There were even some who'd rushed out like lightning before Han Shuo's acid swamp had even taken shape. Who knew where their potential came from? Of course, even more bandits were intercepted by the acid swamp. The swamp was suffused with the aura of death and the smell of corrosion. After a dozen or so bandits had carelessly walked into the acid swamp without a care for their own safety and were dissolved into a dozen skeletons, the remaining bandits who hadn't yet escaped suddenly became well-behaved. In front of them was the acid swamp that could instantly kill them. Behind them were the corpses that were closing in on them. The bandits, who were surrounded by danger on both sides, were bitterly weighing which side was safer out of extreme yearning for life. After a while, their desire for life overcame their fear of corpses. Unable to soar through the air like Han Shuo, they forcefully suppressed the fear in their hearts and gripped the weapons in their hands, aiming at the approaching corpses. These corpses that had died not too long ago might have been their best friends, but the bandits knew what to do under the threat of death. Kill! One of the bandits let out a low roar, and the remaining bandits no longer hesitated. They pointed their sharp weapons at their recently deceased comrades, killing them for the sake of their own lives. They cut off the heads of the corpses that had been whole, leaving their dead comrades without a complete corpse. The true battle strength of the resurrected corpses wasn't particularly ferocious. Usually, they didn't even have half of their strength when they were alive. They weren't even as agile as the zombie warriors summoned from another world. These corpses often brought fear in people's hearts. Once the bandits overcame the fear in their hearts and truly attacked these corpses, they discovered that their movements were slow and sluggish. Their strength was also affected. Although they didn't fear pain, as long as their heads and hearts were completely destroyed, the corpses wouldn't be able to stand up again. The bandits quickly discovered the weakness of the corpses. When they destroyed a few corpses and discovered that they weren't that scary, the fear in their hearts gradually subsided. They began to work together in an orderly manner to destroy the corpses that were still standing. Compared to the acid bog that sealed off their path of retreat, these corpses didn't seem as frightening. As long as they didn't think about the fact that these people were once their friends, the bandits would be able to quickly and efficiently eliminate the corpses that were still standing. The bandits, who were not kind to begin with, were obviously more cruel and unscrupulous. They comforted themselves by saying that the people in front of them were already dead, and without hesitation, they waved the sharp weapons in their hands and beheaded the corpses of their former comrades. Han Shuo stood proudly in the air, controlling the demon's lair edge in a practiced manner as it chased after Fas. He lowered his head to look at the bandits, who were slowly getting used to it. He let out a soft "eh" and murmured, "I've underestimated their viciousness. No wonder they were once bandits. Ordinary soldiers wouldn't disregard the lives of their former comrades as much as they do." After muttering to himself in a low voice, Han Shuo thought for a moment. He grinned cruelly and said, "It looks like it's time to add another fierce dose." Just as Han Shuo was about to use the skeletal staff to summon the true undead army with his remaining mental strength, he suddenly heard an earth-shattering rumble. The entire Bretel city seemed to be trembling from this enormous rumble. The direction of the sound came from behind Han Shuo. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed softly, "They've finally activated the magic crystal cannons!" Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo was about to chant another long and tedious incantation when a group of white figures suddenly appeared in his line of sight. A group of 100 people was slowly approaching from the direction that Fas and the others had fled. Kas, who'd fought against Han Shuo last time, was walking over together with the temple knights of the Church of Light, as well as a few white priests. Han Shuo was startled. The demon's lair edge that had been chasing after Fas suddenly changed directions and shot towards Kas and the others. The demon's lair edge surged forward, radiating bloody light in all directions. Its target was Kas, who was surrounded by the temple knights. Kas, who possessed the Church of Light's divine weapon, Revelation, would be able to play an extremely important role in this situation. He could even reverse the situation. When the holy light of Revelation sprinkled down, not only would the corpses be completely purified, even if Han Shuo summoned the undead army, it would be of no use. In a large-scale battle like this, Bretel City's defenses were completely supported by Han Shuo's undead army. Once they lost this support, Bretel City would truly be doomed. Therefore, when he saw Kas appear in the distance, Han Shuo immediately hardened his heart and decided to eliminate this person at all costs. Otherwise, if he allowed Kas to open Revelation and chant the blessing of the Holy Light, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens for Han Shuo to win this battle. Under the activation of the bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes, the demon's lair edge spun at high speed, shooting bloody light that reaped lives. Its killing intent soared to the heavens as it smashed towards Kas. The few lower-ranked temple knights at the front hadn't even had the time to take out their weapons when they were smashed by the huge, hedgehog-like ball of light. The demon's lair edge, which was like millions of sharp weapons flying together, once again displayed its bloody, pulverizing power as soon as it landed among the lower-ranked temple knights. Crunching sounds rang out as the armor of the temple knights was shattered first, followed by the flesh beneath the armor. However, the armor of the temple knights was obviously many times stronger than that of the bandits. When the demon's lair edge had crushed the bandits' armor, there hadn't been the slightest sound, as if it was as easy as crushing their flesh. However, the armor of these temple knights of the Church of Light must have been forged with a special method by an alchemist, and even possessed a portion of magic resistance. When the Demon Slayer Edge's bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes sliced down, although the Temple Knights had also turned into a rain of blood along with the bandits, it had taken Han Shuo 5 times the time. It was precisely because he had spent 5 times the time that the 6 high-ranked Temple Knights with crosses on their chests that they had the time to form a hexagonal star formation, quickly surrounding the still-spinning Demon Slayer Edge in the center. The 6 long swords that had been blessed and soaked in holy water simultaneously burst forth with a pure and holy light, shooting at the Demon Slayer Edge that was still shooting out thousands of bloody lights. A wave of extremely pleasing tinkling sounds accompanied by flying sparks continuously rang out. The long sword soaked in holy water had a certain degree of purification effect. The portion of the vengeful spirits that the Demon Slayer Edge had just absorbed that hadn't completely fused with was actually released into the world. The other energies of the holy light hindered the Demon Slayer Edge's continued rotation. It looked like the sword formation formed by the 6 high-ranked Temple Knights did indeed have some miraculous effects. The Demon Slayer Edge's rotation speed became slower and slower as its magical yuan was gradually depleted. Finally, under the control of Han Shuo's consciousness, it once again flew out of the sword formation and into the sky. After the Demon Slayer Edge flew into the sky, the 6 high-ranked Temple Knights with crosses on their chests were also panting a bit, looking at the Demon Slayer Edge that had already disappeared with lingering fear. It was as if they were afraid that the Demon Slayer Edge would return once again. Red Archbishop Koss looked at the changes in front of him with trepidation, repeatedly praying with the Book of Revelation in his hands. Only when he discovered that the Demon Slayer Edge had truly disappeared did he look at Han Shuo and say, "Heretic! Your sins are no longer enough to be forgiven. The burning of the holy fire will be your only end." Koss, who had bitterly tried to persuade Han Shuo last time, no longer had any patience with Han Shuo now. In Koss's eyes, Han Shuo was now a demon through and through, a sinner even more evil than the Calamity Church. He had to be eliminated at all costs in order to save more people from his evil. "I'm actually looking forward to the burning of your holy fire, but I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Han Shuo snorted disdainfully. His right hand suddenly burst into raging flames, enveloping Han Shuo's entire right hand. Han Shuo looked at the raging flames burning on his right hand, then stared coldly at Koss and said, "Is the color of your holy fire like this? Heretic who blasphemes the holy fire, you will be judged by the God of Light." Koss shouted loudly and started chanting a hymn under the heavy protection of the 6 Temple Knights. The divine weapon of the Church of Light in his hand, Revelation, moved on its own amidst his melodious hymn, quickly flipping its pages. Circles of light carrying a holy aura spread into the surroundings, rapidly turning the corpses that Han Shuo had resurrected into ashes under the illumination of the holy light. Even the dark green canopy of necromancy that enveloped the entire sky was torn apart by rays of dazzling golden light. Even the acid bogs were evaporated by the holy light. In almost an instant, the kingdom of death that Han Shuo had expended an enormous amount of mental strength to construct actually shattered under the envelopment of the holy light. It wasn't wrong to say that the Church of Light was necromancer's natural enemy. Han Shuo naturally wouldn't pay any attention to low-level light mages, but Koss, who possessed the divine weapon Revelation, was indeed a great threat to Han Shuo when he used the power of the divine weapon. Han Shuo, who'd originally had victory in his grasp, had been disrupted by Koss's appearance. If he couldn't use his undead creatures to resist them, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for Han Shuo to defend Bretel City by himself. "I hate this kind of light," Han Shuo said in disgust as he looked at the spreading circles of holy light. However, his mind was rapidly thinking of a way to deal with it. This was because, due to Kasa's appearance, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that the bandit leader Fas, who'd originally fled without a care for anything, had actually returned with his subordinates. Under the purification of the holy light, the several hundred bandits below Bretel City had lost the double threat of the acid bogs and corpses. They once again started eyeing the sparse soldiers on the city walls. Chapter 334. As matters stood, he could only summon the Fire Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, and Little Skull at the same time. Otherwise, if Han Shuo wanted to resist the attacks of the bandits and the Church of Light's Kasa's group by himself, he would have no chance of winning. Kas was heavily surrounded by the 6 Templar Knights, holding Revelation in his hands and still chanting hymns. Halos of holy light slowly drifted out from the Revelation, purifying the kingdom of death that Han Shuo had painstakingly created. Han Shuo didn't continue to hover in the air to kill Kas. Instead, he slowly floated backwards. With a wave of his hand, Han Shuo threw out the blood seether. As soon as the blood seether flew out of Han Shuo's hand, it immediately emitted a thick, bloody mist. This demonic treasure that Han Shuo had meticulously refined didn't contain any aura of death. Naturally, it wouldn't fear the purification of the holy light. The bloody mist of the blood seether spread out. The bandits that were enveloped by it all began to wail miserably. The blood seether could stimulate the blood in their bodies, causing it to rapidly flow through their bodies, causing them to explode one by one. When the blood rampaged through their bodies would explode when they couldn't bear the burden. Wherever the bloody mist passed, the bandits would beat their chests and stomp their feet, howling in pain. However, they couldn't stop the rapid flow of blood within their bodies. The crisp popping sounds indicated that their bones had been broken by the blood. Then, before they could react, the broken bones pierced through their soft skin, causing even more blood to gush out. One by one, the bandits enveloped in the bloody mist exploded and died. During this process, Han Shuo brandished the skeletal staff in his left hand and also had the time to summon the Little Skull, Earth Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie, and Fire Elite Zombie. Under the cover of the bloody mist from the blood seether, the Earth Elite Zombie was the first to burrow into the ground, stealthily heading in Kasa's direction. The little skeleton carried the Wood Elite Zombie and flew into the sky, landing directly on the city walls of Bretel City. Under Han Shuo's orders, the little skeleton and the Wood Elite Zombie were responsible for the safety of Bretel City. Once bandits rushed up the city walls, the little skeleton and the Wood Elite Zombie would be responsible for killing them. The Fire Lotus imprint on the big-headed Fire Elite Zombie's forehead became more and more obvious. As soon as he flashed out from the other dimension, pillars of fire shot out from his body. The Fire Lotus on his forehead was like a raging flame. As it rapidly throbbed, Fire Lotuses gradually grew larger and larger. The Fire Lotus was a treasure of the fire attribute. The Fire Elite Zombie gradually grasped how to use it after obtaining it. The lotus flames that floated out from the Fire Lotus were only the size of a fingernail at first. However, this was obviously not the true form of the Fire Lotus. The Fire Lotus swayed in the wind, the blazing flames gradually growing larger until each of them was the size of a large bowl. The Fire Elite Zombie's entire body was covered in raging flames. Lotus flames floated out from the mark on his forehead, gradually growing larger and larger until they were the size of large bowls. They flew towards the bandits in the surroundings, and any bandit that came into contact with a spark was instantly set ablaze. The fierceness and terror of this kind of flame exceeded their imaginations. Even if they quickly poured water from their water bags, they still couldn't extinguish the spark. A fingertip-sized spark would ignite anything it touched. Skin, clothes, even armor, and weapons seemed to be able to fuel the ferocity of the flame. In the span of a few breaths, those bandits that came into contact with the spark all screamed miserably and became flaming men. Before they could cry out in pain from being burned, an unpleasant, burnt smell wafted from their bodies. The flaming men turned black. The living turned into the dead. This process was so short. Under the extremely painful and bewitching flames, dozens of bandits near the Fire Elite Zombie turned into charcoal and collapsed. On the other side, the Earth Elite Zombie, who was deep underground, took advantage of the chaos above his head and slowly snuck into the ground by relying on his remarkable ability as a darling of the earth. He quickly ran towards Kos and the others. As a red-robed archbishop of the Church of Light, while Kos was extremely against heretics, he did indeed possess a bit of impartiality and compassion. He watched as bandits were burned into black chunks of flesh in front of him. Chanting a hymn, Kos shouted to the temple knights around him, "Save them!" Han Shua continued to use the blood seether to reap lives while focusing his attention on Kos. Seeing the temple knights slowly approaching while protecting Kos, Han Shua immediately gave the Earth Elite Zombie the order to launch a surprise attack. Violent tremors, accompanied by muffled sounds, came from the depths of the earth. Earth spikes abruptly rose from the ground, piercing towards the Church of Light, who had their attention focused on the front. Caught off guard, the temple knights and white priests of the Church of Light were stabbed to death in an instant. The earth spikes pierced through the feet of those knights precisely. As a result, those well-armored knights fell off their war horses while howling miserably. The earth spikes pierced through the soles of those knights precisely. As a result, those knights fell off their war horses while howling miserably. The white priests who purified the souls on the battlefield were the targets of Han Shua's deep hatred. Their purification of the souls of the dead caused the Demon's Lair Edge to be unable to obtain enough soul energy. It could even be said that it indirectly prevented the Demon's Lair Edge from evolving further. Up until now, the Demon's Lair Edge had yet to truly possess a primary soul. The Demon's Lair Edge would only be able to evolve into a primary soul after absorbing enough soul energy. Only then would the Demon's Lair Edge truly become a peerless weapon in the truest sense. Coming to Brett Tell City this time, the continuous large-scale battles had allowed Han Shua to be like a fish in water. The soul energy of the dead was devoured by Han Shua's Demon's Lair Edge, rapidly accelerating the Demon's Lair Edge's growth. Han Shua even felt that the Demon's Lair Edge wasn't far from its final form. He couldn't allow it to be destroyed by these hateful priests of the Church of Light. Therefore, when Kos and the others approached, Han Shua gave the Earth Elite Zombie the order to kill the white, clothed priests first. The white priests who didn't need to fight in close combat naturally didn't wear armor. Under the attacks of the earth spikes, every one of the white priests, apart from Kos, who was firmly protected by the temple knights, couldn't escape from Han Shua's murderous hands. Demon, we must eliminate this demon. Kos trembled as he tightly grasped Revelation in front of his chest. Seeing the white priests who didn't receive the same treatment as him being stabbed to death, he angrily yelled at Han Shua in the distance. You brought this upon yourselves. I've never provoked your Church of Light. It was you who chased me to death and refused to let go. Humph! From now on, I will kill any Church of Light disciple who dares to offend us. I don't believe I can't kill all of you. Han Shua arrogantly floated in the air, coldly yelling as he looked at the trembling Kos in the distance. Shoot him to death! Hatchets, pikes, javelins, hurry! The bandit leader, Fas, roared loudly with extreme heartache as he watched his subordinates drown in the sea of fire. The remaining two ballistae aimed at the Fire Elite Zombie in the middle of the sea of fire. All kinds of sharp weapons flew towards the Fire Elite Zombie in the middle of the sea of fire. The Fire Elite Zombie wantonly controlled the lotus flames within the sea of fire, causing the lotus armor on his body to ring out. The various ballistae that flew towards his body had yet to truly land on his body when the sharp arrows and sharp blades were burned by the raging flames. When they finally landed on his body, not only was their power greatly reduced, but they also couldn't display their penetrative power after the metal melted. In addition, the Fire Elite Zombie would naturally reconstruct his body after being formed, and the reconstructed body was sufficiently sturdy, so he didn't suffer much damage. However, even the 5 ultimate elite zombies that were nurtured in the 5 extreme places of heaven and earth didn't have limitless energy within their bodies, just like how there was no absolute eternal power in everything. After 20 to 30 lotus flames floated on the Fire Elite Zombie's forehead, the Fire Elite Zombie finally showed signs of fatigue and sent a signal to Han Shuo. Han Shuo could clearly sense the Fire Elite Zombie's thoughts. The Fire Elite Zombie, who had yet to fully mature, had released such a large amount of energy all at once. Naturally, he would be somewhat exhausted. Sparks flew everywhere the 20 to 30 lotus flames passed. None of the bandits that came into contact with them were lucky enough to be burnt to death. In just a short period of time, more than 300 charred corpses were left on the ground forever. This was the result of the Fire Elite Zombie not having fully grasped the power of the Fire Lotus. Once the Fire Elite Zombie slowly matured and became more adept at controlling the Fire Lotus, the destructive power he would be able to cause would be even more terrifying. In addition, when the 5 ultimate elite zombies were first refined, each of them would naturally possess a set of cultivation methods. In other words, the 5 ultimate elite zombies that had just been born were actually in their weakest form. Once they slowly evolved using the cultivation method, their strength would slowly grow stronger with the passage of time. Their use of their innate abilities would also become more and more terrifying. Han Shuo had no doubt that when the 5 ultimate elite zombies evolved to the end, they would possess the mystical power to destroy heaven and earth. Not to mention that the 5 ultimate elite zombies could also form a large formation. Now that the Water Elite Zombie was also in the process of being nurtured, along with the Metal Elite Zombie that was the most difficult to appear, Han Shuo would be able to practice the large formation. Having used up all of his energy in one go, the Fire Elite Zombie was already showing signs of fatigue. With a wave of Han Shuo's skeletal staff, the Fire Elite Zombie disappeared into the other dimension amidst the raging flames. After the Fire Elite Zombie left this plane of existence, the 20 to 30 lotus flames that had lost their source of energy gradually dispersed into the sky after claiming the lives of another 50 bandits. The bandits that had been dodging the lotus flames in all directions, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the deadly lotus flames disappear one after another. They silently cursed their leader in their hearts. What did he mean by there wasn't too much danger? Bretel City, which hadn't had any city defenses in the past, was simply an incomparably terrifying demon castle. All sorts of strange and bizarre things could be found here. By now, more than half of the 6,000 bandits that Fass, the leader of the Greenfire Bandits, had brought with him had died. More than 3,200 people had mysteriously died in this siege, including more than 1,000 true elites. Fass wanted to cry as he looked at the corpses strewn all over the ground. Bretel City was like a demon city bearing its sinister fangs. It was like a tireless machine that harvested lives, constantly displaying its ruthlessness and cruelty. The elites that had managed to reach the top of Bretel city walls with great difficulty were all sent flying down from the high walls under the attacks of the other 2 strange undead creatures. Practically all of them were dead before they even hit the ground. This was the work of Little Skull and the Wood Elite Zombie. The bandit leader Fass had thought that the appearance of the Red Archbishop of the Church of Light, the natural enemy of necromancers, would allow them to easily break through Bretel City's defenses. However, when he saw Little Skull and the Wood Elite Zombie jumping about under the illumination of the holy light, easily killing his subordinates that had climbed up the city walls with great difficulty, he cursed Kossa's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. What nightmare of a necromancer's natural enemy! What emissary of the continent of light! It's all King bullshit. The Red Archbishop with the divine weapon revelation in his hand couldn't even purify a tiny skeleton and a few zombies. He's F** King Dunnison. Fass cursed incessantly in his heart as he watched the bandits explode one by one inside Han Shua's bloodseether. Then he looked at Koss and the others from the Church of Light, who were in a complete mess and couldn't even fend for themselves. Fass rapidly thought of a countermeasure. By now, Fass could see that Bretel City was relying solely on Han Shua's support. If he were to retreat with his tail between his legs after losing so many of his brothers, the reputation of his Green Fire Bandit band would definitely plummet once word of this got out. But if they didn't leave now, who knew how many more unimaginable methods that terrifying city, Lord of Bretel City, would have? In the depths of Fass's heart, he was truly afraid of Han Shua. He secretly cursed the guy who'd leaked the information and instigated him to come over 100 times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bolts of crossbow bolts shot out from the ballistae. Tons of flame shot out from the war chariots and landed on the temple knights of the Church of Light, instantly causing 3 temple knights to be blown away along with their war horses. After resting for a long time, the exhausted soldiers on Bretel City's walls finally recovered their strength. They once again controlled the sharp weapons beside them to spit out dazzling tongues of flame. Mother ***. Retreat. All of you retreat. Fass no longer hesitated when he saw the flames from the war chariots soar into the sky. Although 1,000,000 gold coins was tempting, he might not be able to obtain it in the current situation. The war chariots moving again meant that the soldiers on the city walls had regained their fighting strength. Thinking back to the terrifying destructive power of the war chariots, ballistae, and catapults, then looking at his subordinates, Fass painfully gave the order to retreat. The bandits had long since been scared witless and had only been waiting for Fass' order. When they heard the heavenly order to retreat, the bandits no longer dared to stay. They followed behind Fass and fled into the distance. Useless Church of Light, what kind of emissaries of God of Light are you? You can't even purify a few dark creatures. I really feel ashamed for you, Tui. When Fass passed by Koss and the others, he stopped his warhorse and glared at Koss, who was in the middle of the temple knights, with a look of disdain and anger. He spat on the ground to vent his anger before leaving. In the beginning, Fass had been toyed with by Han Shua. When the people of the Church of Light had suddenly appeared and purified the corpses under the illumination of the holy light, Fass had thought that he had seen the dawn of victory. Who would have thought that the holy light wasn't purified enough? The few undead creatures that had reappeared had actually caused such great damage to them. Fass felt that he had been played by Koss again. One could imagine the sullen feeling in his heart. If Fass hadn't known of the Church of Light's influence on the continent, if he hadn't known that the Temple Knights were one of the trump cards of the Church of Light, the savage Fass would have mercilessly led his subordinates to tear these useless followers of the Church of Light to pieces. Shoot! Shoot those people in white. Han Shua, who was floating in the air, put away the blood seeker, which had been reduced to a bloody cloth, and shouted at the soldiers on the city wall. The soldiers, who had recovered their strength, obeyed Han Shua's orders and aimed their war chariots and ballistae at the Church of Light. The remaining firepower violently fired at the Church of Light, causing the Temple Knights of the Church of Light to be thrown off their feet. Even Koss was almost hit by a goblin bomb. Cardinal, what do you think of the situation? A Temple Knight with the pattern of a cross on his chest was protecting Koss with all his might as he asked hesitantly. Red Archbishop Koss, who had just been insulted by the departing Fass, had an ugly expression on his face. He awkwardly dodged a goblin bomb, then closed his eyes and said in a low voice, another failure, "It looks like I'll have to see the Pope myself. Let's go, leave this place immediately." As soon as Koss gave his order, the Temple Knight waved the sword in his hand and pointed behind him. The Temple Knights who had suddenly arrived this time dragged the 37 corpses onto their war horses and gradually rode away from the smoky battlefield, not leaving behind any belongings of the dead. "They're gone, they've all retreated." A soldier who had lost all his strength looked at the gradually disappearing enemies and revealed a somewhat ugly but sincere smile. The soldiers who could still stand looked at Han Shuo, who stood proudly in the air like a demon god. They felt that as long as Han Shuo was present, Bretel City would never be breached by anyone again. Han Shuo had used the Yin demons to watch the departing enemies from afar. He knew that they had truly retreated. Looking at the corpses strewn all over the ground in front of Bretel City that was riddled with holes, Han Shuo shouted, "Soldiers who still have strength, guard this place well. Don't relax for even a moment." These people were truly exhausted. Han Shuo could still hear deafening explosions coming from the direction of the other two city gates. He understood that the battles on at least two sides hadn't ended yet. However, the soldiers on this most desperate of battlefields had long since lost the strength to rush to either side. Han Shuo also understood that they had used every ounce of strength they had, so he decided to head there himself. The citizens of Bretel City were on tenterhooks when they heard the weak cheers from the soldiers on Han Shuo's side. They were afraid that they would be implicated in the massacre of the city, so they paid close attention to any changes in that direction. There were even a few brave citizens who rushed to the top of the city walls and witnessed the entire battle. Therefore, as soon as the temple knights, fasts, and the others had retreated, the citizens in this area started cheering. The citizens, whose hearts had been filled with fear, were now filled with a strong sense of happiness and excitement. Being able to keep their lives from being implicated in the massacre of the city made them feel very happy. For so many years, the city, lords of Bretel City, had always been one step ahead of them. But after Han Shuo's arrival, they had finally subverted their understanding. He'd practically single-handedly turned the tide, firmly defending the enormous Bretel City with his miraculous powers. Although victory had come with great difficulty and was full of twists and turns, the fruit of victory was incomparably sweet. They had always been struggling at death's door, but now they felt incomparable excitement at this moment of victory, because they were the witnesses of this moment. As the citizens on Han Shuo's side cheered, the citizens on the other three sides also gradually revealed smiling faces. Apart from the soldiers at the city gate that Fok was guarding, there were even citizens who took the initiative to join in the fight against the enemy. These citizens, who didn't know how to use the defensive equipment, worked together to move huge stones and place them on the catapults. They watched as the stones they'd placed on the catapults fell into the bandit group and caused terrifying destruction. When the stones that Fok's side had originally prepared were used up, the citizens volunteered to move the stone tables and chairs from the nearest houses and use them as defensive stones to hurl them out, dealing an unforgettable blow to the invaders. The city gate that Dick, Chester, and Fabian were guarding was facing the flying dragon bandits. This city gate had 2 magic crystal cannons for war chariots, 7 ballistae, 6 catapults, and 1,000 elite soldiers. Dick and the other 2 didn't have any experience in commanding an army, so Fok had arranged for an officer who was good at defending the city. It was precisely because they were worried that their side wouldn't be able to handle the heavy burden that Han Shuo and the others had placed more firepower on this side. The leader of the flying dragon bandits, Afai, was a sinister, scheming, and vicious villain. He'd had other thoughts from the start. When Fast's signal soared into the sky, Afai didn't immediately launch an attack on the city gate. Instead, he waited for a while until he saw the response signals from 3 different directions. Only then did Afai give the order. Afai was already a bit scared out of his wits from the response signals. He had his subordinates send out signals in 3 colors, blue and yellow. Yellow meant that this side's attack was very successful. Blue meant that the attack was somewhat difficult, and red meant that this side's attack had met with a fatal blow. The response signals from the 3 sides, from Han Shuo's and Fok's sides, were all red. This meant that the attack from the 2 sides had met with a fatal blow right from the start. Because they'd used the strategy of luring the enemy in, the composed Dorcas didn't start with a fierce firepower. Therefore, the flying dragon bandits who were observing from that side had sent out a blue signal. The 2 red and 1 blue signals didn't look good at all. Afai wanted to preserve his strength, so he ordered some of his subordinates to attack the city gate that Dick and Chester were guarding. Chester and the others had never faced such a situation before. When they saw Afai's bandits charging over, they immediately gave the order to fiercely bombard them. Because Han Shua and the others were worried that they wouldn't be able to handle it, their firepower was actually the fiercest. When the 2 magic crystal cannons and war chariots spat out tongues of flame, and the ballistae and catapults revealed their terrifying destructive power, more than half of the several hundred bandits that Afai had sent out were instantly killed. The startled Afai immediately gave the order to observe. He was already a bit scared. After luring the enemy over, Dorcas's side suddenly erupted with firepower. The area that was extremely close to the city wall exploded with terrifying destructive power in an instant. Several hundred bandits who'd reached the city wall were instantly drowned in cannon fire. The bandit who'd originally sent out a blue signal shot out 2 red signals in a row when he saw the originally calm and collected cannons suddenly become so fierce. Afai was already a bit on edge. When he saw the originally blue signal turn into 2 red signals, he immediately gave the order to retreat another 100 meters, forbidding anyone from continuing to attack. When fast retreated, Afai didn't send out a single soldier. He only sat on his war horse and stared at Dick and the others on the city wall in the distance. It was as if he was preparing to overwhelm the other side in terms of momentum. He was waiting for the other bandit groups to attack Bretel City and take advantage of the situation. When that time came, he would make his move on those bastards on the city wall. When the news of fast failure was spread by Afai's subordinates, the alarmed Afai understood that he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits this time. Without another word, Afai made a prompt decision to immediately give the order to retreat. The group of bandits that had surged forth left behind 200 corpses and swiftly retreated into the distance. Chester and Fabian, who'd experienced this kind of scene for the first time, looked at Afai hatefully galloping away. They thought to themselves complacently, "It looks like our side is indeed powerful. Could it be that I've scared them out of their wits just by looking at them from afar?" Chapter 335. Han Shoa was most worried about the city gate that Chester and Dick were in charge of. When he rushed over, he discovered that the soldiers on the city walls were all safe and sound. The traces of battle in front of the city walls weren't intense, and the 200 or so bandits' corpses indicated that the bandits hadn't suffered many losses. "Are you all right?" Han Shua descended like a rainbow and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the complacent Chester and the others. "My lord, we're fine." The cowardly bandit only charged once and then kept watching the city gate from afar. He suddenly retreated just now. Chester smiled easily and pointed in the direction that Afai had left in as he spoke to Han Shua. Han Shua nodded after taking a look from afar and said, "It's good that you're all right. Leave 300 of you to guard this city gate. The rest, go support Dorcas at the city gate." "All right, we'll set out immediately." Dick and Chester responded and began to instruct the soldiers who hadn't made a move much in high spirits, yelling for them to quickly descend the city walls and support the other 2 sides. Rumble, deafening explosions rang out from the other 2 city walls. Han Shua flew directly towards the side that Fok was guarding. Dorcas was a military genius. He displayed extraordinary intelligence when he'd kidnapped the merchants last time, and he'd performed similarly well when he'd swept away the bandits afterwards. Han Shua believed that there wouldn't be too much of a problem on his side. On the contrary, it was this night-born Fok. Although his strength was a bit higher, perhaps it was because of his knighthood that he'd been restricted by some dogma. His arrangements on the battlefield weren't flexible enough, and Han Shua was worried that he'd suffer a loss. When Han Shua arrived at the city walls that Fok was guarding, he saw the bandits' corpses strewn all over the ground. He then looked at the 100 or so soldiers on the city walls that had been pierced by arrows. He immediately understood that the battle here must have been very intense. Fox's side was facing the Tomahawk Bandits. The towering leader of the Tomahawk Bandits, Bynum, wasn't as adept at fighting as Fast, nor was he as adept at scheming as a Phi. This simple-minded man had been blinded by 1,000,000 gold coins and had thrown all of his subordinates into a violent assault. Fox was doing his utmost to resist the Tomahawk Bandits' assault. The two sides had sunk into a cruel war of attrition. The barbarian Bynum, who had suffered heavy casualties, didn't seem to know how to retreat. He roared with all his might as he commanded his subordinates to attack the walls. More than 100 soldiers on Fox's side had died unknowingly, and 400 of them were either heavily injured or lightly injured. The remaining soldiers didn't have much strength left. If it wasn't for the citizens of Brettell City joining the defense against the bandits at the critical moment, Fox's side would have been in grave danger. By the time Han Shoa arrived, the battle had already reached its climax. More than a dozen tyrannical bandits had already rushed up the city walls, engaging in battle with the soldiers on top. The soldiers, who were almost out of strength, unleashed their last bit of strength to stab, hack, and slash. Some of the citizens, facing the threat of the bandits, actually joined the fray without fear of death. They raised their spears and continued to stab the bandits who had climbed up the walls. Han Shua landed on top of the city walls like a bolt of lightning, setting off a whirlwind of death. He let out a soul-stirring howl as he charged into the middle of the dozen bandits by himself. His two hands were like sharp, indestructible weapons, piercing through a bandit's body with a single thrust. It didn't take long for all of the bandits to be killed on the spot with their chests and stomachs cut open. With the death of these bandits who'd madly attacked the soldiers, there was no longer any way to stop the skeletal staff-wielding archmage necromancer, Han Shua. A terrifying undead army gradually filled the area below the city walls, accompanied by a long and drawn-out chant. The evil knights brandished their huge bone spears, and several bandits would be turned into a bloody mess by the sharp bone spears that were shrouded in death energy. Groups of gargoyles whistled past like crows, sending the bandits on their war horses flying into the air. Before they could even fall to the ground, the gargoyles had already torn them into pieces. This time, the acid swamp covered the group of bandits, and the terrible screams never stopped. Groups of bandits were corroded by the acid swamp into new white skeletons. Han Shua's appearance had completely reversed the situation. Every time the demonic Han Shua waved his skeletal staff, there would be surging waves of magical elements. Hordes of undead would appear, or acid swamps with astonishing destructive power would appear. From time to time, a few corpse explosions would explode, causing the Tomahawk Bandits to suffer more and more casualties. Seeing that Han Shua's appearance had turned the battlefield upside down, the leader of the Tomahawk Bandits, Bynum, roared in anger. He overestimated his own abilities and actually urged his warhorse to charge at Han Shua. Before they'd even reached Han Shua, his skeletal staff shook slightly and a circle of strong magical ripples spread out. Rows of javelin-like bone spears pierced through the air, so dense that it was like a sudden rainstorm. Without any luck, Bynum and the warhorse he was riding were all pierced by the bone spears. Everything that wasn't protected by armor was pierced through. 2 of the bone spears directly pierced through Bynum's eye sockets. He didn't even have time to let out a cry before he died. The leader is dead. Han Shua's arrival caused a huge panic among the bandits. The terrified bandits suddenly screamed when they discovered Bynum's tragic death. It was like a reason and an excuse to escape. None of the surviving Tomahawk Bandits dared to stay, and they fled the area without a care for anything else. One of the more daring and meticulous bandits pretended to lift Bynum's corpse, but secretly took off Bynum's space ring. Han Shua, who'd always liked to profit from the dead, discovered the bandits' tracks with a glance. He laughed lightly and floated down from the top of the city wall like a ghost. He soundlessly approached the bandit, who was madly sprinting in ecstasy, and said, "Sometimes the wealth of the dead can make it difficult to protect one's own life." The bandit who'd taken off Bynum's space ring thought that his comrade was greedy for his loot when he heard the sound coming from behind him. He turned around with an ominous glint in his eyes and swung his axe down. With a flick of Han Shua's right index finger, the axe flew out with a clang. The bandit suddenly felt an unparalleled force surge into his arm, and he couldn't help but stagger backwards. He'd already turned around and clearly saw who the person behind him was. The bandit didn't dare to show off anymore and scrambled away. Unfortunately, the bandit had no chance of escaping in front of Han Shua, who was flying over like a ghost. Han Shua easily pierced through the bandit's body from behind. He took out Bynum's space ring and flew back to Fox's side with a smile on his face. Another extra income. Han Shua said to the panting Fox with a smile. Since Han Shua had appeared here, Fox understood that the crisis on his side had already been resolved. Fox understood that Han Shua's strength was astonishing. He knew that the battle here would be over the moment Han Shua appeared. Reality proved that Fox's judgment was indeed correct. The bandits didn't dare linger after Bynum's death, especially with the terrifying destructive power of the undead army. Therefore, all the bandits fled from the city wall like a tide after leaving behind over 1,000 corpses. The rumbling of the magic crystal cannons on the other side of the city gate also gradually faded away. Han Shua understood that Dorcas's side should be coming to an end now that he couldn't hear the cannons anymore. This was the first time Bretel City had faced such a huge test, but they'd finally withstood it with everyone's combined efforts. After witnessing Han Shua's terrifying strength, all of the citizens who'd participated in the battle looked at Han Shua with reverence. When the last bandit disappeared into the distance, their reverence gradually turned into trust. Thunderous cheers suddenly spread throughout the entire city wall. Today, all the citizens who participated in the battle will receive a reward of 5 gold coins. Fox, you're in charge of distributing them. Han Shua smiled as he looked at the citizens who'd survived the calamity and instructed Fox. As soon as these words left Han Shua's mouth, the cheering citizens erupted into even more intense shouts of excitement. Each and every one of them looked at Han Shua with even more fervent gazes. They couldn't help but feel that the city lord was so mighty at this moment. Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely not treat these citizens who've helped us unfairly. Fox respectfully agreed. He looked at the corpses of the bandits outside the city, thinking that the armor and weapons these bandits had left behind should be worth a lot of gold coins. In addition, the bandits would definitely have some gold coins in their pockets, right? The bandits really have left. You're in charge of cleaning up the battlefield. I'll go take a look at the situation on Dorcas's side. After Han Shua gave his instructions, he turned into a streak of light that streaked across the sky, flying towards the city gate that Dorcas was guarding. The sounds of the cannons gradually died down. Han Shua looked into the distance and saw the billowing smoke of gunpowder, as well as the figures of the bandits, gradually fading into the distance. The ground was littered with corpses, and the ground was riddled with holes. The situation was just as tragic as the previous 2 battles. Dorcas, who was guarding the city gate, didn't disappoint Han Shua. When he arrived at Dorcas's side, Han Shua discovered that Dorcas was counting the number of dead and wounded soldiers. With a glance, Han Shua discovered that there were dozens of corpses neatly arranged in one area. Dorcas led the remaining soldiers to stand in front of the dead soldiers, solemnly saluting them after counting their numbers. Han Shua walked to Dorcas's side, not saying anything. The bodies of the young soldiers who had died in front of him all had quite a few crossbow bolts stuck in them. Some had been stabbed to death by flying short axes, while others didn't even have their limbs intact. They must have experienced a period of unbearable pain before they died. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere emanated from the solemn salute of Dorcas and the others. Han Shua also performed the same military salute as Dorcas to show respect to the dead. After a while, Dorcas opened his mouth. There will always be casualties in war. This is something that no one can change. All I can do is reduce the number of casualties on my side and do my best to make the enemy suffer as much as possible. Nodding his head, Han Shuo agreed, "That's right. Sometimes being cruel to the enemy is being kind to yourself. I think our soldiers' equipment needs to be improved. Sturdier armor and weapons will increase the chances of survival for our soldiers." "My lord, how are the other three sides?" Dorcas took a deep breath and finally shifted his gaze away from the dead soldiers. He looked at Han Shuo and asked, "Apart from Dick and the others, the other three sides are about the same as yours. However, we've managed to hold them all." Han Shuo revealed a gratified smile as he answered Dorcas. Nodding his head, Dorcas let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's good." Tap, tap. Tap, tap. It was only at this time that Dick, Chester, and the others finally rushed over. When they discovered that Han Shuo was already standing there, they understood that the battle was probably over. Before they knew it, it was already dusk. A large patch of fiery clouds of sunset bloomed with the final radiance of the day. Under the illumination of the fiery clouds of sunset, the billowing smoke of battle seemed to be smeared with a layer of blood, adding a touch of poignant beauty to the hellish battlefield on earth. Flocks of crows flew over with strange cries. Smelling the scent of corpses, they pounced on the corpses of the bandits on the ground, tearing and devouring the delicious flesh to their heart's content as they let out disgusting cries. More and more crows gathered in the dusk of sunset, their mournful cries seeming to tell of the unbearable sight of the scene. "It's over, it's finally over," Han Shuo muttered to himself, casually giving a few instructions before returning to the city lord's mansion. For 3 days in a row, smoke billowed outside Bretel City. Some of the residents who lived close to the city gates could smell the pungent smell of burning corpses. A total of 15,000 bandits had attacked, but in the end they'd left behind 8,000 corpses, as well as 400,000 gold coins worth of armor and weapons, as well as 200,000 gold coins scattered around. In addition, the leader of the Battle Axe Gang had 300,000 gold coins in his space ring. The 4 bandit groups that had come with greed for gold coins not only didn't obtain a single gold coin from Bretel City, but had instead delivered a lot of gold coins to Bretel City, as Han Shuo had said. In this battle, more than 327 Bretel City soldiers had died, and 769 were gravely injured. The remaining survivors had more or less suffered some injuries. The magic crystal, or of the 6 magic crystal cannons, had been completely used up. The goblin explosives and tens of thousands of crossbow bolts that the merchants had transported over this time had all been used up. Not a single drop of kerosene was left, and the giant stones used for the catapults had long since been used up. The bandits that had rushed up during the siege had recklessly destroyed 2 war chariots for ballistae and a cumbersome catapult. Because the magic crystal cannons were made of specially refined magic metal, and the bandits knew that the magic crystal cannons were priceless, the 6 magic crystal cannons had been destroyed without a hitch. After this battle, Han Shuo had finally received the respect of all the citizens of Bretel City. The enthusiasm of the young citizens to join the army was unprecedentedly high. Han Shuo's godlike might spread throughout the entire city. In just 3 days, the citizens that had originally been full of doubts about Han Shuo had already turned Han Shuo into a god. To the youths, Han Shuo had become a legend that they could never hope to reach. The slightly good-looking girls and beautiful women had all put on a thin layer of powder for the past 3 days. They found an excuse to linger near the city, Lord's Mansion's gate, their coquettish eyes darting everywhere. No one knew what they were thinking. Bretel City soldiers, who had previously been the most despised by the citizens, had also become hotcakes that no one dared to approach. Some citizens excitedly introduced their beautiful daughters to the soldiers in shining armor. Bretel City had undergone earth-shaking changes overnight. At the city gate leading to Seamus City, Han Shuo, Jack Chester, and a group of people were having a friendly conversation with a group of merchants led by Fabian. These merchants who had dared to come to Bretel City were all true merchants who dared to take risks for the sake of making a fortune. After experiencing this battle to defend Bretel City, they had a new understanding of the city. The siege equipment that the merchants had escorted this time had been used up at an alarming rate. The 7 grand duchies, the greater threat, still existed. When the corpses outside the city had been cleaned up and the roads had been slightly decorated, Han Shuo immediately impatiently spent a large sum of money to purchase even more supplies. In addition to the endless supply of war equipment, there was also more food and daily necessities. As long as there was money, the merchants would never stop. When the heavy deposits were handed over to them, the merchants were also anxious to leave the city to handle matters, full of trust towards Bretel City and Han Shuo. Fabian also had a letter that Han Shuo had given him. The letter contained some special materials that Han Shuo needed, including a few ambiguous, gentle, and sweet words for Phoebe. "Jack, you've really decided to stay?" Fabian looked at this distant nephew of his and asked again. Little fatty Jack nodded, replying with unexpected firmness, "Yes, I think this city needs me even more. Not to mention that Brian has also handed the position of financial officer to me. Old Fabian, don't worry, I'll take good care of Jack. Since this kid is so insistent, let him stay and try." Han Shuo said to Fabian with a smile. 2 days ago, when Han Shuo had found Jack, he'd still been hiding in his room, vomiting incessantly. After watching the entire battle from start to finish, Jack's appetite for meat had greatly diminished, and he'd often vomited for a few days in a row. At that time, Han Shuo had thought that Jack would leave after experiencing this tragic battle. He hadn't thought that this fellow would actually have such astonishing willpower, insisting on staying here. From Fabian, Han Shuo knew that Jack was very talented in gold coin management and financial affairs. Under the guidance of several experienced gentlemen at the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Jack had displayed financial management skills that even moved Phoebe. Aside from the fact that Jack and Han Shuo were light majors, Phoebe had taken such good care of Jack because of Jack's and Han Shuo's light majors, but also because of Jack's performance in this area. After learning of this situation, Han Shuo didn't continue to persuade Jack when he saw that Jack insisted on staying in Bretel City. Instead, he directly gave Jack the position of financial officer in front of Falk, Dorcas, and the others, along with the gold coins he'd obtained from Troda last time, including Helentina's 400,000 gold coins, as well as all the gold coins he'd obtained this time, were all handed over to Jack, allowing him to manage this enormous amount of wealth. If it had been anyone else, Han Shuo wouldn't have dared to hand over such a large amount of gold coins. Only Jack, who'd grown up with him at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, was someone that Han Shuo could truly be at ease with. Han Shuo was the true master of Bretel City. Han Shuo didn't need anyone's approval to make any of the personnel transfers in the surrounding areas. Falk, Dorcas, and the others didn't have any right to interfere or question him. With such a large amount of wealth in his hands, Jack had sunk into great excitement and panic for a very long time. It wasn't until Han Shuo comforted him for a long time that he gradually adapted to the role of financial officer. Fabian's words to Han Shuo were indeed correct. With such a large amount of wealth in Jack's hands, he'd gone from his initial panic to adapting to the role. He actually started to methodically and clearly divide the uses of the gold coins, recording each transaction in detail. This caused Han Shuo to have a whole new level of respect for Jack. Falk and the others hadn't trusted Jack in the beginning, but when they received their pay from Jack and heard him clearly list the value of each piece of armor and weapon, they were already a bit surprised. When Jack took the initiative to contact a few merchants and helped Falk, Dorcas, and the others purchase some more equipment that were in short supply at a much lower price than Falk and Dorcas had expected, the two gradually relaxed. In just a short 3 days, the busy Jack displayed the intelligence that a qualified financial officer should have. The young Jack was also gradually accepted by Falk and the others. They thought that having such a young financial officer might not be such a bad thing after all. All right then, take care of yourselves. Fabian looked at the two young faces in front of him. It was as if he could see Brettell City being filled with vitality in their hands, dazzling from the chaotic stage of the east. With Han Shuo and the others seeing them off, the merchants were escorted back to Seamus City by the guards led by Chester, gradually disappearing from Han Shuo's line of sight. Han Shuo knew that Brettell City would definitely be even more prosperous the next time they came. Chapter 336. Brettell City had a beautiful day. The 4 city gates had been cleaned up. Apart from the potholes in front of the city gates that couldn't be restored to its original state, the terrifying scene from a few days ago couldn't be seen anywhere else. Under the warm sunlight, the 5 mountain chiefs around Brettell City brought some of their brothers to Brettell City. The earth-shaking rumbles from a few days ago had spread for dozens of miles. The mountain chiefs could imagine the ferocity of the battle just by looking at the marks in front of the city gates. Thanks to the information Dick, who was also a mountain man, had conveyed to them what had happened a few days ago. They were all in awe of the new young city, Lord of Brettell City. Fulkin of Mount Tali had long since witnessed Han Shuo's strength. He'd expressed goodwill to Han Shuo before the battle had even started. Otherwise, Fok wouldn't have been able to transport the siege equipment so easily back then. The other 4 mountain chiefs were also well behaved. Under Dick's guidance, they arrived at the city, Lord's Mansion. Along the way, the new appearance of Brettell City had left a deep impression on them. The imposing magic crystal cannons, war chariots, and other equipment seemed a bit more ferocious after experiencing the smoke of the battlefield. The soldiers that greeted them along the way were still the soldiers of Brettell City. However, the aura of these soldiers made them feel a bit unfamiliar. After surviving the cruelty of the battlefield, these soldiers were no longer cowardly. Their shining armor shone brilliantly, and their expressions were calm and reserved. There was a faint, murderous aura emanating from them. Are these still the same Brettell City guards who wore tattered armor and ran faster than the citizens? The leaders couldn't help but feel puzzled, as if they were getting to know these soldiers all over again. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, the mountain chief saw some smiling citizens taking the initiative to clean up the surrounding streets. There were also some beautiful women and girls shyly gathered in front of the city lord's mansion, laughing and discussing something in low voices. For a moment, the mountain chiefs felt that every part of Brettell City was different. His lordship is not someone to be trifled with. Don't speak carelessly, Zack. It's not fun to offend him. Dick was familiar with the mountain leaders and knew that Zack was the most boorish and careless, so he kept reminding him along the way. Dick, you're talking more and more nonsense now. I remember you used to be very quiet. Why are you so long-winded now? Zack was a short and sturdy man. He didn't know if it was because of mining or as all year round, but his skin was as black wood stone. Cousin Dick, is this city lord really as powerful as you say? You're not deliberately exaggerating, are you? The female leader of the mountain people was called Delia. She inherited her father's position and became the leader of Mount Silk. Delia had the typical high nose bridge of the mountain people and 2 very slender and straight, beautiful legs. She was a round one, 73 meters tall, and was much taller than the average woman. Delia's appearance was just as moving as her figure. Her wheat-colored skin was full of a healthy luster, and her wild eyes carried the unique curiosity of a young girl of her age. Her curvaceous body was wrapped in simple leather armor that covered her chest and abdomen, but her arms and calves were exposed. There was also a valuable dagger stabbed into her left knee, making her look quite tasteful. Beside her, Zack and the younger leader of the mountain people, Kent, both revealed a somewhat lustful and soulful expression when Delia spoke. It seemed that they were very interested in this Delia. In Brettell City, where there weren't many beautiful women, Delia had become the focus of many men. However, Delia herself was a senior swordsman, and she also held the mining rights of Mount Silk. Not everyone had the qualifications to hunt her. Delia had the straightforward personality of a mountain woman. She was like a thorny rose, becoming the focus of men in this place. Delia liked to use her proud assets to tease men who expressed strong desires for her. However, she had never shown any face to any man, and no man had ever been able to take advantage of her. Dick, who was a distant relative of Delia, smiled wryly and warned his distant cousin, "You better know your place. Don't play your tricks in front of the city lord. He's not someone you can handle." "Humph, he's just a young man. What's so great about him?" Delia pouted and lightly snorted. She became even more interested in Han Shuo after hearing Dick's words. All right, hurry up and go in. Don't let the city lord wait for too long." The oldest leader of the mountain people, Armand, suddenly opened his mouth and lightly shouted. Among the 5 mountain chiefs, Armand had the most prestige among them. He was of the same generation as Delia, Zach, and Kent's grandfather. The 5 mountain chiefs often joined forces to resist the bandits' attacks, and would often communicate with each other. When they gathered together, Armand would often act as their elder and guide them on some matters. After Armand spoke, the group didn't say anything else. Only Dick told them some things about Han Shuo in a low voice, especially about Han Shuo's personality. Dick emphasized that Han Shuo had personally killed a soldier who dared to refute him as soon as he'd arrived in Bretel City. Before coming here, the mountain chiefs had already understood from Dick's information that the new city lord wasn't someone to be trifled with. When Dick carefully described Han Shuo's ruthless style, the group felt even more apprehensive. Delia was even more curious about Han Shuo. "It's best not to provoke this person. I don't care what you do. Our Mount Tali will definitely build a good relationship with him. We won't try to make things difficult for him." Having personally experienced Han Shuo's annihilation of Troda, Fulkin had long since made plans to get along well with Han Shuo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to go down the mountain to rescue Falk and express goodwill to Han Shuo. Among the 5 mountain chiefs, Fulkin had been the most arrogant and unruly. He'd rarely submitted to anyone for so many years. Now that he'd expressed his attitude without even going to see Han Shuo, the others immediately felt a bit more reverence in their hearts. After a while, Dick led the 5 mountain chiefs through the wide stone steps and finally arrived at the banquet location in the city, Lord's Mansion. The servants he'd recruited last time to cook had all been left behind by Han Shuo in the city, Lord's Mansion. Dorcas, Falk, Chester, Jack, and the others had already arrived in advance, waiting for the arrival of the 5 mountain chiefs. "Let me introduce my 5 compatriots to everyone. They are the chiefs of the 5 mines around Bretel City." Dick pointed at the 5 mountain chiefs as soon as he arrived, introducing them to Dorcas and the others. By the time Dick finished introducing both sides, Fulkin, who'd helped Falk fend off the bandits last time, was already laughing heartily as he welcomed Falk. He gave Falk a very heroic hug and said loudly, "Brave brother Falk, I've heard of your miraculous performance, even on Mount Tali." As a regular knight, Falk smiled courteously at Fulkin, saying in a friendly and enthusiastic manner, "You praise me too much. Welcome." Where's your city lord?" Zach looked left and right, waiting for Dick to introduce him to the miraculous young city lord. However, he discovered that Dick didn't do as he'd hoped. He couldn't help but ask. The indifferent Dorcas shot a glance at Zach, his voice a bit gloomy as he said in a low voice, "Your city lord? You mean that you don't belong to the city lord's jurisdiction?" Although he didn't have great strength, Dorcas' aura after experiencing countless battles couldn't be underestimated. His low shout was as cold as the edge of a treasured sword. "Zach, shut up." Ever since Dorcas had been brought back by Han Shuo, he displayed his abilities in several battles and had become the object of the soldiers' trust. His deterrence in the army had gradually surpassed Falk's. Dick deeply understood that this person's loyalty to Han Shuo was somewhat unreasonable. He hastily reprimanded Zach for speaking out of turn. For so many years, the mountain chiefs around Brettell City had never truly placed the city lords in their eyes. Naturally, they wouldn't show any respect in their normal conversations. Zack was used to this and didn't correct his words, immediately angering Dorcas. Dorcas, who was nearly 9 meters tall, stood there like an unsheathed sword. No one could ignore his presence. Unfortunately, his resolute face carried an indifference that pushed people 1,000 miles away, making him not easy to approach. "I'm sorry. Due to the incompetence and cowardice of some of the city lords in the past, we didn't show enough respect in private." Zack hasn't changed his words either. "I don't think he has any intention of offending the city lord. I hope you don't mind." The old Adelman hastily came out to smooth things over. He secretly pulled on the rash Zack and winked at him. Dick and Fulkin also winked at Zack at the same time, hinting for him to quickly express his attitude in order to avoid provoking Dorcas' displeasure. The rash Zack wasn't a stupid person. The gazes of the three all landed on him. Zack, who'd originally been a bit indignant, finally lowered his head and said in a soft voice, "I'm sorry." Dorcas flicked a glance at Zack and snorted coldly. He didn't say anything else as he picked up his wine glass and went to find Jack to ask for more war equipment. He didn't continue to pursue Zack's rudeness. "Fuck, where's the city lord?" Dick secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the most difficult person to get along with, Dorcas, had left. Only then did he ask Falk, who was happily chatting with Fulkin. "Oh," the city lord said that it's rare for guests to come over. He said that he would personally prepare some sumptuous delicacies for them. He told us to wait here for a while. Falk chuckled as he explained. His eyes glanced at Delia a few times as he spoke, not concealing his interest in her at all. Another lecherous, stinky man. The corner of Delia's mouth hooked up in a somewhat proud arc. She flicked a glance at Falk and then turned her head away, inwardly making this judgment of Falk. Delia's gaze left Falk's body and turned to look at the cold and aloof Dorcas with interest. She seemed to find this cold and emotionless Dorcas to be more interesting. It seemed that Delia cared more about men who didn't care about her. The talkative knight Captain Falk, the humorous Chester, and the 5 mountain chiefs accompanied by Dick didn't display any unfriendly words or actions. They sipped on the fine wine in their glasses as they indirectly probed for information regarding the new city lured through Falk and Chester's mouths. Among them, the younger Dick and Kent were extremely curious about the rumor that Han Shoa had captured the Helen Duchies, Grand Duchess Helentina, alive. Chester and Dick, these two filthy fellows, didn't care about Han Shoa's heroic image. They laughed in low voices as they recounted their presumptions to Dick and Kent. Delia, who wasn't far from the 4 of them, had always been very curious. The 4 filthy fellows laughed so lewdly that she accidentally overheard something she shouldn't have. She couldn't help but blush and spit in a low voice, cursing. "I really didn't think that the city lord would be so licentious. Humph, it looks like he's even more lecherous and disgusting than all the men in Brettell City. Ha ha, the city lord really has some skills." These filthy men didn't seem to think that forcing themselves on a woman famous for her viciousness was a despicable and shameful thing. It was as if it was a glorious thing. The 2 young mountain chiefs had faces full of admiration as they listened to Chester and Dick's narration. This kind of admiration was even stronger than when they heard how many bandits Han Shua had killed. This caused Delia, who was eavesdropping on the side, to despise Dick, Kent, and the other 3. She cursed in her heart that there wasn't a single good thing in men. "My apologies, everyone, I'm a step late. Brettell City's food ingredients are too scarce. Although I'm a bit late this time, I'll let them eat some rare delicacies." Suddenly, loud and clear laughter rang out from the inner room. The handsome Han Shua slowly walked out with a smile on his face. Chapter 337. Han Shua, who was over 1 meter 90 centimeters tall, naturally gave off an intimidating aura as he walked out from the inner room. Even in front of the mountain people who were generally taller, Han Shua still stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. The demonic aura that he'd gained after practicing demonic magic was even more eye-catching. Han Shua walked over with a smile and took out plates of oily yellow meat from his space ring, placing them on the table in front of everyone. Everyone, these are some rare meats that I've hunted down from a bit further away. Why don't you all have a taste? Han Shua smiled and invited everyone to have a taste after laying out the large plates of meat. On the other side, Jack, who had been pestered by Dorcas to discuss military resources, could no longer control his yearning for delicacies when he smelled the fragrance of meat. Jack shook off Dorcas, who had been pestering him endlessly, and ran over. Dorcas was an ambitious battle maniac. His only interest was to build up the strength of the forces in his hands as much as possible, so that they would have even more explosive, destructive power in future battles. Because of this, Dorcas had been extremely interested in little fatty Jack, who was now in charge of the finances. He'd used all sorts of methods to try and obtain more equipment from Jack. Jack's initial fear of Dorcas had slowly become more and more relaxed, and he didn't give Dorcas everything he wanted as quickly as Dorcas had hoped. You, haha! Han Shua smiled and shook his head when he saw Jack quickly run over. He then said to the 5 mountain chiefs with a relaxed expression, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and get to work. These aren't things that you can eat on a normal day." The 5 mountain chiefs, including Fulkin, all felt a bit fearful when they saw that Han Shua wasn't as aloof as they'd imagined. They became even more reserved. Jack was the most familiar with Han Shua, and Han Shua had been Jack's only friend for so many years. He wouldn't be as polite as the others, and picked up a large piece of fragrant meat with his fork. He put it into his mouth and started chewing, exclaiming in surprise as he chewed, "Oh, not bad. What meat is this to be so fragrant?" "This is the front foot of a manticore. It tastes good, doesn't it?" Han Shua replied with a smile and pointed at the other dishes, introducing them one by one. "This is the tail of a deep-water venom python. It's the chewiest, and that one has the brain of a harpy. You'll only know the taste after you taste it." This is the 5 mountain chiefs, Fok Dorcas, and the others were all dumbfounded by Han Shua introductions. They'd never imagined that the delicacies in front of them would all come from high-level magical beasts. A high-level magical beast of this level could only be hunted by a team of experienced adventurers. Otherwise, an ordinary person would only be able to die. There are no such magical beasts in the vicinity of Bretel City. Where did he go to hunt them? Oh, these high-level magical beasts are not something that ordinary people can hunt. The city lord is indeed an inconceivable monster. Apart from Han Shua, everyone present had the same feeling in their hearts. They all looked at Han Shua with strange gazes. "What? This is the front foot of the manticore." Jack jumped in fright. There was still a large piece of meat on the knife and fork in his hand. He had heard that a manticore could often tear a person into pieces with a single swipe of its claw. Thinking of the delicious piece of meat in his mouth, he couldn't help but scream. "Not bad. How does it taste?" Han Shua laughed and stared at Jack. "The taste is amazing, but when I think of the manticore using its front claws to tear people apart, why do I feel a little scared?" Jack had a lingering fear as he looked at the delicious food with his small eyes. He wanted to eat but couldn't overcome the pressure in his heart. Glancing at the others, Han Shua found that they all had strange expressions on their faces. He laughed involuntarily and said, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you don't dare to eat it? Hee. This is something that I have specially hunted for all of you. You won't be so disrespectful, right?" Under Han Shua's attentive gaze, Dorcas didn't say a word as he walked to the harpy's plate of meat. He picked up a large piece of black meat with his knife and fork, swallowing it in big mouthfuls with a gloomy face. "What's the big deal?" "Humph." Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Delia pouted and snorted softly. She picked up her knife and fork and started eating the deep-water venom python. She picked up a piece of meat with brittle bones and started chewing it carefully. Delia's brows relaxed after only a small bite. She excitedly waved her knife and fork again, trying to get a bigger piece to taste. She praised, "It's really delicious." "Ha ha, the deep-water venom python is highly toxic. I don't know if I've cleaned it properly. If I haven't cleaned it properly, then I'll be in big trouble." Han Shua's lips twitched as he looked at Delia's alluring appearance as she chewed. Delia, who had been feasting without regard for her image, happened to hear Han Shua's mutterings with her little ears. Her originally excited movements suddenly froze and her tender red cheeks turned a bit pale. She looked at Han Shua and said in a trembling voice, "What did you say?" "Nothing, haha, with the deep-water venom python's highly toxic nature. If I hadn't cleaned it properly, you'd probably be dead by now." Han Shua laughed loudly and responded easily, "Damn it, you actually scared me." Delia glared fiercely at Han Shua, but didn't pursue Han Shua's threat. She focused more of her attention on the plate of deep-water venom python. This was because the other 4 mountain chiefs, as well as Fok, Dick, Chester, and the others had already reacted and started to move. Little fatty Jack even picked up his plate and began to dig in. They rarely even laid eyes on these rare foods, not to mention savoring them on their plates. Although Han Shua had brought quite a bit of food, there were even more people here. The mountain people's appetites in particular were famed for being enormous. Delia was deeply afraid that the others would split the food on their plates while she spoke, so she immediately ignored Han Shua and joined in the fight for food. It didn't take long for the 6 plates of food to be devoured cleanly by the group. They still held their knives and forks in their hands, but they still felt a bit unsatisfied. On one hand, the taste of the food was truly wonderful, and on the other hand, the ingredients were so rare that they gave people an even greater sense of wonder. Therefore, they quickly finished all 6 plates of food. When the servants that Han Shua had hired from the city lord's mansion delivered the food that they'd meticulously prepared, the group instead felt that it was dull and tasteless. They no longer cared for such ordinary food. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the group followed Han Shua to the meeting hall. The servants would naturally clean up the mess. Han Shua, who'd always been smiling and talking wittily, wasn't as difficult to get along with as the 5 mountain chiefs had imagined. When everyone sat down, everyone was a bit less reserved and a bit more friendly and cordial. The rare food played a significant role in this. Han Shua sat in the very center, smiling as he glanced at the 5 mountain chiefs. Seeing that the 5 of them had restrained their smiles and sat up straight, he nodded and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. I've invited everyone here this time to discuss some matters of making a fortune together. You are all citizens of Bretel City. Perhaps it was because the previous city lord wasn't able to earn your trust that you gradually drifted apart from Bretel City. This time His Majesty has bestowed Bretel City to me. I will not let the 7 grand duchies and all kinds of bandits loot again. Not only will Bretel City not suffer, but your 5 mines will also be protected. From now on, I hope that everyone can truly work together and develop Bretel City together. Your Lordship, I believe that you can bring peace to Bretel City. As the chief of Mount Tali, I am willing to listen to your Lordship's commands. I know that your Lordship will not mistreat us." Fulkin had made up his mind when he'd arrived. He understood that just Han Shua's strength alone was enough to deal a heavy blow to Mount Tali. After seeing Bretel City's tight defenses along the way, Fulkin's resolve had become even firmer. Han Shua was also well aware of Fulkin's friendliness. He smiled and nodded to Fulkin, saying, "Many thanks, Fulkin. When Fok faced the threat of bandits last time, your Mount Tali even helped us. This city lord knows this. Your Lordship is too polite. In the past, it was because the previous city lord didn't even care about his own citizens that I felt deeply disdainful. Your Lordship is completely different from them. As a citizen of Bretel City, this is what I should do. Moreover, Your lordship has also helped Mount Tali last time. Troda will never invade our Mount Tali again. Fulkin was very tactful. Since he'd already decided to cooperate well with Han Shuo, he spared no effort in doing so. The other 4 mountain chiefs couldn't help but look at each other after hearing Fulkin's declaration. In their hearts, this new city lord was outstanding in all aspects. The only thing that worried them was that Han Shuo would take their mines for himself. This was the reason why they didn't dare to easily agree. Their mines were their main source of income and the foundation of their survival. According to Han Shuo, everything around Bretel City belonged to the city lord. Didn't that mean that their mines also belonged to Han Shuo? Han Shuo looked at the 4 mountain chiefs with a smile and chuckled. I wonder if the 4 of you are willing to support me? The 4 were startled when they heard these words. The other 3 young mountain chiefs didn't say anything, all focusing their gazes on the oldest, Ardman. Ardman was silent for a while, then braced himself and respectfully said to Han Shuo, Your lordship, we are all your citizens. Of course we are willing to help Bretel City develop, but we don't know how we can help your lordship. Please enlighten us. Han Shuo smiled and nodded, saying, Since you've acknowledged yourselves as citizens of my Bretel City, this matter will be easy to handle. To be honest, Bretel City doesn't lack anything other than a lack of manpower. Merchants will continue to transport a steady stream of goods. My Bretel City currently has enough gold coins to support the operation of Bretel City, but the issue of population cannot be solved in a short period of time. I know that there are currently 30 to 40,000 mountain people living in your mines. Apart from miners, there are even more elderly, women, and children. The living conditions in the 5 mines aren't ideal. They had all left Bretel City to live in the mines due to the incompetence of the previous city lord. Originally, they had no choice but to do so because they couldn't guarantee the safety of Bretel City. But now I think Bretel City is already very safe. If the 5 of you don't mind, please let them leave the mountains. There are many empty houses in Bretel City. They should live in a better environment. What do you think? Ardman was greatly moved by Han Shuo's words. He also understood that the lives of his tribe living in the mountains weren't easy. Apart from all kinds of ores in the 5 mines, there are very few trees. The wild beasts had long since been hunted to fill their stomachs. Water was also transported from the foot of the mountain. The miners on the mountain had to work day after day in exchange for some food transported by merchants. In order to guard against robbers, the mountain people all lived in the mines that never saw the sun all year round. If it wasn't to ensure that their lives weren't threatened, who would be willing to live on the mountain like savages? Now, the first thing that Han Shuo thought of was the pitiful people on the mountain. This moved the elderly Ardman greatly. He immediately kowtowed towards Han Shuo, tears flowing uncontrollably from his eyes. He choked with sobs. I first thank the city lord for his kind intentions on behalf of all the people on the mountain. I won't say any unnecessary words. As long as your lordship can ensure that they don't have to worry about food and clothing and give them a stable living environment, I will absolutely not object even if your lordship wants us to hand over the mines. Old man, please rise. They are all my people. Giving them a good living environment is what I should do. The 5 mines are the foundation of your survival and will be under your control in the future. It's just that although the city has abundant siege equipment, we don't have enough manpower to operate them. Once the regular armies of the 7 duchies come to attack the city, I'm afraid that with just our 3,000 city guards, even with so many siege equipment, we still won't be able to handle it. The only thing I ask of you is that when we face a common enemy, you can join forces with us to resist together. We will provide you with enough siege weapons. If we have enough manpower on the city walls, with Bretel City's defensive power, even the 7 Grand Duchies can forget about breaking through. I wonder if everyone is willing to work hard with me and fight for the safety of all the people of Bretel City? There was no longer any gap between them at this point. Old Ardman had worked hard all his life to constantly resist the robberies of the various duchies and bandit organizations, bringing a better living environment for the people of the mountain. His ideals and Han Shua's way of doing things didn't conflict at all. Therefore, when Han Shua made the suggestion, Ardman no longer hesitated. He immediately shouted at the other 3 young mountain chiefs, "You 3 kids, hurry and thank the city Lord's grace with me." Hearing this, the 3 youths no longer had any doubts. Even Fulkin, who'd already expressed his trust in Han Shua, immediately knelt down on one knee towards Han Shua. Each of them solemnly swore to Han Shua that they would risk their lives to defend Bretel City. After helping the mountain chiefs up one by one, Han Shua said with a smile, "When I went to Mount Tali last time, I discovered that Fulkin and the others' weapons and equipment weren't good enough. This time the bandits left behind tens of thousands of weapons and armor. Placing them in Bretel City's warehouse will only take up space. There's no harm in equipping them for you all." The 5 mountain people had painstakingly mined ore for so many years. All the ore they'd obtained had been exchanged with merchants for food and other daily necessities to maintain the basic lives of the elderly, women, and children on the mountain. They didn't have any extra gold coins to buy more weapons and armor. Some of them only used some crudely refined iron rods. When the 5 mountain chiefs heard Han Shua's words, they thought of the shining armor on the 3,000 city guards along the way, as well as the sharp weapons gleaming with a cold light. When they compared the shabby appearance of their own subordinates, they all felt their faces flush with embarrassment. "Many thanks, my lord. Many thanks, my lord." Fulkin was the first to react. He immediately kowtowed again, crying out in excitement. Seeing Fulkin's kowtow, the other 4 mountain chiefs also kowtowed with heartfelt admiration. Each of them was filled with excitement and love. Their gazes towards Han Shua became more and more convinced. "Hee, everyone get up. This is just the beginning. I believe that as time passes, Bretel City will blossom with even more beautiful prospects." Han Shu once again let the 5 mountain chiefs get up, chuckling as he spoke. "Boo-hoo! Hundreds of thousands of gold coins are gone just like that." Only the financial officer, Jack, cried out in pain. However, his low cry didn't cause any waves amidst the joyous cheers of the crowd. Chapter 338. Under the arrangements of the 5 mountain chiefs, the numerous mountain people from the surrounding 5 mines finally came down from the mountains after many years, returning to Bretel City once again. News of the 4 bandit groups' disastrous losses spread throughout the 7 grand duchies. Some of the smaller bandit groups definitely wouldn't dare to come to Bretel City to fish for profits in the future. Even the 7 grand duchies that were at war with each other were shocked by this news. Bretel City, a city that anyone could bully in the past, had become a taboo place after nearly 10,000 bandit corpses had been left behind. While Bretel City was busy arranging for the mountain people to enter the city, Han Shua once again silently disappeared from Bretel City after giving Dorcas and the others some instructions. The magic crystal mines had all been used up in the last war. They weren't as easy to purchase as the goblin bombs used by the war chariots. This kind of rare ore had been monopolized by the various empires and was used as the main material for magic matrices. In this regard, Han Shua ordered the departed Fabian to help him purchase them, while he himself began to think of ways to acquire magic crystal mines. The magic crystal mine in the underground world that Han Shua had heard of last time in the dark forest became the first target he thought of. After Bretel City had temporarily calmed down, Han Shua once again went to the dark forest alone. Han Shua made a beeline for the entrance to the underground world in the dark forest. It didn't take him long to arrive at the entrance. Han Shua wasn't in a hurry to enter immediately after arriving. Instead, he released the Een Demon to circle around a 10-mile radius. The Een Demon covered an area of 10 miles, but Han Shua didn't find any traces of the Redbud Knights. This meant that the Redbud Knights had either given up on exploring the underground world or had already entered it. Without much hesitation, Han Shuo didn't inform the forest troll this time. He entered the underground world alone. After passing through a large stretch of dark tunnels, Han Shuo gradually went deeper into the underground world. Han Shuo, whose strength had greatly improved, flew all the way down and spent more than an hour to truly enter the underground world. Not much had changed from the last time he had left. The underground world was divided into several layers. The lizard men lived on the topmost layer where Han Shuo lived, while the dark dragon Gilbert lived in the black dragon city. The underground world had a clear hierarchy. The races that resided at the top were the weakest, and the lower they went, the more powerful races there were. Legend had it that there were some powerful creatures that even the gods had a headache living at the bottom of the underground world. However, it was said that those races were cursed by the gods, as if they were bound by some kind of underground power. They could never leave the dark, underground world forever. I should have called Gilbert over. That fellow is from the underground world, and he's very familiar with the lizard men. If he were here, it would save me a lot of effort. Han Shuo couldn't help but think to himself. He hadn't known of the lizard men's existence since entering the underground world. The underground world was as vast as the surface world, with countless intricate paths. Once one got lost, it would be very difficult to find the way back. Fortunately, Han Shuo's memory was astonishing after his brain had been developed by the demonic arts. He slowly followed the path he had last met the lizard men. Last time in the underground world, Han Shuo had a conflict with the Dark Elves, but due to the existence of Dark Dragon Gilbert, he still recognized the lizard men. However, just like how humans saw the lizard men, in the eyes of the lizard men, all humans looked the same. Han Shuo didn't know if the lizard men still recognized him. Following his memory, he walked to the place where the lizard men had appeared last time. Along the way, Han Shuo did indeed encounter many strange races. There were those dark cyan-skinned gnomes, and also the damp and gloomy batmen. He even encountered a few dark elves, but not a single lizard man. Han Shuo also released a Een demon that lingered around Han Shuo, searching for traces of the lizard men. However, after a long time, he still didn't find a single lizard man. When Han Shuo came to a damp and gloomy area, he suddenly heard an ear-piercing, whistling sound. Han Shuo looked up and saw a row of black shadows flying towards him. It was a group of Batmen attacking him. "Human, leave everything on you, and we'll consider giving you an easier death." One of the Batmen at the very front spoke awkwardly in the common tongue of the continent and clawed at Han Shuo's head. The Batmen were a little smaller than the average human, but they had black, umbrella-like wings that humans didn't have, as well as sharp claws and teeth that humans didn't have. The Batmen liked to live in groups, and their reputation in the underground world was as bad as that of the forest troll above. Once they encountered a creature that was easy to bully, they wouldn't hesitate to brandish their claws and teeth, swarming up to tear the prey to shreds and take their belongings. Seeing the group of Batmen flying over from the dark and damp wide cave, Han Shuo wasn't alarmed but happy instead. He let out a sinister sneer, and bloody light shot out from his 5 fingers. It was as if he was playing an invisible piano floating in the air. Streaks of bloody light crisscrossed like sharp swords, and the black mass of Batmen flapping their wings and flying over let out sharp screams as they fell. Han Shuo didn't touch the Batman who first spoke in the common tongue of the continent. When this Batman saw that his companions were slaughtered by Han Shuo without any ability to resist, his small red eyes that were as red as mung beans repeatedly flashed with a glint of fear. He hurriedly turned around and tried to leave Han Shuo, this evil star. "Where do you think you're going?" Han Shuo let out a soft shout and suddenly activated his mental strength. The soul tremor spell that he had recently practiced immediately surged towards that Batman. This Batman, who was flapping his wings in an attempt to get away from Han Shuo as quickly as possible, crashed into the ground like a plane that ran out of fuel, causing him to see stars and become dizzy. When this Batman finally came to his senses, he suddenly saw a human face with an evil smile in front of him. This Batman, whose individual strength wasn't outstanding, looked around with his bean-like eyes and immediately realized that there was no other Batman around him. His wings trembled as he screamed in the common tongue of the continent. "Powerful human mage, please forgive the offense of this lowly and weak Batman. Please forgive me. You speak the human language pretty well, or else you would already be dead." Han Shuo went up and kicked down, and this Batman who had just stood up was immediately kicked into the air. The chuckling Han Shuo didn't wait for this Batman to land on the ground before he appeared in front of him again. He kicked the Batman as if he was kicking a ball, causing the Batman to suffer unbearable pain. "All right, now I forgive you for your offense." Seeing that the Batman's bones were about to fall apart, Han Shuo finally stopped his abuse. He asked with a smile, "Now, I'll ask you a question, and you'll answer it accordingly. If you don't answer well, I don't mind dismantling your fragile skeleton." The most direct way to deal with these Batmen was to show your savagery and strength. This evil race that bullied the weak and feared the strong would bite the weak at all costs, but would be as docile and obedient as a dog in front of the strong. Han Shuo's actions immediately made this Batman give up on the idea of running away and lying. He hurriedly screamed in a sharp voice, "Great human mage, you will definitely get satisfactory information. We Batmen know everything that has happened in the underground world like the back of our hands." "Very good." Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and asked, "Have there been large numbers of humans entering the underground world recently? If so, where are the lizard men living? I heard that the lizard men recently discovered a magic crystal mine. Do you know the location of the mine?" The frightened Batman immediately replied after hearing Han Shuo's question, "So you are also a treasure hunter. The lizard men have indeed discovered a magic crystal mine. Several groups of humans have entered the underground world recently, and the largest group seems to be a knight regiment. Their goal is the lizardmen's magic crystal mine. Are you with them?" "Less nonsense. I'll ask and you'll answer." Han Shuo was overjoyed. The Redbud Knights had indeed entered the underground world ahead of time. This might have something to do with the threat of the Golden Dragon. Otherwise, Kelt wouldn't have been in such a hurry. Yes, Sir Mage, please ask." The Batman was startled and hastily agreed. "Apart from that group of knights, are there any other humans? Also, where are the locations of the magic crystal mine and the lizard men? Has anything big happened recently?" Han Shuo asked again. "Apart from that group of knights, there have been several other groups of humans who have entered the underground world. However, there weren't many of them, and they were too mixed up. We, the Batman, don't know the specifics. Only the lizard men know where the magic crystal mine is. I only know where the lizard men live." "Really?" the Batman hastily replied. Staring sharply at the Batman for a while, Han Shuo realized that this was all the Batman knew. He then casually asked a few other questions. This Batman's information was indeed limited. After a while, Han Shuo directly said, "All right, bring me to the lizardmen's area and I'll spare your life." Under Han Shuo's threat, the Batman had no other way to go. He obediently led Han Shuo through the winding and complicated paths, heading straight for the lizardmen's area. It had to be said that the roads in the underground world were truly full of twists and turns. Even with Han Shuo's amazing memory, he still felt dizzy along the way. If it wasn't for this underground Batman leading the way, Han Shuo likely wouldn't have been able to find the lizard men. After more than an hour, the Batman finally stopped in a valley-like area after passing through who knew how many winding caves and ravines. He pointed at the densely packed caves in front of him and said to Han Shuo, "That area is where the lizard men live. The lizard men love caves even more than we do. The large and small caves you see are the lizard men's houses. The underground world's lizard men all live in this place." Han Shuo saw the Batman's small eyes twinkle and asked again suspiciously, "Great Lord Mage, this is the place where the lizard men gather the most." The number of lizard men in the underground world is beyond your imagination. There are tens of thousands of lizard men living in the underground world. Don't tell me you want me to take you to every place. When the Batman saw Han Shuo squinting at him, he couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly shout. Originally, Han Shuo had this intention, but demons circling around suddenly discovered the traces of a sneaky human. Looking at this human's attire, Han Shuo, who felt that this human's attire was somewhat familiar, immediately bypassed the frightened Batman and said, as if he were shooing away a fly, "Scram, there's nothing for you to do anymore." When the Batman heard Han Shuo's words, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty. However, his movements were a bit stiff and his small eyes were still tightly staring at Han Shuo. He carefully flapped his wings and slowly flew backwards. When Han Shuo saw his strange movements, he asked in surprise, "I already told you to scram. Why aren't you leaving?" Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, the Batman looked pitifully at Han Shuo and answered fearfully, "I'm afraid you'll kill me to silence me. The underground world knows that you humans don't keep your promises." Han Shuo was stunned and then said unhappily, "You have no value to me at all. If I don't get any benefits from killing you, I won't waste my mental strength." Only when he said this did the Batman truly let out a sigh of relief. He didn't dare continue to stay by Han Shuo's side and hurriedly flapped his wings, fleeing as far as he could. The figure dressed as a human was bent over behind the rock. Looking at his attire and hood, Han Shuo was certain that this person was from the Dark Mantle. This was because members of the Dark Mantle were used to wearing loose clothing that covered their faces when carrying out missions. After the Batman left, Han Shuo flew out and shot like a sharp arrow to the side of his comrade who was lying behind a gray rock, seemingly one with the rock. Han Shuo's silent arrival didn't arouse the slightest bit of this person's attention. When Han Shuo's large hand slapped the comrade's body, he hastily jumped up from his hiding position like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. He quickly chanted and cast 2 fireballs fiercely at Han Shuo. This comrade, who had used a hood to cover her head and face, revealed her identity as a woman as soon as she chanted. Only her eyes that were exposed were filled with shock. When the fireballs flew out, she suddenly cried out in surprise, "Brian!" With a wave of her hand, an unremarkable purple light flashed past, and the 2 fireballs flying towards Han Shuo turned into sparks that scattered everywhere. Han Shuo was a bit surprised as he sized up the masked female fire mage and asked in surprise, "You know me?" She pulled off the hood that covered her entire face, revealing a familiar young face. It was the fire journeyman mage Chrissy that he'd met last time at the Dark Mantle headquarters. The short-haired Chrissy cheered in surprise and hastily gestured with her hands, explaining, "I'm Chrissy. We met last time at the Dark Mantle headquarters. Don't tell me you've forgotten?" With Han Shuo's memory, he wouldn't forget anyone he'd seen even once. This cheeky, short-haired Chrissy was no exception. Han Shuo nodded with a smile and said, "So it's you. I didn't think I'd meet you in this underground world. What a coincidence." Yes, what a coincidence. I heard you went to Bretel City to become the city lord. Wow, you're so amazing. Your account now. Oh, right, shouldn't you be in Bretel City? Why are you here? Don't tell me you're participating in this mission. If that's the case, that's great. I heard you've defeated Leah Kane before. Chrissy couldn't hold back her chatterbox anymore. Her melodious voice asked a series of questions. The excited Chrissy didn't seem to have any intention of stopping immediately. Han Shuo had no choice but to cough lightly to interrupt her torrent of questions. Chrissy, can you first take me to see the person in charge of this mission? Oh, if you know where Madame Emily is, it'd be best if you could take me directly to her." Seeing that Chrissy had finally stopped her torrent of questions, Han Shuo finally found the opportunity to speak. Last time in the Dark Forest, Han Shuo knew that Cecilia was in charge of this mission. Emily would act as her assistant, with Han Shuo and Emily's light abilities. As long as they found Emily, they would definitely be able to obtain the information they needed. No problem, I know where Madame Emily is. I'll take you to see Madame Emily right now. Chrissy readily agreed and pulled off the mask hanging on her head. Then many thanks, Chrissy, Han Shuo said with a smile. Chrissy didn't continue to spy on the lizardman's movements. She excitedly took the role of a guide for Han Shuo, weaving left and right through the intricate paths. She chattered incessantly as she introduced the current situation of the underground world to Han Shuo. Han Shuo listened to Chrissy's narration with a smile on his face. From time to time, he would interject and ask a few interesting questions. Gradually, he began to understand the current situation of the underground world. Chapter 339. From Crazy's words, Han Shuo knew that the Redbud Knights had indeed come to the underground world. Kelt had even launched an attack on the Lizardmen. The Lizardmen's fighting strength naturally couldn't withstand the Redbud Knights' attacks. However, the magic crystal mine guarded by the Lizardmen contained a strange, enormous creature. Kelt and the Redbud Knights had entered the magic crystal mine guarded by the Lizardmen with him. They seemed to have experienced a fierce battle inside. There was a strange creature inside the mine that had suddenly become extremely frightening. Even the Redbud Knights, one of the top 10 knight orders on the continent, hadn't been able to escape unscathed. After 2 or 3 fruitless attempts, the Redbud Knights had temporarily ceased all activities. No one knew where they had hidden themselves in the underground world. At present, the Dark Mantle didn't know the whereabouts of the Redbud Knights. They only focused their attention on the Lizardmen's residential area, observing every movement here. Brian, how did you come to the underground world? Are you also participating in this mission? Crazy excitedly asked Han Shuo after explaining the current situation to Han Shuo. Shaking his head with a smile, Han Shuo explained, I just happened to pass through the dark forest. I even fought with Kelt of the Redbud Knights a while ago. I'm here for the leader of the Redbud Knights. Kelt, who'd even killed the green dragon, must hate Han Shuo to the bone. Not to mention that he'd had one of his ears cut off by Han Shuo. There was no way he wouldn't seek revenge. For Han Shuo, Kelt, who controlled the Redbud Knights, was a huge threat. Not only was his strength extraordinary, but he was also an important figure in a country. Once Kelt learned of Han Shuo's identity, he would bring Han Shuo great trouble sooner or later. Therefore, Han Shuo had come to the Dark Forest from Bretel City to see if he could obtain some magic crystal ores. On the other hand, he hoped to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots of Kelt. This way, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the dark forest alive and bring him endless trouble. What? You fought with Commander Kelt of the Redbud Knights? Crazy suddenly cried out and looked at Han Shuo with some disbelief. She suddenly asked, I heard that Kelt's green dragon was killed by someone, and even one of his ears was cut off. That person wouldn't be you, would it? Crazy's eyes sparkled with a strange light as she stared fixedly at Han Shuo. She seemed to have guessed something. Han Shuo hadn't thought that this news would spread so quickly. He was a bit surprised by Crazy's question. At this time, Han Shuo and Crazy had arrived at a place with many red plants that looked like giant banana leaves. This should be the Dark Mantle, temporary meeting point for this mission. Before Han Shuo could answer Crazy's question, a low voice sounded from the depths of the forest. Who's it? Chrissy was abruptly roused from her curiosity by this voice. She hastily shouted back, Third Star Envoy Chrissy, is that Wallace? So it's Crazy you've returned. Come here quickly. The voice was no longer as nervous as before. A light laugh came from the distance, and a young face appeared from under the red banana leaves. The youth called Wallace raised his head and saw Han Shuo. He immediately said with some displeasure, Why is it you? What are you doing here? Cecilia had tried to use the forest troll to obstruct Castle's pursuit in the area where the forest troll lived, but had been rudely stopped by Han Shuo in the end. The Dark Mantle members who had gone on the mission with Cecilia had expressed strong resentment towards Han Shuo. This youth called Wallace was likely one of the masked men, so he was a bit displeased when he saw Han Shuo appear. Crazy, who had brought Han Shuo here, thought that he didn't know Han Shuo's background when she saw Wallace's expression. She hastily explained, "Wallace, what are you doing? Brian is one of us. Haven't you heard of his name?" "Humph, I don't think he's one of us when he pulls us back at a critical moment." Wallace was quite loyal to Cecilia and snorted coldly in response. "Crazy, take me to see Emily." Han Shuo didn't pay too much attention to the indignant Wallace, and only spoke to Crazy beside him. "Sorry, we don't welcome people like you here." The youth called Wallace suddenly stood up from under the red banana leaves and blocked Han Shuo's path with a cold expression. Han Shuo flicked a glance at Wallace and walked towards him, completely ignoring Wallace's attempts to stop him. When he arrived in front of Wallace and saw that he had no intention of moving out of the way, Han Shuo slowly extended his left hand and placed it on Wallace's body. A strong force surged into Wallace's body. Wallace staggered back continuously until he took 10 steps back before falling on his butt. His angry face was tinged with fear as he shouted at Han Shuo, "What do you think you're doing?" "Whether or not I can go in isn't up to you. You're just a lowly Dark Star emissary. You have neither the right nor the strength to stop me. Don't overestimate yourself." Han Shuo only displayed the most direct disdain towards his colleague's provocation. He turned back to look at Crazy, who was about to smooth things over, and said with a smile, "Let's go, we're going to see Emily." Crazy was stunned by Han Shuo's display of strength. Her mind spun as she suddenly cried out, "It must be you, the mysterious person who killed Kelt's green dragon and cut off one of his ears. It must be you." Wallace had been about to stand up and challenge Han Shuo again when he heard these words, but his face suddenly turned as white as a sheet of paper. His knees buckled as he was about to stand up straight, and he fell back to the ground in fright. Chuckling softly, Han Shuo flicked a disdainful glance at Wallace and urged Crazy, "Let's not talk about this. I need to see Emily for something urgent." Han Shuo's lack of denial was basically a tacit admission. Crazy's gaze towards Han Shuo was full of worship as she excitedly ran over to Han Shuo. When she passed by Wallace, who was sitting on the ground, Crazy said with some embarrassment, "Sorry, Wallace. You don't have anything else to do, so I'll be going first." With that, Crazy no longer looked at the pale Wallace and skipped over to Han Shuo's side. She said enthusiastically, "Let's go, I'll take you to see Madam Emily immediately." "Right, Brian? How did you cut off Kelt's ear? That's just too cool." Along the way, Han Shuo discovered that the Dark Mantle had indeed chosen a very smart location. This area was filled with tall banana leaf plants, and there were many rocks and shrubs that could conceal one's tracks. For members of the Dark Mantle who were adept at concealing their tracks, this area was an excellent place to hide. Starting from Wallace's location, they had set up all kinds of warning devices along the way. Some of these devices were purely handmade, while others used magical elements. They were all small and practical. From Crazy's words, Han Shuo learned that these warning devices were all made by Cecilia. Although the curious Crazy kept asking about Kelt's ear being destroyed, Han Shuo didn't say anything on this topic. He adopted an attitude of neither admitting nor denying it. It wasn't until he saw Emily that the overjoyed Emily finally suppressed the excitement in her heart and used the dignity of her position to order Crazy, "Thank you, Crazy. I'd like to discuss this mission with Brian alone." "All right then, Madam Emily," Crazy answered with disappointment. Before she left, she looked at Han Shuo and said, "Remember to tell me the details next time. I really want to know the details of that matter." "No problem. I'll tell you next time." "Thank you, Crazy," Han Shuo responded with a friendly smile before following Emily towards a cave. Apart from the lush, red, leafy banana leafy plants in this area, there were also a few caves of various sizes. It looked like Emily was temporarily living in one of these caves. However, perhaps because she didn't want others to see her, Emily avoided the caves where sounds could be heard and walked towards a more remote corner. You bastard! You've started seducing other girls again. Besides me, you also have Phoebe. Aren't the two of us enough for you to bully? Emily immediately pinched Han Shuo and cursed Han Shuo in a low voice when she saw that there was no one else around. Han Shuo felt greatly wronged and cried out in pain with a wry smile. When he saw that Emily had let go of his hand with a pained heart, he explained, "It's not what you think at all. I just happened to meet her on the road and had her bring me here to find you." Humph. Emily looked at Han Shuo with a bit of distrust and asked, "Then what did she say? What details does she want to ask you in detail? Hurry up and tell me honestly." She wants to ask me how I killed Kelt's green dragon and cut off his ear?" Han Shuo answered honestly. "What, you did it?" Emily was shocked and looked at Han Shuo incredulously. Nodding, Han Shuo didn't hide anything in front of Emily and said, "It was indeed me." Chapter 340. No wonder. 3 of our members have been captured and killed by Kelt recently. He must have found out from Castle that you were the one who saved us last time. Kelt should have known your identity by now. The traitor of the Druids, Castle, had been suddenly blocked by Han Shuo when he was chasing after Cecilia and the others. After returning to the Red Bud Knights, Castle must have recounted the situation to Kelt. Many members of the Dark Mantle had seen Han Shuo last time. The 3 captured members must have spilled the truth under Kelt's torture. If that's the case, then I have to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Kelt. I can guarantee that he hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. Now is the best time to act. Han Shuo had made up his mind to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He said to Emily in a callous tone, "That's right. Kelt has indeed not recovered from his injuries. But because of this, the defenses around him are even tighter and more careful. The Red Bud Knights are one of the top 10 knight orders on the continent. Kelt and Castle aren't the only 2 powerhouses in their ranks. I heard that there's also a Fire Grand Magus Marceau. That old woman is also a powerful character and won't be easy to deal with." Emily was afraid that Han Shuo would lower his guard and hastily revealed the Red Bud Knight's trump card to Han Shuo. Grinning disdainfully, Han Shuo said, "That Fire Grand Magus is also dead. She won't be a threat anymore. Don't worry." Emily was once again shocked when she heard this. She stared dumbly at Han Shuo, who was brimming with confidence, and probed, "Could it be that you killed him again?" Nodding, Han Shuo said, "It's still me." Emily. Picking up Emily, Han Shuo giggled and whispered, "I haven't seen you in a long time. I really miss you. You brought me to this remote corner. Do you want me to ha?" Han Shuo's large hands started getting naughty when he hugged Emily. Emily's eyes were like silk when she saw his well-practiced movements. She lightly panted and said in a low, enchanting voice, "I'm only planning to discuss business with you in peace. Don't get the wrong idea." "I already got the wrong idea," Han Shuo shouted in a low voice. He picked up Emily and dashed into the depths of the cave. Soon, stifled groans could be heard from inside. After a long time, the 2 of them walked out of the cave. Their clothes were still somewhat disheveled. Emily's eyes were watery, and she looked as if she had just been moisturized. Her soft body gently leaned against Han Shuo's body. She was a little worried as she spoke. "Cecilia is in charge of this mission. She seems to have a bit of a problem with you. What should we do?" "It's fine. I don't have any conflict with your mission, and I don't plan on taking credit from her. I just want to kill Kelt and see if I can get some magic crystal ores." Han Shuo didn't care about Cecilia's impression of him. Han Shuo didn't have a good impression of this woman either. If it wasn't for Emily being in her team, Han Shuo wouldn't have stopped Castle from killing them. Sigh. Emily sighed softly and said to Han Shuo, "Cecilia is actually very easy to get along with. She's very kind to us, and we have a very good relationship in private. I really don't know how you 2 ended up like this. Let's not talk about this. I'm going to the mine to take a look. I'll come find you if there's anything. As long as I know you're here, No one can find me if I want to. Don't worry. Han Shuo had obtained the information he needed from Emily. He didn't plan on staying here any longer. He was going to explore the magic crystal mine alone and see what was going on inside. The Dark Mantle's goal in heading to the Dark Forest this time was only to observe the movements of the Redbud Knights. Since the Brute Merchant Alliance's Redbud Knights had arrived at the Lancelot Empire's border, the Empire's upper echelons naturally wanted to clearly understand their intentions. Cecilia had been in charge of matters outside the border and had coincidentally taken on this important mission. As Cecilia and the others learned more, they gradually learned of the Redbud Knights' goal. The magic crystal mine was a scarce resource for any country. However, there were countless races in the underground world, and each race had an unimaginable number of people. Therefore, the Lancelot Empire's upper echelons didn't plan on taking it for themselves. They only hoped to disrupt the Redbud Knights' movements and obtain as many magic crystal ores as possible. After entering the underground world, the Redbud Knights had disappeared without a trace after returning from the magic crystal mine guarded by the Lizardmen. However, from Emily, Han Shuo learned that the Redbud Knights hadn't left the underground world. It seemed that they had begun to plunder the other races in the underground world. In the underworld, various races were distributed in different regions. The Dark Elves had a lot of dark element magical equipment. The underworld Murlocs produced all kinds of beautiful crystals. There were also some special races that possessed all kinds of valuable and rare items. To Celt, entering the underground world was like entering a hunting ground. All the races in the underground world had become his prey. Apart from the setback at the Lizardman's magic crystal mine, he could plunder all kinds of valuable items produced by the other races. The vast underground world was so vast that even the Dark Mantle couldn't find any traces of the Redbud Knights. Han Shuo naturally wouldn't waste his time on the Redbud Knights. On the contrary, the magic crystal mine guarded by the Lizardmen became Han Shuo's interest. Han Shuo was even more curious about the strange and powerful creature within. Han Shuo was curious about how this strange creature was able to defeat Celt, who had a full set of divine weapons and equipment. After passing through the densely packed cave area where the Lizardmen lived, Han Shuo was like a lithe flying insect flying over the lush ground. With his powerful consciousness and the Een Demon spying on his surroundings, Han Shuo didn't attract the attention of any of the Lizardmen guarding the mine. He flew all the way to the innermost area, stopping only when he arrived at a reddish-brown mountain. The underground world wasn't completely devoid of light all year round. The rock walls thousands of meters above his head were covered with all kinds of glowing plants. Therefore, the underground world was always shrouded in a soft, dusky light. The reddish-brown mountain was 200 to 300 meters tall. Apart from the reddish-brown rocks, there were no other plants or animals. At first glance, the bald mountain looked like an upside-down gourd. It was wide at the top and sharp at the bottom. It made people worry if the sharp bottom could withstand the weight of two tall and wide gourd-shaped rocks. On the surface of this gourd-shaped bald mountain, there were also many large and small caves. The dark caves were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. No one knew where they led to. Several lizard men also had reddish-brown skin. They held weapons as they cautiously stood guard the cave entrances. It was unknown if they were guarding against another invasion by the Redbud Knights. There were many messy footprints around the mountain. The ground was uneven, and some shrubs were scattered with leaves, as if they had been cut by a sharp weapon. Just from the external scene, Han Shuo understood that a battle had occurred here. After observing for a while, Han Shuo thought of a way to enter the magic crystal mine. In the end, he summoned the Earth Elite Zombie and had it explore the depths of the mountain. If he couldn't enter the center of the mine through the Earth Elite Zombie, then he would think of another way. As long as it was soil, nothing could obstruct the Earth Elite Zombie's passage. After appearing under Han Shuo's incantation, the Earth Elite Zombie entered the Earth's core, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, Han Shuo and the Earth Elite Zombie had a telepathic connection. He knew that the Earth Elite Zombie was following Han Shuo's instructions and slowly moving towards the ore. However, before the Earth Elite Zombie could approach the area, an earth-shattering howl suddenly sounded from within the magic crystal mine. It was as if an enormous creature had been awakened from its slumber. A strange energy that could penetrate the earth suddenly rushed towards the Earth Elite Zombie from within the mountain. Han Shuo's consciousness immediately sensed the extremely powerful aura within the mountain. His brain quickly weighed and compared it, immediately determining that this was a powerful existence comparable to the Lord of the Flames. Without another word, Han Shuo hastily ordered the Earth Elite Zombie to retreat. The Earth Elite Zombie had yet to approach the mountain, but it quickly returned to Han Shuo's feet like a nimble little loach. It didn't wait for the aura to approach him before leaping out of the ground and arriving at Han Shuo's side. Han Shuo waved the skeletal staff in his left hand, and a cloud of black mist enveloped the Earth Elite Zombie that had emerged from the ground. He pulled the staff in his hand and brought up a slight breeze. As the breeze blew, the black mist that enveloped the Earth Elite Zombie gradually dispersed, and the Earth Elite Zombie disappeared from within the black mist. The strange energy that had reached the bottom of Han Shuo's feet suddenly lost its target and actually returned to the center of the mountain. After an earth-shattering howl sounded, over 100 lizard men poured out of the caves on the mountain. They raised their weapons and began to cautiously prepare for an attack that could come at any time. No wonder Kelt returned in failure time and time again. With such a powerful creature overseeing the magic crystal mine, Kelt must have had a headache. Han Shuo muttered to himself in a low voice. He slowly retreated deeper into the darkness, observing the lizard men from afar as if they were facing a great enemy. He knew that with the help of that strange creature, they had already received a message that someone was coming. With such a powerful creature entrenched in the inverted gourd mountain, it would be difficult for Han Shuo to enter the mine without making a sound. This creature's senses were so frightening that it could even detect the Earth Elite Zombie from underground. Han Shuo didn't dare guarantee that he would be able to enter the mine if he concealed his presence. Han Shuo naturally wasn't willing to do something he wasn't certain of. Not to mention that strange and powerful creature. Just the hundreds of lizard men that were continuously appearing from within the mine wasn't something that could be dealt with in a short amount of time. After a moment's hesitation, Han Shuo temporarily dispelled the idea of sneaking in and investigating. He was prepared to wait for the next arrival of the Redbud Knights, then borrow the power of Kelt's group to see what was going on. Whether it was Kelt or the other humans, as long as their ultimate goal was the magic crystal mine, they would definitely appear again. Han Shuo had grasped this point, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he temporarily stayed under a rock, quietly cultivating while waiting for the others to arrive. Once one reached the separate demon realm, it became increasingly difficult to progress. However, each breakthrough would increase one's strength by 10 to 100 times. Back then, Chu Kanglin had only been at the peak of the Nine Changes realm, but he could already roam the moon. To be able to reach this realm was already comparable to a god in this world. As long as Han Shuo broke through the separate demon realm and reached the carnal realm, then he would be able to enter the Nine Changes realm. It was a pity that from the separate demon realm onwards, there seemed to be many hurdles within the same realm. If a demonic practitioner didn't have a fortuitous encounter along the way, they would have to go through a long period of bitter cultivation in order to advance one step further. From Chu Kanglin's memories, Han Shuo knew that it would take at least 100 years to reach the carnal realm from the separate demon realm without a fortuitous encounter. From the carnal realm to the Nine Changes realm, 500 years might not even be enough. No one could say for sure if one would suffer a cultivation deviation along the way. As for how to advance from the carnal realm to the Omen realm, even Chu Kanglin didn't have a clue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seized Han Shuo and fought the 3 powerhouses on the moon in order to break through. 100 years is a bit too long. It looks like I'll have to find another way. Han Shuo muttered to himself. He began to take note of some of the so-called fortuitous encounters in Chu Kanglin's memories. He was prepared to start in this direction when he had the time. The so-called fortuitous encounters were nothing more than cultivating in a place of heaven and earth suitable for demonic practitioners. They could also use the enormous amount of yin qi and demonic qi to cultivate. They could also devour some truly wondrous treasure that could only be born after millions and millions of years. They could also use the power of living beings to cultivate demonic equipment and then use the power of demonic equipment to nourish the demonic infant. They could also devour all the power of demonic practitioners of the same kind. Sitting cross-legged behind the rock, Han Shuo was pondering the possibility of these fortuitous encounters. At the same time, he was thinking about another matter, and that was the possibility of cultivating magic and demonic arts at the same time. Unknowingly, a few days had passed. On this day, Han Shuo's mind suddenly lit up. He suddenly had an idea. Last time, when he was dealing with Kas, who possessed the divine weapon revelation, had completely destroyed many of Han Shuo's necromancy spells. The undead creatures he summoned, including the acid bog, were all purified and dissipated under the illumination of the holy light. For a necromancer like Han Shuo, this was a fatal blow. If it wasn't for Han Shuo cultivating demonic arts and using a mysterious method to create 5 miraculous undead creatures, it was very likely that Han Shuo would have lost when facing the attacks of the Templar Knights and Kas. The reason why the Church of Light and Calamity Church that Kas belonged to were so afraid of Han Shuo was because Little Skull and the others weren't afraid of the Holy Light. This was precisely what Han Shuo had been thinking about. Those high-level undead creatures, such as the Evil Knights, possessed terrifying destructive power and impact. The Evil Knights wouldn't be too afraid of ordinary light magic, but if Kas used revelation to activate the Holy Light, Han Shuo knew that the Evil Knights would be hard-pressed to avoid being heavily injured. For so many years, the reason why the Necromancers and the Calamity Church were at a disadvantage against the Church of Light was all because of the restraining effect of the Holy Light on undead creatures. Once this rule was broken, Han Shuo believed that it would be difficult for the Church of Light to maintain the upper hand forever. This was what the Church of Light was most afraid of. I really should start from this point. I don't want the high-level evil knights and the bone demons and old fey zombies that I can summon to have miraculous abilities like Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie. However, I've used demonic arts to refine their bones and flesh using a secret method. It should be able to make them immune to the corrosion of the Holy Light, right? 4 high-level undead creatures like the evil knights, bone demons, and old fey zombies. As long as they weren't afraid of the corrosion of the Holy Light, they would be able to display terrifying destructive power. When the time comes, the Church of Light would have to face an endless stream of high-level undead creatures, and the Holy Light wouldn't be able to play its intended role. They would definitely be terrified, right? Han Shuo inwardly pondered. The more he thought about it, the more Han Shuo felt that this was the fastest way to increase his strength. As long as he could successfully refine undead creatures that weren't afraid of the Holy Light, Han Shuo believed that the next time Kas faced him, even if he brought an even greater number of Temple Knights, only death would await him. It looks like when I return to the Cemetery of Death this time, I'll have to start experimenting on how to make the undead creatures immune to the Holy Light. Han Shuo made up his mind and thought to himself. At this moment, a Yin demon that Han Shuo had placed in the surroundings discovered traces of a large group of creatures approaching. The Yin demon surveyed the area and discovered that apart from the Redbud Knights in their shining armor, there were also familiar dark elves. Even Matriarch Dana, the dark elf who had a conflict with Han Shuo last time, had brought her clansmen and mingled with Celt. Interesting, the enemies have all gathered together. Han Shuo muttered to himself as he stood up from his cross-legged position. He was ready to see how they would deal with the powerful creature inside the mountain. Chapter 341. Celt felt that he'd been very unlucky recently. He'd thought he'd be able to return from the dark forest with a bountiful harvest. Who would have thought he'd run into so many bad things? He'd been targeted by the Dark Mantle organization of the Lancelot Empire as soon as he'd arrived in the Dark Forest. Dark Mantle members had been following him like flies, annoying him to no end. He'd finally taken down the Golden Dragon's lair with great difficulty, but he hadn't expected to provoke the pursuit of a mysterious expert. Not only had his mount been killed, but even one of his ears had been left behind. Even the Fire Grand Magus Marceau, whom he'd gone to great lengths to invite, had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Marceau's 2 students had been bothering him all day long. It was truly irritating. Celt had thought he could easily kill the creature with the number of experts in the Redbud Knights when he'd finally arrived in the underground world. However, he'd once again encountered a fierce blow. The Redbud Knights had suffered heavy losses in 3 consecutive attacks. They'd lost more than 300 men, but they still hadn't been able to occupy the magic crystal mine. In the end, the incompetent Celt had no choice but to cooperate with the evil Dark Elves. Celt, who was proud and arrogant, had been feeling very sullen recently. He planned to vent his frustrations by taking over the magic crystal mine and torturing the lizard men who dared to obstruct him. Mr. Celt, we Dark Elves are willing to cooperate with you this time. I hope you'll treasure this opportunity. An elegant male Dark Elf dressed in luxurious clothing spoke up. His left cheek had intricate tattoos and a sparse beard. He looked a bit strange and evil. This male Dark Elf was dressed like a noble. His expensive clothes were filled with dense, dark elements. He held a black magic staff in his left hand as he slowly opened his mouth to speak to the handsome Celt. Celt's expression was gloomy. When they were about to reach the gourd mountain guarded by the lizard men, he finally had the knight stop. He turned his head to look at the noble male Dark Elf and said in a lukewarm tone, "Honorable Mr. Arlen, you should know that this time we're working together for mutual benefit. I didn't beg you to come along. The magic crystal mine is our goal, but you Dark Elves would be happy to see a greater number of lizard men die. If that strange creature protecting the lizard men doesn't die, it won't be easy for you Dark Elves to occupy the lizard men's territory. That strange creature is afraid of fire, so I hope you have prepared enough goblin missiles. Otherwise, we can return now. Don't worry, Mr. Celt. The wise and far-sighted Dark Elves are the true rulers of this floor. Those cowardly goblins offer us a shocking number of missiles every year. That enormous creature will definitely be blown to pieces by those missiles." Dark Elf Dana was still as flirtatious as ever. She smiled at Celt seductively, her limpid eyes seductively roaming over Celt's body. Celt secretly swallowed the saliva that had suddenly formed in his mouth. This slut was indeed tasteful. However, Celt naturally wouldn't display the unbridled nature of fighting Dana naked in front of his subordinates. He revealed a sanctimonious smile and nodded. "If that's the case, then I'm relieved. We've already gone in 3 times and have some understanding of that strange creature. That creature doesn't seem to be able to leave the bottom of the gourd mountain. Otherwise, our losses would have been even greater. The magic crystal mine is protected by the lizard men. We don't know if that creature evolved from the lizard men, but it looks like a giant lizard that's 1,000 times larger. It occupies a large area of the gourd mountain. Be careful when you go in. If you really can't hold on, immediately retreat from the gourd mountain. You should be fine. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill those damned lizard men." The mustached male Dark Elf leader, Arlen, waved the dark scepter in his hand, indicating that they could begin the attack. Celt didn't hesitate much after hearing his words. He nodded to the knight captains behind him and took out a bright long sword, but it wasn't the divine weapon, Starry Sky. He and the traitor Druid Castle walked towards the upside-down gourd mountain. "So that fellow is afraid of fire. Celt has finally found some valuable information." Han Shua thought to himself as he used the only Een demon to eavesdrop. Han Shua wasn't in a hurry to rush towards the gourd mountain guarded by the lizard men. He continued to use the demon to spy on Celt and the others' movements. He hid in the shadows and prepared to take advantage of the chaos to sneak in without a sound. Celt let out a distant whistle as the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elf invaders arrived in front of the Gourd Mountain. Arlen seemed to be the leader of the Dark Elves this time. Even Dana, the matriarch of one of the Dark Elves who'd tried to take advantage of Hanshua last time, was obviously led by Arlen. Arlen led a few Dark Elves armed with bows and arrows or staffs as he walked unhurriedly to the Gourd Mountain. He looked with disdain at the lizard men who'd come out of their caves upon hearing the news. He snorted, not concealing his disdain at all. "You lowly and vulgar lizard men. You have no right to enjoy this fertile land. I'll give you one last chance. As long as you scram from Paperia's territory, we noble Dark Elves will let you go." In the multitude of races in the underground world, every race had their own unique language. However, they still used the common language of the continent when conversing. This was because the human language was concise and capable. Moreover, after so many years of development, human civilization had already become the distant leader of the continent. Many lizard men walked out of the Gourd Mountain's caves, glaring angrily at the self-proclaimed noble Dark Elf Arlen. One of the lizard men, dragging a thick tail behind him, pointed a giant fork-like weapon at the gorgeously dressed Arlen and shouted in the common language, "Despicable and greedy Dark Elves, no one can lay a finger on this land protected by our true God. If you Dark Elves dare challenge our true God, the lizard men will fight you to the bitter end. Our true God will also annihilate you cowardly and despicable offenders." "Humph, it's just a giant lizard. Since when did it become your true God?" Arlen snorted disdainfully. He made a strange gesture with his hands in front of his chest and said piously, "With the protection of Goddess Rose, we will definitely sweep away all the races in this layer. The Dark Elves will unify all the major races in this layer. This is something no one can stop. Greedy and evil Dark Elves, how dare you blaspheme our great true God? You will pay the price." The lizardman's voice grew sharper and sharper. He raised his tail high as he roared, snapping it in the air like a giant whip. The lizardmen had thick bodies and astonishing fighting strength, but they didn't understand the mysteries of magic. Their culture was also extremely vulgar, far less ancient than that of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves prided themselves on being the most ancient and noble race in the underground world. They compared the barbaric lizardmen, who only knew how to use their physical strength, to wild beasts. The Dark Elves, who could use magic to attack, were often victorious in battle. In recent years, the lizardmen had been forced to flee in all directions. However, highly intelligent races often suffered from internal strife. The Dark Elves, who prided themselves on being the most ancient race, suffered from this strange disease, just like the humans. Different dark elven tribes in the underground world were usually at war with each other. If it weren't for the fact that the Dark Elves couldn't unite, they would have long since conquered this layer of the underground world. Although the lizardmen's overall fighting strength couldn't compare to the Dark Elves who knew how to use magic, they were astonishingly united. It was precisely this unity and fighting strength that allowed them to survive for so many years and still not be conquered by the Dark Elves. Just as the lizardman's tail snapped, a crude spear flew out of their hands and flew straight at the boastful Dark Elf leader, Arlen. In Han Shua's eyes, the lizardman's spears were very crude. They were just sturdy wooden rods with the ends sharpened. The killing power of these spears was certainly limited. On the other hand, the Dark Elves clearly knew how to use sharp weapons compared to the lizardmen. Not only were their bows, arrows, and swords abnormally sharp, but some were also engraved with exquisite patterns. Whether in terms of practicality or aesthetics, they were far superior to the barbaric lizardmen. The few spears thrown at them were all shattered midway by the whooshing sounds of the two young archers behind Arlen. Arlen calmly and coldly looked at the lizardmen in the center of the cave. He said with disdain, "Lowly lizardmen, Such a rude race that only knows how to use brute force. A race like you is only fit to be kept as livestock by us dark elves. Celt wasn't interested in listening to Arlen and the lizard men bicker. As the master of the Redbud Knights, Celt held the title of a marquis in the brute empire. He impatiently interrupted Arlen's words and said to the traitor druid, Castle, "We'll familiarize ourselves with the environment inside. Let's open the way first." Castle nodded. He understood that as a traitor druid, since he'd joined the Redbud Knights, he should know when to charge and break through enemy lines for his master. As soon as Celt finished speaking, Castle took the lead and rushed towards the area. He transformed into a giant eagle in midair. The other knights of the Redbud Knights abandoned their horses in the underground world and followed Castle into the gourd mountain cave. Seeing that his subordinates had already launched their attack, Celt said to the displeased dark elf Arlen, "Esteemed Mr. Arlen, shouldn't you also make your move?" "I don't need you to remind me." Arlen didn't have any good feelings towards the humans either. Although he had to admit that humans were more advanced than the dark elves in certain aspects, their despicableness and shamelessness were also well known among the major races. In this underground world, humans were even more notorious than the Batmen. "Let's do it." Dana smiled coquettishly as she ordered her subordinates. Dana's group of dark elves rushed out ahead of time, raising their exquisite bows and aiming at the lizard men. As soon as Dana's people made their move, the dark elves behind them, who outnumbered the Redbud Knights by quite a bit, split into several groups and charged towards the gourd mountain. The rest stayed by Arlen's side. Arlen frowned as he watched the battle begin. He seemed to feel that something wasn't right there. He said to Celt, who was standing beside him, "As long as that damned creature dares to appear, our goblin missiles and explosives will definitely destroy it along with the gourd mountain." "I hope so." Celt didn't have much to say about Arlen's conceit. Just as Arlen looked down on the lizard men, Celt also looked down on this arrogant dark elf. In the human world above ground, both the dark elves and the forest elves were merely objects of their enslavement. Humans believed themselves to be the wisest of all creatures and treated the dark elves as livestock. A noble like Celt might even have 1 or 2 young dark elven beauties serving him in his mansion. As soon as the Redbud Knights and dark elves attacked the gourd mountain, the lizard men with their powerful bodies immediately retreated into the caves. Some of the dark elves carried huge bundles on their backs, which should be the goblin bombs Han Shua had seen before. Judging from the Redbud Knights and dark elves' actions, it seemed that they intended to throw the massive amount of bombs into the gourd mountain, intending to blow up the entire mountain and the giant lizard men entrenched within in one fell swoop. After their operation, Han Shua's consciousness sensed the intense fury of the creature within. Han Shua knew that the creature wouldn't have time to worry too much, so he once again summoned the Earth Elite zombie and had him dive deeper into the gourd mountain. This time, the Earth Elite zombie wasn't forced back by the creature's strange energy. There were too many Redbud Knights and dark elves rushing into the gourd mountain. Even the powerful creature couldn't sense everything. Not to mention that the creature was already extremely enraged. Loud, deep howls sounded from the depths of the earth. The entire upside-down gourd mountain seemed to be shaking from the howls. Han Shua was even worried that the base of the gourd mountain wouldn't be able to withstand the shaking of the upper part and would break. The only Een demon Han Shua had been attached to the Earth Elite zombie. Borrowing the Earth Elite zombie's vision, Han Shua was able to see what was happening underground. However, the Earth Elite zombie hadn't entered the main area and couldn't bring Han Shua any useful information. Han Shua focused his attention on the Redbud Knights and dark elves who had entered the gourd mountain. In Han Shua's view, the Redbud Knights were far stronger than Arlen's dark elves. Whether it was equipment or individual strength, the Redbud Knights were outstanding. Clad in thick armor, even without the aid of warhorses, the Redbud Knights' sprinting speed was faster than the dark elf archers and warriors in simple attire. Those knights, who had experienced all kinds of battles, all looked cold and confident. They had the toughness and fierceness of true warriors. Each of them formed a triangle or diamond formation when they were dashing. This formation allowed them to take care of each other while they were dashing, so that they wouldn't be able to defend against sudden attacks from their sides and rear. In contrast, the arrogant dark elves lagged far behind the humans in this aspect. They still swarmed forward like a swarm of bees for thousands of years. The dark elves had lived in the underground world for who knew how many years, but it seemed that they had never fought hand in hand like the humans, nor did they have any exquisite coordination. As Han Shuo observed, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. He immediately understood that the Earth Elite zombie must have passed through the Earth's obstructions and arrived at the giant creature beneath the gourd mountain. The Earth Elite zombie had obtained his line of sight from beneath the enormous creature. The first thing he saw was an enormous octagonal, ancient magical formation shrouding the area above. At each corner of the enormous octagonal formation was a smaller octagonal formation, each one filled with dense magical elements. At the center of the octagonal formation was an enormous reddish-brown tail more than 10 meters long. A body the size of a small mountain was entrenched in the center of the formation. Every time it struggled fiercely in anger, the formation would shoot out circles of colorful lightning, seemingly imprisoning the creature. It can't be that it's trapped beneath the gourd mountain by the magic formation, right? If the gourd mountain was destroyed by the goblin explosives, wouldn't the magic formation imprisoning the enormous creature be destroyed as well? Han Shuo was suddenly alarmed and worried. Chapter 342. A Yin demon circled around and examined every corner of the octagonal ancient magic matrix. Through the Yin demon, Han Shuo saw that the octagonal ancient magic matrix was covered with large pieces of sparkling and translucent magic crystal ores. These ores covered every intricate and detailed magical veins of the magic matrix, providing the octagonal magic matrix with a steady flow of energy. When the Earth Elite zombie and Yin demon emerged from the depths of the earth and approached the enormous creature, the creature with half its body and tail sunk into the center of the ancient magic matrix seemed to sense the existence of the Earth Elite zombie and the Yin demon. A reddish-brown tail that was more than 10 meters long was like an enormous iron whip, snaking through the air as it swung down in the Earth Elite zombie's direction. The Earth Elite zombie's body was still half submerged in the ground. When he saw the python-like tail swinging down, he hastily hid his entire body in the depths of the earth. A crackling sound came from the top of the Earth Elite zombie's head, as if the earth itself was shaking. A strange force entered the ground from his tail and rushed towards the Earth Elite zombie. The Earth Elite zombie jumped in fright and prepared to quickly return the way he came. Unfortunately, before the Earth Elite zombie could return to Han Shuo's side, that strange force fiercely surged into the Earth Elite zombie's body. The Earth Elite zombie's body trembled midway, and he actually rolled in the depths of the earth. When the Earth Elite zombie landed, he was already dizzy and disoriented. However, the Earth Elite zombie had been refined by Han Shuo's demonic arts and had absorbed the yuan energy of the place of extreme earth. Now that the Earth Elite zombie was deep underground, this kind of strange force couldn't harm the Earth Elite zombie. After that force passed through the earth, the strange creature seemed to feel that the Earth Elite zombie was still alive and kicking. The enraged creature's enormous tail repeatedly slapped the earth, and a few more strange forces entered the earth and surged towards the Earth Elite zombie. The Earth Elite zombie, who was also dizzy and disoriented from the attack, was much more sensitive in the earth than on the surface. When he sensed a few more dizzying auras surging towards him, he hastily began to mobilize the power of the earth to protect himself. The earth around the Earth Elite zombie suddenly began to tremble. The auras that surged towards the Earth Elite zombie were weakened bit by the slight tremors of the earth. When the auras truly arrived in front of the Earth Elite Zombie, they seemed to have lost the power that caused the Earth Elite Zombie to fear them. They flowed into the Earth Elite Zombie's body without the slightest bit of reaction. The first time, the Earth Elite Zombie had been confused by a single aura. That was because he hadn't used his innate ability in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation at the beginning. Han Shuo let out a cry of surprise, then muttered to himself thoughtfully, "It seems that the 5 elite zombies still need to face danger frequently. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to use their innate abilities." So this Earth Elite Zombie didn't know that he could use the Earth's tremors to defend against this kind of attack, but he magically grasped it when the danger was right in front of him. While Han Shuo was silently pondering, the strange creature imprisoned by the ancient octagonal magic formation flew into a rage after a long period of futile attacks. Unfortunately, its body was bound by the magic formation and couldn't leave. Facing the Earth Elite Zombie buried deep underground, it couldn't use its strange attacks to attack. For a time, there was nothing it could do. The enraged creature seemed to have transferred its anger towards the Earth Elite Zombie to the Redbud Knights and Dark Elves that had entered the Gourd Mountain. Accompanied by a deafening howl, the entire Gourd Mountain seemed to shake. Strands of the same strange aura as the one that had attacked the Earth Elite Zombie shot out from the air or underground towards the lowly life forms that had dared to offend the creature's dignity like formless flying snakes. The Redbud Knights and Dark Elves who were struck by the strange aura felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The Redbud Knights were protected by fighting aura and had firm willpower. Only blood flowed out of their noses and mouths, and their movement speed was impaired. However, the weak Dark Elf archers were caught off guard, and a dozen of them died on the spot. Dozens more were seriously injured. However, there were at least 1,000 Redbud Knights and Dark Elves that had rushed into the Gourd Mountain. Unable to leave the ancient magic formation at the bottom of the Gourd Mountain, this method of attack wasn't enough to completely stop such a large number of invaders. As the Dark Elves died, bags of goblin explosives were placed in various areas of the Gourd Mountain. Under Castle's leadership, the Redbud Knights took advantage of the opportunity to slaughter all lizard men they saw in the dark, narrow caves. The lizard men, with their powerful bodies and crude weapons, were obviously no match for the regular human knights. Not to mention, there was also Castle, the traitor druid who had mastered the transformation technique. In just a short while, the lizard men were retreating in defeat, leaving behind a trail of corpses. The Dark Elves were right behind the Redbud Knights, taking advantage of the opportunity to bury goblin explosives in every corner. Together with the Redbud Knights, they followed the lizard men deeper into the forest towards the location of their true god. As the lizard men died tragically and retreated, the powerful creature at the bottom of the Gourd Mountain no longer cared about the Earth Elite Zombie. It vented all of its anger in roars, using a series of mysterious attacks to attack the invading enemies. In its rage, the lizard man released several strands of aura, landing on the bodies of the Redbud Knights. Even the astonishingly powerful Redbud Knights couldn't withstand the strange aura and would die on the spot. The more fragile Dark Elves were even worse off. Nearly 100 of them had died before they could even reach the bottom of the mountain. At this time, Han Shuo was certain that the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elves were taking great risks. Han Shuo was sure that the strange creature was bound by an ancient magic formation. It looked like it had been suppressed deep underground, with only half of its body exposed. The Redbud Knights had only seen the upper half of the strange creature's body and the magic crystal ores around it. As for the lower half and the magic formation buried deep underground, they couldn't see them at all. Once the goblin explosives on the Gourd Mountain exploded, it would be fine if the strange creature was killed. However, if the creature didn't die in the explosion, the Gourd Mountain would no longer be able to imprison it. With its incomparably large body and power, Han Shuo believed that the moment it walked out of the magic formation that had imprisoned it for who knew how many years, the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elves would have to bear its terrifying wrath. However, This wasn't something that Han Shuo needed to worry about. Han Shuo's goal this time was to kill Kelt and obtain as many magic crystal ores as possible. If the strange creature didn't die from the explosion, then it would be ideal if it could come out. Therefore, Han Shuo thought quickly and immediately came up with a brilliant idea. Using the tunnel leading deep underground, Han Shuo and the Earth Elite zombie arrived at the strange creature's location. Just as Han Shuo shot out of the tunnel and arrived at the somewhat spacious ancient octagonal magic formation, the 10-meter-long tail swept towards Han Shuo like a giant python. The creature's head was still above, so it was indeed miraculous that it could accurately discover Han Shuo's whereabouts. Han Shuo quickly flew to a remote corner. The 10-meter-long tail wildly swung 7 meters in front of Han Shuo, but it still couldn't reach Han Shuo. "Hey, I mean no harm. I just wanted to come and help you." Han Shuo didn't care if the strange creature could hear human speech or not. He shouted at the 10-meter-long tail, "Despicable little existence, you will pay the price." A message that was purely similar to mental strength suddenly spread through the space where Han Shuo was. It looked like it had been sent by the strange creature. Generally speaking, the more powerful a creature was, the more intelligent it was. For example, Gilbert, the Black Dragon, and the Gold Dragon could speak the human tongue. Even the Lord of the Flames had the ability to directly communicate with the human mind. This creature, whose strength was not inferior to the Lord of the Flames, could naturally communicate with humans. The reality was just as Han Shuo had expected. When Han Shuo called out loudly, the creature immediately responded. This kind of direct telepathic communication was even clearer than language. "Powerful creature, I'm not with the people above. I've come to help you. I can help you use the power of those people and dispel the magic formation without harming you. I only want the magic crystal mines at the bottom of the Gourd Mountain. What do you think of this deal?" Han Shuo immediately proposed his idea when he discovered that he could communicate with the creature. "Haha, lowly creature. Even without your help, those idiots will still help me blow up the Gourd Mountain. I've given them the wrong message that I'm afraid of fire and bombs, and they're helping me destroy the Gourd Mountain according to my plan. No one can stop me from doing this. Since you aren't with them, even if you inform them now, no one will believe you. Your suggestion is worthless." Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, the creature actually laughed heartily and complacently. Han Shuo's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He hadn't expected this creature to be so cunning. It seemed that it wasn't as afraid of fire and bombs as Kelt had guessed. The reason it had displayed such a disadvantage in the previous battle was because it had a purpose. Suddenly, Han Shuo's expression froze. He asked, "If that's the case, why don't you let the lizard men get you out? I don't think it'll be hard for them to get their hands on goblin bombs. Wouldn't it be faster if you let them, who worship you as their true god, help you? Why use this method to get the enemy to help you? If they could communicate with me like this, I would have left this damned place a long time ago. They've been cursed by the gods to never know how to use power outside of their physical bodies before they break through their shackles. They can't communicate with me without any obstacles. Pitiful creatures, they can only use the stupidest method. They plan to remove all the ores around me. They think that's the only way to get me out of this damned cage." This creature seemed to have been imprisoned for far too long a period of time. It kept on explaining to Han Shuo. After hearing this, Han Shuo suddenly remembered that the lizard men could indeed only use their physical strength. Their soul force and intelligence were still very weak. He didn't know if this was the reason why they couldn't obtain information from this creature's powerful consciousness that enveloped the entire space. Perhaps it was because of this that they could only rely on the foolish old man to move the mountain in an attempt to remove the ores. It seemed that the lizard men occupied this Gourd Mountain and tirelessly mined ores not for the value of the magic crystal ores themselves, but for the sake of freeing their so-called true god from the shackles of their shackles. It made sense. They didn't even know how to forge some complicated weapons, so how could they understand the true value of the magic crystal ores and how to use them? With this strange creature's explanation, Han Shuo knew that there was no way to stop him from leaving this ancient magic formation. Kelt and the others would definitely blow up the Gourd Mountain. When that happened, as long as a corner of the magic formation was damaged, he would be able to walk out of this cage that had existed for who knew how long. Han Shuo's mind raced for a moment. He could tell from the creature's tone that it was protective of the lizard men. He looked at the reddish-brown tail that was more than 10 meters long and connected it to what Arlen had said about the lizardmen's true god being nothing more than a giant lizard. An idea suddenly formed in his mind. Powerful existence, there are still several hundred lizard men who worship you in this Gourd Mountain. If the Gourd Mountain really explodes, you might be able to walk out of this cage, but those pitiful lizard men will all die. Han Shuo paused, noticeably sensing the creature's uneasiness from the surrounding presence. He then continued, I can help the lizard men survive. As long as you promise to give me the rocks in the mine, I will move the lizard men who are still alive to a safe location before the explosion occurs. Lowly and weak existence, I, the great ancient lizard King Degasi, agree to your request. As long as you can guarantee their safety, you can take as many of those magic crystal ores as you can. Degasi immediately conveyed his promise to Han Shuo after a moment of silence. After receiving the giant ancient lizard King Degasi's message, Han Shuo didn't linger here. He immediately had the Earth Elite zombie dig a tunnel to the surface. But halfway through, the Earth Elite zombie suddenly transmitted a helpless message. Han Shuo's mind raced. He already knew where the problem was and quickly shot towards the half-dug tunnel. From the outside of the Gourd Mountain to the ancient lizard King Degasi's enormous tail, there was only soil. Then he arrived at the spacious ancient magic formation. From there, he dug upwards, but found magic crystal ores that were even harder than iron and stone. The Earth Elite zombie's innate ability was powerless in the face of the magic crystal ores. He didn't know where to start when he was halfway through mining. The Earth Elite zombie was the Earth Elite zombie after all. He naturally couldn't possess the ability of the Metal Elite zombie, which allowed him to pierce through mountains and split rocks to traverse unhindered within the mountains. My pitiful children are still dying. You puny human, hurry up and do it. Ancient lizard King Degasi's urgent message repeatedly flowed into Han Shuo's mind. The indestructible demon's lair edge spun in Han Shuo's hand, bursting upwards like a drill. Large pieces of sparkling and translucent magic crystal ores disappeared into Han Shuo's space ring before they even hit the ground. Han Shuo, who was digging the tunnel with all his might, had the help of the demon's lair edge. Although it was a bit slower than the Earth Elite zombie's innate ability, it was still a speed of several meters per second. Under the ancient Lizard King's urging, the demon's lair edge spun a large piece of magic crystal ores into Han Shuo's space ring. Afterwards, Han Shuo arrived at the location of the ancient Lizard King's upper body and head from the ancient magic formation. Raising his head to look at Han Shuo, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, this ancient Lizard King really was an enormous lizard, but there were some differences. His ugly head had a single sharp horn, and from the horn to his back was a row of sharp red sword-like spikes. The ancient Lizard King was even larger than the green dragon that Han Shuo had seen before. He looked like a towering reddish-brown mountain of flesh. Just his height alone was over 20 meters. His enormous body was like a thick reddish-brown rock, looking extremely sturdy. At this moment, his dark red eyes were like two lanterns hanging high in the air. Looking at the ant-like Han Shuo beneath him, he once again sent out a strong message. I know. I will make sure your children survive. Han Shuo replied impatiently to the ancient Lizard King's garrulous words. While marveling at the ancient Lizard King's size, he quickly rushed into the complex cave. I am the emissary of your true god. In accordance with your true God's orders, I have come to welcome you. I will bring you to a safe place. Han Shua's loud shout suddenly came from behind the lizard men who were desperately resisting the Redbud Knights' invasion and retreating towards the ancient Lizard King. Despicable human, why are you here? The lizard man leader with the giant tail suddenly shouted in the awkward-sounding common language in a panic. He pointed at Han Shua and was about to attack. I am here to help you. I am the emissary of your true God. You will understand once you come down. Han Shua explained, then immediately shouted, Don't waste your time. They have placed goblin explosives in this gourd mountain. All you need to do is hurry and get to your true God side. Han Shua didn't care whether they believed him or not. He flew straight towards the depths of the ancient Lizard King's cave. When the retreating lizard men heard Han Shua's words, they didn't stay to tangle with the Redbud Knights any longer. It was unknown whether it was because they believed Han Shua's words or because they were worried about the safety of their true God, but they didn't continue to tangle with the Redbud Knights. They quickly returned to the ancient Lizard King's area. When the remaining few hundred lizard men saw that Han Shua hadn't been attacked by their true God, they couldn't help but believe Han Shua's words. The few hundred lizard men first kowtowed towards the ancient Lizard King. The lizard man leader stood up and looked at the ancient Lizard King, speaking humbly, True God, what should we do? The enemy has already invaded. The ancient Lizard King's gigantic body twisted and roared towards the sky. The sound of an explosion echoed throughout the entire space, and the gourd mountain began to shake violently again under the influence of its gigantic body. Humans, hurry and let them in. I know we don't have much time. The ancient Lizard King's consciousness filled the entire space. Unfortunately, the lizard men couldn't receive this message. There is a passage here. Hide in it and you'll be safe even if the explosion happens. Your true God said that the explosives can't harm him. He will take care of the rest. Han Shua hastily shouted, seeing that the Redbud Knights were about to enter and more explosives were about to be placed at the entrance. The lizard man leader looked at Han Shua, who was safe and sound under their true God, and seemed to believe Han Shua's words. The lizard man leader mumbled something in the lizard man language to the remaining lizard men behind him. The remaining few hundred lizard men no longer hesitated and followed behind the lizard man leader, heading deeper into the tunnel that Han Shua had dug. When all the lizard men had entered the tunnel, the entire space was once again filled with the ancient Lizard King's thoughts. Humans, don't let those damned invaders fill this space with explosives. Although I won't die from the explosion, it will definitely injure me a little. Besides, I also hate that unpleasant smell. There were 7 caves that led from the gourd mountain to this space. The invading Redbud Knights and dark elves seemed to be afraid of the mountainous ancient Lizard King, and didn't dare to directly enter through the caves. Instead, they hid the cave entrances and threw down explosives. Han Shua had summoned 100 dark creatures after receiving the ancient Lizard King's message. Whenever a goblin explosive was thrown into this space, the omnipresent dark creatures would throw it out from below. The Redbud Knights and dark elves hiding in the caves outside were enraged when they saw the bags of explosives being thrown out from below. However, after receiving Han Shua's orders, the simple-minded skeletal warriors naturally didn't understand the anger of the people in the caves above. They dutifully threw out the bags of explosives one after another. For a time, the situation in this area was a bit ridiculous. The last remaining Een demon had already drifted into the midst of the Redbud Knights. After observing for a while, Han Shua suddenly sneered, Since you've come, don't think of leaving. You and the gourd mountain will suffer the craziness of the goblin explosives. Chanting another incantation, several large hate warriors appeared. Together with the zombie Little Skull, they brought the explosives and charged into the caves. The enormous hate warriors and zombies forcibly blocked the caves. The remaining goblin explosives were also thrown into the space ring by Han Shua. When all the caves were blocked by the hate warriors, the Redbud Knights and dark elves madly attacked the dark creatures that had suddenly appeared. They cursed the damned dark creatures as they picked up the goblin explosives from the ground, preparing to stuff them into the ancient Lizard King's space below. The goblin explosives were exquisitely made. They wouldn't explode unless they were burned by a raging fire. However, once they did explode, they would create a torrential inferno. The goblin explosives had been placed in a reasonable location. A single explosion could ignite all of them, and the mountain would inevitably collapse under the weight of so many goblin explosives. This time, the ancient Lizard King was the main target. They should have placed more goblin explosives in his area to maximize the effect. That was why the Redbud Knights were so diligent in getting close to the dark creatures. When all the lizard men had retreated into the tunnels below and the caves were blocked by the undead creatures, the ancient Lizard King impatiently transmitted his message even more than Han Shuo. "That's enough. Help me ignite the fire and drown all the Redbud Knights inside." Happy to be of service, Han Shuo chuckled coldly as a red flame shot out from his hand. A zombie suddenly moved to the side, creating a gap for the red flame to pass through. "Fire! It's fire! Attack it!" The Redbud Knights, who were still fighting the undead creatures, were suddenly scared out of their wits. Their screams were laced with sobs. They knew exactly how many goblin explosives had been thrown into the gourd-shaped mountain. If one of them exploded, what kind of fate would await them? Several more flames shot out from Han Shuo's hands, piercing through the gaps between the zombie warriors like arrows. They landed among the Redbud Knights and dark elves, who were howling like ghosts and howling like wolves even before they exploded. Han Shuo shot towards the tunnel like a bolt of lightning. With a thought, a flame flew towards the goblin explosives on a hate warrior's body. Chapter 343. Just as Han Shuo shot into the passageway, a violent explosion sounded from above his head. Like a fuse, this explosion was followed by an even more concentrated series of explosions. The entire gourd mountain was on the verge of collapse amidst the deafening booms. The ancient Lizard King's 10-meter-long tail writhed like a python as it was trapped in the ancient magic array. Its gigantic body struggled violently as it tried to break free of the magic array. When the violent explosions sounded from the gourd mountain, Celt, who had been waiting for his subordinates to rush out, felt as if he'd been struck by a heavy blow. It was as if a giant hammer had ruthlessly smashed into his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. The noble dark elf Arlen, dressed in luxurious clothes, heard the thunderous rumble and looked at the gourd mountain swaying under the rumble. His pupils bulged as well. He grabbed Celt roughly and roared, "How could this be? Why would the goblin bomb explode now? Damn it, you didn't set us up on purpose, did you?" Celt was even angrier than Arlen. He flung the frail Arlen off the ground, his handsome face contorted into a sinister expression. "Are you King blind? Can't you see that my men are also inside?" he said viciously. Rumble! The gourd mountain finally collapsed amidst the explosions. The earth-shattering tremors shrouded the surroundings in an aura of destruction. Celt and Arlen's disagreements were followed by a series of explosions. The entire gourd mountain flew up as if it had been uprooted, then came crashing down at an even faster speed. The sounds of explosions gradually faded away amidst the swirling dust. The entire area had become a pile of rubble. Not a trace of the gourd mountain could be seen. Aside from the reddish-brown rocks of various sizes, the only things left were the mangled corpses of the Redbud Knights and dark elves. Arlen steadied himself after being tossed aside by Celt. He gazed at the ruins of the gourd mountain, losing his composure as he muttered, "Those were my most elite clansmen. How could it be like this? How could it be like this?" Celt, on the other hand, was rather calm. With a sinister expression, he furiously said, "Someone must be behind this. Otherwise, that giant lizard that couldn't have left the gourd mountain couldn't have stopped my knights from returning. This matter isn't that simple. Arlen suddenly shouted. There must be something fishy going on. Those lowly lizard men can't stop my valiant clansmen. Han Shua, the target of Kelt and Arlen's attention, was currently looking at the ancient magical formation that was gradually disintegrating with a loud creak. The explosion of the Gourd Mountain had disrupted the magical formation's normal operation. As the ancient lizard king writhed madly, the magical formation that had imprisoned him for who knew how many years finally cracked open. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded from the bottom of the Gourd Mountain. The incomparably large ancient lizard, King Degassi, began to sway wildly. The magic formation that had been destroyed by the goblin explosives could no longer be maintained, and all 6 corners of the octagonal formation broke apart. An enormous aura emanated from the ancient lizard king's body. Every time a corner of the octagonal formation broke, his aura would grow a bit stronger. When all 8 corners of the octagonal formation had been destroyed, the ancient lizard king's enormous body suddenly tore apart the tens of thousands of kilograms of rock that had covered his body. A mountain of flesh slowly emerged from the center of the Gourd Mountain. A terrifying howl filled the entire area. The ancient lizard king pounded his chest and stamped his feet in the air, as if venting his years of resentment. Underneath the ancient lizard king, Han Shua suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. From Han Shua's angle, he could clearly see that every time a corner of the octagonal formation broke, the ancient lizard king's aura would grow a bit stronger. When the ancient octagonal formation was completely destroyed, the ancient lizard king's aura, which had originally been as strong as the Lord of the Flames, actually possessed an even more terrifying aura. Not only was his body shackled by the octagonal ancient magical matrix, but it also seems to have shackled his power as well. I didn't expect the ancient lizard king to possess such terrifying strength. Perhaps only a demigod existence can truly defeat him. Han Shua was abnormally shocked when he sensed the ancient lizard king's formidable strength. Beside Han Shua, the lizard men began to squeal with excitement, seeing the ancient lizard king emerge from the broken formation like a towering tree. They all kowtowed to the ancient lizard king. Han Shua didn't stay any longer and shot out from the hole the ancient lizard king had torn open. At this time, the sharp-eyed Han Shua suddenly saw a small pangolin sneakily crawl out, carefully avoiding the furious ancient lizard king. Han Shua suddenly had a strange feeling when he saw this oddly small pangolin. Before Han Shua could react, the pangolin suddenly transformed into a goshawk and flew away. Han Shua immediately understood that this was Castle in disguise, standing at the foot of the mountainous ancient lizard king. Han Shua looked around at the dumbstruck invaders. He saw that Castle had already flown to Kelt's side, so he didn't make a move to deal with him. Kelt and Arlen, the 2 leaders of the invaders, had wonderful expressions on their faces. They felt their lips go dry, not knowing what to do as they watched the enormous creature stand up from the ruins. Human, didn't you say he was afraid of fire and bombs? How did he survive when the mountain was destroyed? Arlen suddenly felt like he'd been played. If not for the fact that the Redbud Knights had suffered greater losses than him, he would have immediately gone all out against Kelt. At this point, Kelt didn't know what to say. He stared at the gigantic creature as it roared and vented its anger. He stammered, How would I know? Before the 2 invaders could open their mouths to argue again, Castle flew over and transformed into his human form. He pointed at the inconspicuous Han Shua standing at the foot of the ancient lizard king, his face dark. It's him. It's this person who helped the ancient lizard king. Otherwise, the lizard king would have been finished. Only after Castle pointed did Kelt, Arlen, and Matriarch Dana notice the inconspicuous Han Shua standing at the foot of the ancient lizard king. Kelt and Dana had a blood feud with Han Shua. When they saw Han Shua appear, they almost lost control and rushed over. It's him again. He's called Brian, a noble of the Lancelot Empire. I must kill him with my own hands. Kelt gnashed his teeth, glaring at Han Shoa as he explained to Arlen. I know him. He's the one who ruined our grand plan last time. Otherwise, we would have made the lizard men suffer a great loss. The flirtatious Dana shrieked, pointing at Han Shoa and shouting angrily, You despicable invaders! You will all die under my wrath today. The ancient lizard king roared at the sky, venting the hatred in his heart. He finally focused his attention on Kelt and the others. The entire space was filled with the message the ancient lizard king wanted to convey. The earth trembled as the ancient lizard king's enormous body strode towards Kelt and the others. Every step of the incomparably enormous ancient lizard king covered a distance of several dozen meters. Crunching sounds rang out as several heavily armored redbud knights were stomped into meat patties, fresh blood spilling onto the ground. His 10-meter-long tail danced like a python, flinging dozens of redbud knights and dark elves high into the sky. They all fell to the ground dead. As the ancient lizard king moved its enormous body, its incomparable might gave off a feeling that it was impossible to resist. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. Every time he took a step, a few knights would be crushed into meat paste. His tail had become a lethal weapon. As he moved, the knights and dark elves were killed by his tail one after another. Kelt and Arlen's subordinates fired magic after magic at the ancient lizard king's body. However, the ancient lizard king's rock-like body seemed to have an excellent resistance to magic. Magic attacks of that level simply couldn't harm him. As for arrows, spears, and javelins, they couldn't even penetrate the ancient lizard king's sturdy body. Only 2 of Arlen's dark elven archers, who possessed a special kind of bow and arrow, managed to leave 1 or 2 scars on the ancient lizard king's body. Unfortunately for the ancient lizard king, that level of damage was like a mosquito bite to a human. It had no effect whatsoever, and was unable to stop the ancient lizard king from wreaking havoc across the land, crushing even more redbud knights and dark elves into pieces. Even more terrifying was the ancient lizard king's miraculous attacks. Strands of strange energy shot out in all directions like mental energy. Without the restriction of the magic formation, the ancient lizard king's attacks were even more frightening. A redbud knight would fall to the ground with heavy injuries if hit by 2 strands. If hit by 3 strands, they would die on the spot. The dark elves that Arlen had brought with him were even worse off. Only a powerful dark elf like Arlen could rely on magic to defend against this kind of attack. Retreat, all of you retreat. Kelt roared in pain. He didn't take out the divine weapon, Starry Sky, because he knew that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to defeat the ancient lizard king with his current strength. Thus, he decisively issued the order to retreat. As for Arlen, there was no need to say much. He had already begun to flee in a panic, even ignoring the matriarch of the dark elves who had come with him, Dana. The pitiful Dana wasn't particularly strong. She accidentally tripped in the middle of her escape, and when she raised her head to stand up, she saw a black mountain pressing down on her. The ancient lizard king stomped her into meat paste with a single stomp. All the invaders were fleeing. Han Shua followed the ancient lizard king, happily allowing the demon's lair edge to absorb as much energy as possible. The Een demon kept a close eye on Kelt, ready to deal a fatal blow at any moment when he wasn't paying attention. During this process, the Dark Mantle members who had heard the news had also arrived at the area under Cecilia's lead. Cecilia and the others hadn't even gotten close when they were intimidated by the mountainous figure of the ancient lizard king. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. What's that? It's so big. Fire journeyman, Mage Chrissy, actually started cheering with a face full of excitement. That should be the creature inside the magic crystal mine. Such a powerful aura, it should be a super rank magical creature that's about to reach rank 5. Why would such a powerful creature appear on this level? Cecilia was extremely shocked. She couldn't help but exclaim as she watched the ancient lizard king chase after Celt, Arlen, and the others like a small mountain. "Brian, that's Brian!" Emily also cried out in surprise. Emily had used the levitation spell to hover in the air, so she could see a bit further. She immediately spotted Han Shuo at the ancient lizard king's waist and cried out involuntarily. Han Shuo, who'd been at the ancient lizard king's waist, suddenly flew up to the ancient lizard king's shoulder. He pointed at the fleeing Celt and Arlen, saying, "Those two are the leaders. Only by killing them will you be able to avenge your children." Roar! The ancient lizard king's earth-shattering roar rang out once more. The terrifying sound waves were like sharp weapons, shattering the surrounding shrubs and leaves. "Damn it! I won't let this despicable human get away with it." The noble dark elf, Arlen, heard Han Shuo's instigation of the ancient lizard king. That wave of sound had almost seriously injured him, and he couldn't help but shout out a threat. Celt knew Han Shuo's strength, and understood that even without the ancient lizard king's power, Han Shuo still had the ability to kill Arlen. Therefore, he only sneered at Arlen's angry threat and continued to run without another word. He only wanted to leave this terrifying ancient lizard king as soon as possible. In this short period of time, more than 1,000 Redbud Knights and Dark Elves had been killed by the ancient lizard king. Of those who'd come to occupy the Gourd Mountain, only a few hundred were left. They fled in all directions, not a single one daring to stop. Under Han Shuo's reminder, the ancient lizard king kept a close eye on Celt and Arlen. He no longer cared about the small fries around him. Although his enormous body moved slowly, each step covered a distance of several dozen meters. Add to that his constant aura attacks, and the chased Celt and Arlen were suffering beyond words. They inwardly cursed Han Shuo's 18 generations of ancestors for instigating the ancient lizard king. It's really that guy. Why is he with that monster? Cecilia used some unknown method to hover in the air alongside Emily. Looking at Han Shuo standing on the ancient lizard king's back with a satisfied expression, Cecilia's heart felt like it had been knocked over. She didn't know what to feel. Cecilia didn't really dislike Han Shuo. On the contrary, she even somewhat admired Han Shuo's strength. Unfortunately, Han Shuo had opposed her time and time again. From the old orc's medicine store in the Valley of Sunshine all the way to this mission, Han Shuo had never let her have her way. This made Cecilia, who had become one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle at such a young age, very angry. In her heart, she really wanted to see Han Shuo's defeat. The deeper Han Shuo fell, the happier she would be. But reality always exceeded her expectations. She first learned from Crazy that Celt, who had lost an ear, and the Green Dragon's tragic death had been caused by Han Shuo. Now that she saw Han Shuo chasing after Celt in high spirits with the giant lizard, how is that the defeat she wanted? They should have been the ones to deal with Celt in this mission. But Han Shuo had interfered and forced Celt into a sorry state all by himself. This made Cecilia, who'd spent so much time and still couldn't do anything to Celt, feel even more embarrassed. Oh, it's really Brian. He's so handsome. Crazy finally saw Han Shuo and couldn't help but shout, "You little love-struck fool, shut up. Don't lure that giant lizard over." Cecilia couldn't help but scold her, afraid that the giant lizard would come over. The ancient lizard king didn't hear the commotion, but the sinister Celt clearly did. Celt changed his direction, leading a group of experts from the Redbud Knights straight in their direction. Chapter 344. Damnable Celt! Everyone be careful! Cecilia's expression changed when she saw Celt change directions. She hastily warned her subordinates to be careful. The Redbud Knights, led by Celt, along with Arlen and the Dark Elves, all changed directions and rushed towards the area where Cecilia, Emily, and the others were. "My lord, that Brian is also a member of the Dark Mantle. As long as we capture those women, he won't dare to act rashly again." Castle urged Celt along the way. He was also very afraid of the ancient lizard king behind him. Since he's in cahoots with Brian, we'll capture him and force him to submit." Kelt responded casually. He took out the divine weapon Starry Sky from his space ring and rushed in Cecilia's direction with a cold face. Han Shuo, who was on the ancient Lizard King's shoulder, had seen Emily coming from afar. The Redbud Knights and Dark Elves had made such a big move that it was impossible for the Dark Mantle to not know. Their appearance here was also within Han Shuo's expectations. "These two must not leave this place alive, otherwise you won't have any peace," Han Shuo whispered in the ancient Lizard King's ear, his eyes fixed on Kelt and Arlen. "I don't need you to remind me." The ancient Lizard King's thoughts were directly reflected in Han Shuo's mind. At this time, the ancient Lizard King had swept through the area. More than 1,000 Redbud Knights and Dark Elves had died. Those who were lucky enough to survive had fled in all directions, gradually moving further and further away from the ancient Lizard King. As soon as the ancient Lizard King's thoughts were activated, a reddish-brown light enveloped his enormous body. His incomparably large body gradually shrank. Han Shuo, who had been standing on the ancient Lizard King's shoulder, was the most sensitive to this change. During this process, he received another message in his mind. Han Shuo knew that the ancient Lizard King was preparing to transform into human form, so he flew up from the ancient Lizard King's shoulder into the air. Surrounded by the reddish-brown light, the ancient Lizard King's mountainous body rapidly shrank. In just 10 breaths of time, he had transformed from a 20-meter-tall giant into a red-faced old man about 170 centimeters tall. The old man's skin was a bright red, and a red robe of unknown material draped over his body. A lizardman's tail protruded from his back. After transforming into human form, the ancient lizard King Degassi's appearance had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He had turned into an unremarkable little old man. Degassi raised his head to look at Han Shuo, who was floating in the air, and shouted in human language, "You should take care of your friend first. I will make the invader pay the price." This time, the ancient Lizard King wasn't using telepathy. Instead, he was using the common language to converse with Han Shuo. It seemed that his ability to transform into human form had been restricted by the ancient magic formation. After transforming into human form, the ancient Lizard King's body structure had changed, allowing him to speak human language. As he spoke to Han Shuo, Degassi gradually began to rise into the air. However, it seemed that he hadn't flown in a long time. Judging from his movements, it seemed that he was searching for the feeling of flight. With Degassi's reminder, Han Shuo discovered that Kelt and the others were almost at Cecilia's side. Castle had transformed into an earthen bear midway, charging towards Cecilia's area with a height of 10 meters. When the dark elf noble Arlen saw the inconspicuous Castle suddenly transform into an enormous earthen bear, he jumped in fright. Arlen turned his head to look and saw the flowing starlight of Starry Sky in Kelt's hand. His heart shook violently, and he broke out in a cold sweat over his rudeness to Kelt. From the ancient Lizard King's aura attack, Arlen understood that the strength of his subordinates was far inferior to that of the Redbud Knights. Even he himself was no match for Kelt. If a great druid who could transform into an earthen bear had joined the fray, he would have been the one to suffer in the end. While Arlen's heart was still beating with fear, Cecilia was silently cursing in her heart. She shouted loudly in the air, "Hurry up and retreat! Don't just stay here. Kelt is coming." Kelt, the leader of the Redbud Legion, was one of the top 10 Knight Orders on the Profound Continent. He was a famous expert even in the Profound Continent. Although Kelt had lost the green dragon that had boosted his strength, he still couldn't be underestimated with the divine weapon Starry Sky in hand. As one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Cecilia wasn't famous for her battle strength. When she saw Kelt and the others rush over, she immediately grew worried. "Loathsome women, don't even think of leaving this place today." Kelt roared, and dazzling light burst out from Starry Sky in his hand. It was as if the starry sky had suddenly descended into the underground world. Together with Castle, who had transformed into an earthen bear, they pressed toward Cecilia and the others. A beam of blood-red light suddenly shot out. Blood chi entangled in the air, spreading a thick smell of blood. Halfway through, the blood-red light suddenly spun at a high speed, turning into a huge blood-red ball of light that was covered in spikes that kept splitting the blood-red light. The bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts was activated by the demon's lair edge. It rolled towards Castle, who had transformed into an earthen bear, amidst the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Castle, who was about to send a palm strike towards Emily, suddenly felt a surging killing intent behind him. He hurriedly ignored Emily and focused all of his attention on the bloody light behind him. Emily used a levitation spell to lightly retreat. Her head of fine black hair fluttered in the wind as she continuously chanted an incantation with her magic staff. Two enormous hands of death suddenly appeared in the air, grabbing towards Castle's legs. Castle, who had focused all of his attention on Han Shua's demon's lair edge, didn't expect that the retreating Emily would dare to attack. His two legs were grabbed by the hands of death in almost the same instant they formed. Castle, whose movements were hindered, could only use his sturdy bear claws to resist the demon's lair edge's twisting. Bloody light flew out from Castle's hands, and sparks shot out from his palms amidst a series of screeching sounds. The earthen bear pounded his chest and stamped his feet as he howled incessantly. When the demon's lair edge had exhausted 30% of its magical yuan, it once again turned into a streak of bloody light and returned to Han Shua. Castle, his hands a bloody mess, let out a roar in his earthen bear form and actually ignored Celt and dark elf Arlen. He circled around the high and mighty Emily and ran further into the distance. Boom! A powerful force came crashing down from above. The 10-meter tall earthen bear was suddenly pressed to the ground by the force. Dozens of attacks then entered Castle's body, causing him to transform into an earthen bear. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose as he gradually shrank back to his normal human form. Above Castle's head, ancient lizard King Degassi, who'd struck him down, turned into a small red and slowly descended onto Castle's body. "You're the main instigator of this matter. How can I let you escape?" Degassi, who'd transformed into a red-faced elder, stomped down on Castle's head. With a crunching sound, Castle's head was crushed into a watermelon. On the other side, Cecilia was leading the Dark Mantle members in a desperate attempt to avoid the pursuit of Celt and Arlen. However, Celt obviously didn't know that Han Shua and Cecilia weren't on good terms. Han Shua, who'd rushed over, only saved Emily and didn't interfere. He allowed Cecilia and the others to flee in a sorry state. Only when the fire journeyman mage named Chrissy was about to be killed by a Redbud Knight did Han Shua step in and call out from afar, "Chrissy, come to me. I'll guarantee your safety. Brian, hurry and save Lady Cecilia, hurry." Chrissy seemed to be quite concerned about Cecilia. She didn't immediately run to Han Shua's side. Instead, she ignored her own safety and kept yelling for Han Shua to save Cecilia. At this moment, Emily and Han Shua weren't too far apart. Emily knew that Han Shua and Cecilia were somewhat estranged. She frowned, but didn't say anything to persuade him. She flew towards Cecilia herself. Standing proudly in the air, Han Shua couldn't help but curse in a low voice when he saw Emily fly towards Emily without a word. He directly charged towards Emily. He didn't care about Cecilia's life or death, but Emily was his woman. Han Shua absolutely didn't want anything to happen to her. Emily had actually been secretly paying attention to Han Shua's movements. When she saw Han Shua chasing after her, she couldn't help but feel a sweetness in her heart. She understood that Han Shua had only come because he was worried about her safety. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have cared about Cecilia's life or death. While Celt was chasing after Cecilia and the others, Arlen was leaning towards Emily's side. When he saw Emily fly towards him, He immediately gave the 2 dark elven archers behind him an order. The 2 archers raised their bows and aimed at Emily. Magical fluctuations curled around the arrows. Arlen waved the black magic staff in his hand. He chanted an incantation in the dark elven language. A black python condensed from dark elements slithered out from his magic array. It shook its head and wagged its tail, opening its bloody maw and biting towards Emily. "You're courting death." Han Shua shouted coldly. The demon's lair edge in his right hand suddenly flew out of his hand. Crimson light abruptly shot out from the area formed by the python. The demon's lair edge seemed to have turned into a bloody quagmire. An intense suction force suddenly surged from within. The surrounding air whistled as it was sucked into the quagmire. The violent suction force grew stronger and stronger. The black python that had been charging towards Emily was forcibly pulled away by the enormous suction force. Apart from the dark elf patriarch Arlen, even the 2 archers were involuntarily sent flying. Although they shouted with all their might, they couldn't stop their bodies from flying out. Together with the shrubbery and rocks that had been kicked up from the ground, they flew into the bloody quagmire created by the demon's lair edge. Just like the black python, they were swallowed up by the bloody quagmire. Arlen was frightened out of his wits. He decisively stabbed the sharp magic staff in his hand into the ground. He held onto the staff with one hand and took out a scroll shrouded in dark magic with the other. He quickly drew something on the scroll, and a cloud of black mist enveloped Arlen. A gust of wind blew, and many gaseous Arlen floated out of the black mist. These gaseous Arlen twisted their bodies and floated up like leaves. They were actually unaffected by the suction force of the bloody quagmire, drifting further and further away until they disappeared. However, Arlen had clearly overlooked the existence of ancient lizard King Degassi. Degassi had been observing the changes in the area, but hadn't been in a hurry to make a move. At this moment, dozens of mysterious auras suddenly shot out, burying themselves into the ground. A mournful scream sounded from the depths of the earth. It sounded like Arlen's voice. Degassi chuckled strangely and shouted, "Despicable dark elves, you think you can escape from me? Degassi, how long are you going to stand there and watch? Killing them should have been your job. When did it become my responsibility?" Han Shua had long since noticed that Degassi had been watching them. When he sensed that Arlen had died in the depths of the earth, he couldn't help but shout, "Interesting human brat. I see that you alone are enough to deal with them, so I'll just be your assistant." Degassi suddenly seemed to be interested in Han Shua. He continued, "I've lived for so long, but I've never seen this kind of attack before. This kind of energy cultivation method is very special. I want to see just how many more miraculous things you have." Degassi's strength was incomparably terrifying, but he also had miraculous observation skills. After observing for a while, he discovered that Han Shua's demonic arts were miraculous. This kind of attack that didn't seem to be using aura or elemental magic was something he had never seen before in his long life. Degassi immediately became interested in Han Shua, as if he wanted to carefully observe Han Shua. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Han Shua coldly snorted at Degassi's words. "If that's the case, then you can take your time and watch." Han Shua moved like lightning to Emily's side. Before Emily could fly out again, he grabbed Emily and yelled at Kelt from afar, "Kelt, what's the use of chasing after those people? Their lives have nothing to do with me. If you don't escape, you'll only end up dead. Is there something wrong with your brain?" Kelt, who had been relentlessly chasing after Cecilia and the others, almost vomited blood when he heard Han Shua's words. He looked back and saw that Arlen had disappeared, leaving only Han Shua looking at him with a mocking expression. It seemed that Han Shua had no intention of saving Cecilia and the others. He was clearly laughing at Kelt. "Damn you, Castle, you gave me the wrong information." Kelt cursed in a low voice. He seemed to have thought it through and no longer cared about the lives of Cecilia and the others. He led the Redbud Knights, who'd been following him, and dived into the depths of the bushes. Emily, how did that Cecilia become one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle? With her strength alone, Candide and your brother Amis can't compare at all. Han Shuo couldn't help but ask Emily in astonishment when he saw that Cecilia only knew how to hide. Under Han Shuo's teasing, Celt gave up on chasing after Cecilia. When she saw that her companions were safe, Emily shyly broke free from Han Shuo's grasp and looked around with a red face. She then slowly descended from the air and said to Han Shuo, who'd been following closely behind her, "Little sister Cecilia didn't fight without permission. Besides, Cecilia's grandfather is one of the oldest elders of the Dark Mantle. He's also one of the only sacred magi in the Empire. You've seen him before." Han Shuo was shocked when he heard these words. He then sighed, "No wonder. I was wondering how Cecilia could hold such great power at such a young age with her strength. She even has so many strange, magical equipment. It turns out that her grandfather is a sacred magus." "Oh, right. I don't remember knowing any sacred magus. I've seen him somewhere before." "You're not joking, are you?" "Of course not. It's just that I can't tell you who that person is. That's the rule." "Ha ha. But I think that in a few days, when your rank in the Dark Mantle is higher, you'll definitely be able to come into contact with this person," Emily said with a charming smile. It was quite amusing to see Han Shuo's confused expression. "Her grandfather, I've seen him before." Han Shuo's mind raced rapidly. After thinking for a while, Han Shuo discovered that he had no impression at all, so he didn't waste any more effort to think about it. "Little fellow, you're not a good person either. You actually want an old man like me to personally take action." Ancient Lizard King Degassi's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Han Shuo then saw a red shadow shoot towards Celt in the air. "Oh, right. Celt still has divine items and a space ring. We still have to go take a look." Han Shuo suddenly remembered Celt's wealth and hastily pulled Emily in the direction of Celt. The Earth Elite zombie buried deep underground gradually roamed the depths of the earth according to Han Shuo's consciousness. It was running towards the dark elf patriarch Arlen, who had been killed by the ancient Lizard King. It was preparing to strip Arlen of all his valuables. As for Castle, whose head had been crushed by Degassi's foot, Han Shuo didn't pay any attention to him. Druids who believed in nature had never liked to collect wealth. This exception, the traitor Castle, hadn't had the opportunity to own a magic crystal mine. Han Shuo hadn't seen a space ring in his possession, so one could well imagine that he wasn't very generous. Chapter 345. The ancient Lizard King Degassi's strength was indeed terrifying. By the time Han Shuo and Emily had arrived at Celt's side, Celt had been kicked into the air like a rubber ball. Celt's thick knight armor was definitely not ordinary, but it was no different from scrap metal under Degassi's attack. A large part of the knight's armor caved in from Degassi's kick, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard from within his body. The Redbud Knights who had come with Celt were loyal and devoted to him. Facing Degassi, they charged forward without a care for their own safety, not fearing death in order to buy time for Celt to escape. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between them and the ancient Lizard King Degassi was too great. Degassi hadn't even used much of his strength, but a dozen Redbud Knights' internal organs had already been smashed by his kicks and punches. The fighting aura from their long swords and spears couldn't cause any harm to an existence at Degassi's level. Perhaps only when Celt's strength advanced to the next level and possessed the strength of a sacred knight, along with the divine artifact Starry Sky, would he be able to pose a threat to the ancient Lizard King Degassi. However, it seemed that Celt would never have this opportunity. Degassi stomped down on him as soon as he landed. With a crunching sound, a footprint appeared on Celt's chest. All of his internal organs had ruptured, and fresh blood flowed out from the footprint. Celt's eyes rolled back into his head, and he lost all signs of life. The starlight on the divine artifact, Starry Sky, suddenly dimmed after Degassi's death. It was like an ordinary long sword lying quietly in the shrubbery, without any trace of being a divine artifact. Han Shuo flew over with Emily in tow. His eyes lit up as he stared at the divine artifact, Starry Sky. Without a word, he shot towards it. However, before Han Shuo could reach it, the divine artifact, Starry Sky, suddenly flew up and landed in Degassi's hand with a whoosh. "What, you want it?" The ancient lizard King Degassi looked at Han Shuo from afar, shaking this starry sky in his hand as he asked. Nodding his head, Han Shuo was a little embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, "Yes, I do want it. I see that the weapon in your hand is even fiercer than this sword. Aren't you a little too greedy?" In human form, ancient lizard King Degassi was no longer as emotionless as that colossus. Instead, he seemed very human-like as he grinned and teased Han Shuo. "I don't need a weapon, but I have a good friend. If he had this sword, his strength would definitely increase by a lot." Han Shuo explained with a relaxed smile when he saw Degassi teasing him. "Humph, are you going to give it to that girl Phoebe?" Previously, Han Shuo had been in a hurry to retrieve the divine artifact Starry Sky and had temporarily let go of Emily's hand. At this time, Emily used a levitation spell to float to Han Shuo's side, a few traces of anger visible on her charming face. Having been hit by Emily's words, Han Shuo didn't know what to say when he saw Emily's jealous appearance. He could only stand there and laugh, dryly without saying a word. "This weapon is indeed very good, but Kelt was killed by me. No matter what, it should belong to me, right?" The red-faced ancient lizard King Degassi looked at Han Shuo with a smile on his face. Seeing Han Shuo nod his head, he continued, "This sword is of no use to me. If you really want it, it's not that I can't give it to you. As long as you agree to a few conditions, not only this sword, but also that human space ring, I can even give it to you." Hearing that the ancient lizard king had a favorable turn of events, Han Shuo's expression shook and he asked, "What are your conditions first?" Degassi wasn't in a hurry to speak. With a flick of his reddish-brown tail, the space ring on Kelt's finger also flew into his hand. Kelt held the space ring between his fingers for a moment, and a few dozen strange auras suddenly flowed into the space ring. With a bang, the magical barrier around Kelt's space ring was forcefully destroyed. Degassi then searched through Kelt's space ring, squinting his eyes and laughing merrily at Han Shuo. "There's a lot of good stuff inside, probably worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. I didn't think this guy would be so good at accumulating wealth." After hearing Kelt's words, Han Shuo's greed was piqued even more, his heart itching for more. However, seeing that Degassi didn't immediately open his mouth to state his conditions, Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to ask. He only stared at Degassi, waiting for him to continue. He knew that Degassi would definitely state his conditions, including all of the magic crystal ores beneath the gourd mountain, this priceless divine weapon, and all of the riches in this man's space ring. I can give them all to you, as long as you agree to a few of my conditions. Degassi suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Han Shuo with a serious expression. "Speak," Han Shuo bluntly shouted. "First, before you die, I hope you can protect the lizard men in my place. In addition, if we have the chance to meet again, I hope that you can agree to another condition of mine. I won't say what it is for now, but you must agree to it." Degassi looked at Han Shuo with a grave expression as he spoke lowly. "With you here, who can touch the lizard men? As long as you are willing to spend some time, at least in this layer of the underground world, the lizard men can easily dominate this layer. What can I help you with?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked in a puzzled manner. Shaking his head, the ancient lizard king sighed lowly. "I can't stay in the underground world, or else the lizard men will be exterminated. There are some things you won't understand. Perhaps you'll understand a few things the next time we meet. After I talk to my child, I will leave this place to take revenge on the bastard who imprisoned me. Perhaps we will never meet again, because I will most likely face death. However, if we can meet again, I believe your strength will be far greater than this. I look forward to your growth, and if I don't die, perhaps you will be able to help me." The ancient lizard King Degasi was a creature even more powerful than the Lord of the Flames. Han Shuo found it hard to imagine any person or creature that could kill him. This time, he was prepared to die when he left. Han Shuo didn't know how he could help him in the future. But for Han Shuo, the enormous benefits in front of him clearly outweighed his worries for the future. Therefore, he only hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement, promising, "As long as I don't die, I will help you take care of these lizard men. However, my abilities are limited, and I can only do my best. Also, the next time we meet, I hope your conditions won't be too difficult to fulfill." "Haha, good, very good." The ancient lizard king Degasi laughed heartily. He didn't make Han Shuo swear an oath to the gods, and straightforwardly tossed the divine artifact Starry Sky and Celt Space Ring to Han Shuo. He then said to Han Shuo, "I believe you. Let's go. I'll help you get the magic crystal mine. Also, I'll give an explanation to those children who worship me." Han Shuo took Celt Space Ring and scanned it with his mental strength. He was immediately shocked by the dazzling wealth inside. Multicolored crystals were sparkling and translucent, and all kinds of gold, silver, and jade were piled up together in a dazzling lineup. Celt had probably plundered the golden dragon or obtained it from the underground world. In addition, there were some weapons and equipment that were surrounded by magical elements. They should have been refined by the hands of a great alchemist. There were also 3 ownerless crystal cards with a face value of 100,000 gold coins. Anyone could take these ownerless crystal cards and directly withdraw gold coins. It was just as Degasi had said, the items in Celt Space Ring were definitely worth 1,000,000 gold coins. If he gave all the crystals, gold, silver, and jade to Phoebe to sell, it might even be worth more than 1,000,000 gold coins. "All right, I'll go with you." Han Shuo agreed. He raised his head to look at the corpses on the ground, hesitating for a moment before asking Degasi, "The Redbud Knights and Dark Elves you killed, their armor and weapons are also pretty good. In addition, there might be even more gold coins in their pockets. If you don't mind, can I go with you after I'm done?" Degasi laughed involuntarily. Just as he was about to agree, his eyes suddenly lit up. "The armor isn't suitable for my children because their body structure is different from humans. However, the weapons can be used. How about this? I'll leave the armor and other items on the corpses to you, and leave the weapons for my children to use. What do you think?" "No problem." Han Shuo readily agreed, then chuckled. "Wait a moment, I'll quickly gather these things." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff and chanted an incantation. Rows of skeletal warriors appeared in front of Han Shuo, spreading out like snowflakes. Under Han Shuo's command, they collected the valuable weapons, armor, quiver, and money from the corpses. Just as Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff, the ancient lizard king suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo like lightning, his eyes fixed on the skeletal staff in Han Shuo's hand. His expression was clearly different from before. Han Shuo jumped in fright, but when he saw the strange look in the ancient lizard king's eyes, he hastily put away the skeletal staff and took a step back, feeling a bit guilty. "What's wrong?" After Han Shuo put away the skeletal staff, the ancient lizard king focused all of his attention on Han Shuo. The ancient lizard king's astonished gaze was focused on Han Shuo, causing Han Shuo's hairs to stand on end, not knowing what the ancient lizard king was thinking. After a while, the ancient lizard king suddenly laughed. "Brat, it seems like we really are fated to meet. Do you know the origin of the skeletal staff in your hand?" Han Shuo stared blankly, then looked at the ancient lizard king in shock, cautiously asking, "Don't tell me you know?" "Ha ha, it seems like you don't know anything. The skeletal staff belonged to my former master. Do you want to know the secrets of the skeletal staff?" The ancient lizard king said to Han Shuo with a bit of excitement. "Your former master." Han Shuo was shocked, then exclaimed, You're from the Calamity Church. Calamity Church? What kind of organization is that? I've never heard of it. Degassi replied with a frown, then sighed. Since the skeletal staff is in your hands, it means that my master is either dead or no longer on this plane. I don't know where my master is right now. AI. Hearing that Degassi didn't know of the Calamity Church's existence, Han Shua thought for a moment, then asked again, What realm are you at? How long have you lived? When I was still a mutated lizard, I followed my master. I'm now a rank 5 super rank magical beast. As for how long I've lived, even I don't know, but I know that I've been sealed in this place for almost 5,000 years. Degassi explained to Han Shua with a smile, his attitude towards Han Shua even more cordial than before. As expected of an old monster, Han Shua exclaimed in his heart. No wonder Degassi didn't know about the Calamity Church. The Calamity Church's history was less than 1,000 years, so the ancient lizard king definitely didn't know of the Calamity Church's existence. It seemed that this skeletal staff's origin was even more ancient, and it wasn't just related to the Calamity Church. Can you tell me about this skeletal staff, as well as what happened back then? Han Shua was completely baffled, and very much wanted to know all the secrets of the skeletal staff. Ha! When you understand the mysteries of the skeletal staff, you'll know what happened 5,000 years ago. Regardless of whether his master had died in this plane or left early, he would definitely leave behind the sequence of events in the skeletal staff. As long as you truly grasp the skeletal staff, you'll definitely be able to learn everything from it. Right now, it's useless even if you know. Furthermore, the things I know definitely won't be as detailed as what Master left behind. You'd better figure it out yourself. Just like Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf, the ancient lizard King Degassi also didn't tell Han Shua the secrets of the skeletal staff. He only left Han Shua a direction to uncover the truth. Your strength has already reached rank 5. Isn't that the same as a demigod? Is there an existence more powerful than you in this world? After cursing Degassi in his heart, Han Shua suddenly recalled Degassi's words and exclaimed in surprise, My strength is considered very strong in the profound continent. However, I can tell you that the profound continent isn't as simple as you think. There are definitely many beings like me in the profound continent. If those powerful existences from 5,000 years ago still remain in the profound continent, then there will definitely be existences more terrifying than me. You must know this in your heart. Degassi stared deeply at Han Shua and cautiously instructed Han Shua. After hearing Degassi's words, Han Shua was once again taken aback. Currently, in the various countries of the human world, the most powerful beings that had appeared were sacred rank experts. Han Shua had never heard of a demigod expert that surpassed the sacred rank. If he hadn't met Degassi this time, Han Shua definitely wouldn't have known that the profound continent still had a rank 5 super-ranked magical beast that was on par with a demigod. According to Han Shua's understanding, a powerful being like Degassi should be able to walk unhindered in the entire profound continent. However, Han Shua couldn't detect the slightest bit of arrogance in Degassi's words. On the contrary, Han Shua discovered that Degassi seemed to be in awe and trepidation, without the slightest bit of arrogance or conceit. He even said that there was an existence even more powerful than him in the profound continent. Degassi was already a rank 5 super-ranked magical beast that possessed the strength of a demigod. If there was an existence even more powerful than him, then what kind of terrifying existence would it be? Could it be a god? Han Shua simply didn't dare to imagine this question. After hearing Degassi's words, his mind immediately became a mess. Seeing that the large number of skeletal warriors had already sorted out the armors, weapons, and even the quiver of money, Han Shua didn't continue thinking about this question. He opened his mouth and said, Who cares how powerful the existence is? I only want to live my own life. I'm a person with very little ambition, hee. I shouldn't have any conflict with that kind of person. Degassi sighed in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. He looked at Han Shuo with some emotion, as if he was looking at his master that he hadn't seen for thousands of years and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. A strange light flickered in his eyes. "Brian, do you want me to go with you?" Emily listened for a while, her mind also a bit confused. Seeing Cecilia and the others who had escaped Celt's pursuit slowly approach with some fear, Emily hurriedly kept a distance from Han Shuo and said to Han Shuo. At this moment, Han Shuo also discovered that Cecilia and the others were walking over timidly. They were obviously afraid of the ancient lizard, King Degassi's existence. Their movements were as slow and light as possible, afraid that they would anger Degassi. Chapter 346. Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to leave. When Emily saw Cecilia and the other dark mantle members approach, her expression became a bit reserved. She pulled away from Han Shuo to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, Emily was the daughter-in-law of the Betteridge family. No matter how good her relationship with Han Shuo was, it couldn't be known to others. Otherwise, whether it was for Emily or Han Shuo, at least for the time being, they would definitely attract some unnecessary trouble. Ever since Degassi saw the skeletal staff in Han Shuo's hand, his attitude towards Han Shuo was even better than before. His long years had made him extremely patient. He stood there motionlessly as Cecilia and the others approached. "If you think these people are a hindrance, I'll take care of them for you. It won't take too long." As Cecilia and the others cautiously approached, Degassi suddenly grinned and very naturally asked for Han Shuo's opinion. Degassi's attitude towards Cecilia and the others was extremely contemptuous. He wasn't afraid that they would hear his conversation with Han Shuo. To a demigod like Degassi, the strength of Cecilia and the others were no different from ants. He only needed to move his hands, and he could easily exterminate them. Cecilia and the others approached because they discovered that the ancient lizard king was getting along well with Han Shuo and Emily. Now that she heard the ancient lizard king's suggestion to Han Shuo, Cecilia's pretty face immediately paled. She couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at Han Shuo with trepidation. "No need, they are my colleagues." Han Shuo's reply caused Cecilia to let out a sigh of relief. When she saw that Degassi nodded at Han Shuo's words, she slowly walked over. She first nodded at Emily, then said to Degassi, "Powerful creature, I am a member of the Lancelot Empire. I am the leader of this operation against the enemy nation. I'm not interested in what you're saying." Before Cecilia could finish, Degassi interrupted her impatiently. "Weak human girl, those who dared to invade are all dead. I'm in charge of everything in this region. The underground world isn't a place where you humans should step foot in. Seeing that you're his colleague, I won't kill you. I hope you can leave the underground world as soon as possible." Cecilia was about to say something, but Emily suddenly interjected. "All right, younger sister Cecilia, I think we have successfully completed our mission. We can leave the underground world now. Although we weren't the ones who did this, the Redbud Knights are likely to be erased from the continent. We have done a great service." As Emily and Cecilia spoke, Cecilia desperately winked at Cecilia. Cecilia wasn't stupid and nodded upon seeing Emily's eyes. She then looked at Han Shuo and said with some resentment, "I know you put in a lot of effort in this matter. I will report this matter in detail, but our personal enmity isn't over yet." Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo laughed softly. "Up to you." Han Shuo didn't mind, but when Degassi heard that Cecilia had a grudge against Han Shuo, he immediately rolled his eyes. A powerful aura, like that of a towering mountain, suddenly emanated from his short body. Even though the ancient lizard king hadn't transformed into his enormous size, his aura alone was enough to make it hard for Cecilia and the others to breathe. "I'll help you kill them. It looks like they still have some enmity with you. If they can't leave the underground world, then you can do whatever you want." Wouldn't that be the end of it? Degassi's aura alone was enough to make Cecilia, who wasn't adept at fighting, feel uncomfortable all over. He chuckled as he looked at Han Shuo and suggested once again, Han Shua didn't have a good impression of Cecilia, but it wasn't to the point where he had to take her life. Besides, Emily and Cecilia had a very good relationship, so in front of Emily, Han Shua couldn't do anything. Therefore, Han Shua once again shook his head. They are my colleagues. Although there have been some misunderstandings, they aren't enemies. Let them go. Once Degassi's enormous aura relaxed, Cecilia and the others' sweaty breaths returned to normal. This time, Cecilia didn't wait for Emily to signal her with her eyes and turned to leave without another word. Before she left, she looked back at Han Shua and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Cecilia understood that if Han Shua hadn't stopped him, the ancient Lizard King, who had caused rivers of blood to flow between Celt and the Dark Elves, wouldn't have minded exterminating them with a wave of his hand. Even if Cecilia had a grudge against Han Shua had saved her life. Even if she didn't want to, she still had to thank him. Unknowingly, Cecilia's resentment towards Han Shua had lessened bit. Deep in her heart, she was filled with doubts. She couldn't understand how Han Shua had formed such a relationship with such a powerful being, and why would such a powerful being listen to Han Shua? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she suddenly remembered something else. As she was leaving with Emily, Cecilia saw that no one was around and pulled on Emily's arm. She lowered her voice and asked suspiciously, "Are you together with that Brian?" Emily's heart was beating wildly, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn bright red. She pretended to be calm and scolded Cecilia. "What nonsense are you talking about? I've only cooperated with Brian on a few missions, and we're just friends." "That can't be right." Cecilia stared fixedly at Emily and said doubtfully, "The more I think about it, the more I find it strange. With Brian's selfishness and unfriendly relationship with me, he shouldn't have helped us last time when Castle was hunting us down. I only found out later that it was because of you, sister. It's the same this time. After entering the underground world, he only looked for you through crazy, and during the battle, he only cared about protecting you. Even when that giant lizard was so murderous, he didn't target you at all. I don't think that Brian is a benevolent person, and I've always wondered what kind of relationship he has for him to care so much about you. I've thought about it, and I only think that he would do so because he loves you. Isn't that right, Sister Emily?" "No. What are you blindly guessing about? It's just that when he wasn't as strong as he is now, I once saved his life, and that's why he's helping me. Don't make wild guesses." Emily vehemently denied it. She knew that she couldn't admit it no matter what, or else it wouldn't benefit either Han Shua or herself. "Sister Emily, look at yourself. You still won't admit it?" Cecilia stared at Emily with a surprised expression. She held a small mirror in her hand and placed it in front of Emily. The reflection of Emily in the mirror was bashful, but secretly happy. This was because Cecilia said that Han Shua cared about her so much because he loved her, and Emily couldn't hold back her sweetness, which was why she showed it. No one would believe that the blushing Emily had nothing to do with Han Shua. Seeing that Cecilia was certain that she had an affair with Han Shua, Emily softly sighed and said, "Sister Cecilia, to be honest, I do have a good impression of him, but you know my situation. I'm a widow of the Betteridge family, and I'm slightly older than him. Even if I have feelings for him, he won't care. My identity is destined to prevent ordinary men from having wild thoughts about me." Sigh. Emily sighed in self-pity. After hearing her explanation, Cecilia came to a sudden realization. She thought that Sister Emily only had a one-sided love for Brian. As she thought of this, Cecilia saw that Emily seemed to have a miserable expression and hastily advised, "Sister Emily, I think that this Brian is definitely not an ordinary person. With his strength, it won't be long before he will grasp great power. You also know that once he has enough strength, there's nothing that is impossible in Lancelot Empire. Don't worry, when the time comes, my grandfather and I will help you." After hearing Cecilia's words, Emily was truly somewhat moved, especially the last sentence that made Emily's heart overjoyed. Cecilia's grandfather had a noble status in Lancelot Empire. When the time comes, if she and Han Shua really decided to be together, Things would definitely go much smoother if that old man spoke up. Really? If Brian and I can really be together, will you let your grandfather help me? Emily was delighted as she hastily asked. Of course, my grandfather listens to me the most. As long as I'm willing to help you, my grandfather will definitely help you, Cecilia replied proudly. Then this sister will thank you in advance. Emily was overjoyed as she thanked Cecilia. Ha ha, there's no need for us sisters to be so polite. Oh, right. Tell me how you saved that cocky fellow back then. I'm quite interested in his matters right now. Cecilia chuckled lightly as she questioned Emily. As the two girls led the dark mantle members further and further away, Han Shuo also stored all the weapons, armor, and money that the skeletal warriors had tidied up into his space ring. Han Shuo's space ring held a portion, while Kelt's space ring was also filled up. Finally, Han Shuo remembered the space ring of the Fire Grand Magus Marceau and had ancient Lizard King Degassi break the magical brand on it. From Marceau's space ring, he collected over 300,000 gold coins, as well as several valuable magical equipment. The most valuable of them all was a peculiar tent. The tent looked like it could only hold 2 or 3 people, but when Han Shuo walked in, he discovered that the space within the tent was much larger than he had imagined. The tent was divided into 3 levels with over 100 rooms of various sizes. Each room was decorated cleanly and brightly and covered with expensive carpets. There were also several magic laboratories on the top level, including some magical equipment and a fire magic library. There were even 2 storage rooms with some strange fire magic items inside. It looked like this was where Marceau usually did her experiments. This seemingly unremarkable little tent was actually an extremely expensive space treasure. The space inside was no smaller than the city, Lord's Mansion in Bretel City, where Han Shuo lived. This wondrous tent must have been created by a space sacred magus and a great alchemist working together. Compared to an ordinary space ring, this tent could hold a lot more space. More importantly, when traveling in the wild, as long as this tent was opened, it could hold hundreds of adventurers. To some mercenaries who were out on a mission, this spatial treasure had a value comparable to a divine artifact. This thing is not bad. Although it's not a divine weapon, its practical value is even greater. If you want to sell it, you can sell it for at least 300,000 gold coins. The ancient Lizard King said to Han Shuo after learning of the tent's miraculous uses, I won't sell such a miraculous thing. I'll definitely keep it for my own use. Han Shuo replied to the ancient Lizard King. After stripping the corpses of the surrounding Redbud Knights and Dark Elves, Han Shuo and Degassi returned together to the ruined Gourd Mountain. Thanks to the Earth Elite Zombie, a tunnel had already been dug out from the depths of the ground. The lizard men all came out one by one. Where's our great true god? As soon as Han Shuo and Degassi arrived, the lizard man leader with the longest tail immediately asked Han Shuo, pointing at the ancient lizard King Degassi, who also had a tail but a human appearance. Han Shuo smiled and explained, Isn't it right here? When the lizard man leader heard Han Shuo's words, he looked at the ancient lizard King Degassi with some shock. When they felt the familiar aura of Degassi that made them feel at ease and willing to serve him, the lizard men all kowtowed to Degassi under the leader's lead, mumbling something in the lizard man language. In his human form, the ancient lizard king was no longer restrained by the ancient magic matrix. He also spoke gibberish in the lizard man language, contentedly conversing with the other lizard men. Han Shuo didn't understand and couldn't join in the conversation, so he could only stand to the side and watch. The Earth Elite Zombie rubbed his head and looked at the lizard men for a while. He was still a bit afraid of the ancient lizard King Degassi, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Degassi's body. Without a word, he walked to Han Shuo's side and tugged at the corner of Han Shuo's clothes, sending a message. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going back. Han Shuo stared blankly at the Earth Elite Zombie who'd sent this message. Before Han Shuo could say anything, The ancient lizard King Degassi suddenly looked at the Earth elite zombie in shock and asked incredulously, Was this zombie warrior communicating with you just now? I think so, Han Shuo replied. In his heart, Han Shuo was also a bit astonished. In the beginning, the Earth elite zombie was also able to communicate with him. It was just that the Earth elite zombie had always listened to orders unilaterally, and the messages he sent were simple reports of the battle. He didn't express his own thoughts like now. It seemed that, unknowingly, the Earth elite zombie had slowly developed its own consciousness like the little skull. This also meant that the Earth elite zombie strength was definitely gradually increasing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to develop its own thoughts so quickly. If I didn't hear wrong, he wants to return to the necromancy dimension on his own. As your summoned creature, can he also have his own consciousness? The ancient lizard king Degassi couldn't help but ask in surprise and doubt that he could actually sense the message the Earth elite zombie had just sent to Han Shuo. He's different from ordinary undead creatures. You've also seen that he can use the power of the Earth to travel through the Earth at will, using the power of the Earth to create tunnels. This has something to do with the martial technique I practice. I can use this martial technique to change the undead creatures I summon. Not only do I bestow them with higher intelligence, I can also bestow them with greater strength. They even have the ability to continuously evolve. For some reason, Han Shuo also had a favorable impression of the ancient lizard King Degassi. Han Shuo could feel the ancient lizard king's passion and trust in him. He knew that the ancient lizard king wouldn't harm him, so he answered truthfully. Incredible, truly incredible. Even my master didn't have the ability to bestow undead creatures with intelligence and the ability to continuously evolve. It seems that the martial technique you practice is even more miraculous than I imagined. Degassi sighed. I also feel that the martial technique I practice is very miraculous. I believe that when I break through again, I might be able to possess the same strength as you. Han Shuo recalled how Chu Kanglin was able to travel to the moon at the Nine Changes realm. He knew that once he reached the carnal realm, his strength would definitely explode by 10 or even 100 times, so he spoke with confidence. Very good. I really look forward to our next meeting. If I'm still alive, we will definitely have the opportunity to meet again. Perhaps at that time, you really will be able to help me. Degassi said gratifyingly, then mumbled to the Lizardmen leader. After Degassi finished speaking, the Lizardmen leader respectfully said to Han Shuo, From today onwards, we Lizardmen of the underground world will listen to your instructions. Chapter 347. For the next few days, Han Shuo stayed deep underground, collecting the magic crystal ores with the help of ancient lizard King Degassi. Only when Han Shuo's space ring could no longer hold any more magic crystal ores did he emerge from the ruins of Gourd Mountain. Han Shuo's harvest from this trip to the underground world was bountiful. Not only had he killed Kelt, but he had also gained the friendship of the Lizardmen. Han Shuo's space ring was also completely filled with spoils of war. During this trip to the underground world, Han Shuo had taken all the spoils of the Redbud Knights as his own, as well as Kelt's many years of savings, including several pieces of Dark Elf Arlen's magic equipment. His total harvest this time, if converted to gold coins, was at least 2 million. All right, I'll leave the underground world first. I'll come back next time to collect the remaining magic crystal ores. The next time I come, I'll bring more weapons for you to use to resist the Dark Elves' invasion. Han Shuo said to the Lizardmen leader, The next time you come, I won't be in the underground world. I hope we'll meet again, and I hope you can take care of them for me. Ancient Lizard King Degassi looked at Han Shuo, who was preparing to leave. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of them. Han Shuo solemnly promised. In these past few days, Degassi had told Han Shuo many things that Han Shuo was interested in. He was just like a benevolent old man. Unknowingly, Han Shuo had developed a favorable impression of Degassi. Now, he was a little reluctant to leave. From Degassi's words, Han Shuo knew that his departure this time wasn't as simple as leaving the underground world. He seemed to be planning on leaving the profound continent. Degassi was a little vague about these deeper secrets, and didn't explain too much to Han Shuo. Han Shuo couldn't understand the thoughts of a demigod like Degassi, nor did he pursue the matter. Han Shuo only vaguely understood that Degassi's enemies were probably just as powerful. Han Shuo's performance in parting with Degassi was carefree and unruffled. After leaving this area, Han Shuo didn't continue to stay in the underground world. Relying on his amazing memory, he followed the original path to the surface world. Han Shuo didn't encounter anything special along the way. Occasionally, he would encounter some races that tried to rob Han Shuo, but they were all killed by Han Shuo with lightning speed. He easily returned to the dark forest. After staying in the underground world for more than 10 days, Han Shuo felt a sense of satisfaction when he suddenly saw the sun hanging high above his head. The warm sunlight shone down, making Han Shuo feel extremely comfortable. The lush vegetation of the dark forest was mixed with a few exotic flowers and rare herbs. They overflowed with a delicate fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind in this warm spring. Feeling the warmth and comfort that was different from the dark and damp underground world, Han Shuo headed straight for the Cemetery of Death. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo didn't linger and directly returned to the city, Lord's mansion in Bretel City. Having reaped a bountiful harvest, Han Shuo immediately called for a small meeting, summoning little fatty Jack, Dorcas, Fawk, Chester, and the others to come see him. "You've been gone for more than 10 days. Where have you been?" Jack was the closest to Han Shuo, directly asking as soon as he arrived. "Hee, I made a trip to the dark forest." "Oh right, has Bretel City been stable lately?" Han Shuo smiled faintly. He didn't conceal his trip to the dark forest this time, only that he didn't reveal the existence of the Cemetery of Death. Although the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elves of the underground world had suffered heavy losses, a small portion of the Redbud Knights had still managed to escape. These people should also know of Han Shuo's identity. His actions in the underground world this time must have been known beforehand. Dick, the person in charge of the Dark Mantle here, bowed respectfully to Han Shuo and said, "My lord, I have some information to report to you in a moment." "We're all on the same side. There's no need to hide anything. Speak directly." Han Shuo knew that Dick must have received some information from above. Jack, Dorcas, Fawk, and Chester were all people Han Shuo could trust. Although Fawk had been sent here by Lawrence should have also mentioned Han Shuo's identity as a member of the Dark Mantle to Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't need him to avoid suspicion. Jack and Dorcas had interacted with Dick for a long time these days, and more or less knew some of Dick's background. The existence of the Dark Mantle wasn't a secret in the Lancelot Empire. Although many people wouldn't openly discuss it, they still had a general idea in their hearts. "Lord Candide has sent a message, expressing high praise for your actions in the underground world. The Dark Forest is the border of our Lancelot Empire. Although the Brute Merchant Alliance will be extremely indignant at the heavy losses suffered by the Redbud Knights, they won't take any drastic actions. Lord Candide wants you to be at ease." Seeing that Han Shuo didn't have any misgivings, Dick directly reported. Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Continue." Dorcas, Jack, and Fawk were completely baffled by Dick's words. They didn't understand what Dick was talking about, but Fawk and Dorcas had heard of Candide, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle. From Dick's words, the two knew that Han Shuo and Candide's relationship wasn't shallow. They were both astonished. "Lord Candide said that your contributions this time were very great. With His Majesty's approval, from now on you will be the 2nd Dark Sun envoy. As long as you visit the Dark Mantle headquarters next time, we can change your position on the badge. Congratulations, Lord." Dick's face was full of worship. He himself was the first to become excited. A second Dark Sun envoy, it looks like Cecilia didn't hide my contributions. This woman can be considered to have some connections. Han Shuo was also in a good mood as he muttered to himself with a smile. From Star Envoy to Moon Envoy was one rank, from Moon Envoy to Sun Envoy was another. From Sun Envoy to Star Envoy, each rank was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Becoming a second Dark Sun Envoy meant that from this moment on, Han Shuo had taken another step forward in the Dark Mantle. The special treatment he could enjoy was also a level higher. He could even recruit his own subordinates and control an area. My lord, a second Dark Sun Envoy has the right to appoint Star Envoys on missions. He also has the right to directly give Star Envoys merits and raise their status. Chester excitedly looked at Han Shuo and reminded him, "Don't worry, I naturally won't forget your benefits after becoming a second Dark Sun Envoy." Han Shuo laughed heartily as he said to Chester. He then looked at Dick with a smile and said, "Apart from this, did the higher-ups say anything else?" Lord Candide said that you don't need to worry about other things. He will be responsible for helping you deal with those unfavorable comments. My lord only needs to take care of the matters in Bretel City. Dick hesitated for a moment before replying. Nodding his head, Han Shuo expressed that he understood. He was clear that Cecilia had truthfully reported the situation this time. She'd naturally also told him about how he'd intercepted Cecilia's forest troll operation. All right, I understand. Han Shuo looked at Dorcas and Falk and asked, "What's the situation in Bretel City recently? Have the mountain people all come down from the mountains? Has the 7 Grand Duchies taken any action against Bretel City?" A total of 20,000 mountain people have come down from the mountains and are currently living in Bretel City. The 5 mountain leaders have actively cooperated with us, allowing the operation to go very smoothly this time. The 7 Grand Duchies have slowly calmed down during this time. Only Helentina of Helen Duchy is still annihilating the rebels in her duchy. However, she's also nearing the end of it. Dorcas replied. Ever since Dorcas had entered the army, he'd gradually replaced Falk's position through his own efforts and Han Shuo's meticulous arrangements. Dorcas was a pure soldier and didn't conceal his ambition for battle, due to all the formal military education he'd received for so many years. He was much better at leading troops than Falk, who'd been born a knight. Falk also understood in his heart that Dorcas was indeed more skilled in this aspect. Add to that the fact that Dorcas had gained Han Shuo's deep trust. There was nothing he could do about this gradual change in authority. Fortunately, Han Shuo didn't mistreat him. He'd formed a troop of 1,000 knights consisting of Falk's trusted aides and the strongest soldiers of Bretel City. Han Shuo had built this troop of 1,000 knights according to the most luxurious equipment. Their armor, weapons, and accessories were all the most expensive in all of Bretel City. Han Shuo had invested a lot into this troop of knights, using the best materials that could be purchased from the market. Han Shuo had already invested 300,000 gold coins. Apart from the lack of war horses, this troop of knights wasn't inferior to the regular knights of the Empire in terms of equipment. Of course, compared to the top 10 knight regiments of the Profound Continent, this troop of knights was still far inferior in terms of both combat power and equipment. However, in the current Bretel City, and even the 7 Grand Duchies, this newly formed troop of knights couldn't be underestimated. As a pure knight, there was nothing more tempting than having control over such a regular troop of knights. Therefore, Falk didn't express too much displeasure at the loss of military authority. Instead, he poured all of his enthusiasm into training this troop of knights. It seems that the 7 Grand Duchies won't have the energy to make a move against us for the time being? Han Shuo said with a smile. Dorcas nodded and said with certainty, "Right now, it looks like the 7 Grand Duchies won't make a move for at least a month. However, if the 7 Grand Duchies do make a move against us this time, it definitely won't be a single one." News of the disastrous losses suffered by the 4 bandit bands has already spread throughout the 7 grand duchies. Although the combined strength of every single one of the duchies isn't something the 4 bandit bands can compare to, I think that with this example, they won't dare to act blindly without full confidence. After a pause, Dorcas continued, "In other words, either the 7 grand duchies don't make a move, or if they do, I'm afraid it'll be another fierce battle for Brettell City." Humph! The 7 grand duchies have always treated Brettell City as their hunting ground. I think they need to change this concept. Only by killing every time they come will they remember, Han Shuo said with a cold expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said to Dorcas and Falk, "Take advantage of the fact that Brettell City is still relatively safe during this period of time to train your soldiers. Our targets are the bandit bands that have invaded Brettell City in the past few years. I know that apart from the 4 bandit bands, there are also 7 or 8 bandit bands of various sizes that have attacked Brettell City. Think of a way to make them spit out everything they've plundered." Dorcas' eyes shone with an ominous glint when he heard Han Shuo's words. He immediately replied, "Don't worry, my lord, I know what to do. Ha ha! After this trip to the underground world, I suddenly realized that the fastest way to quickly strengthen Brettell City is to plunder the fruits of others' labor. On one hand, we can train our soldiers, and on the other hand, we can plunder their resources. This is truly the best of both worlds." Having made a huge fortune in the underground world, Han Shuo finally understood why there were so many bandits in the 7 grand duchies, and why even the Redbud Knights, one of the 10 great night orders on the continent, didn't hesitate to travel thousands of miles to the dark forest. "My lord, I have some interesting news." Dick laughed vulgarly at this time as he spoke to Han Shuo. When Han Shuo saw Dick's wretched smile, he knew that the words coming out of his mouth weren't some serious news. He said unhappily, "What interesting news? Look at you smiling like that. I really want to beat you up." "Ha ha! The Narsen Duchy that was originally on friendly terms with the Helen Duchy seems to have fallen out with them recently. Even Duke Benedict of the Narsen Duchy didn't help Helentina in annihilating some of her opponents. Does my lord know the reason for this?" Dick said to Han Shuo with a sinister smile. Frowning, Han Shuo asked, "What reason?" "Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you, my lord. The 7 grand duchies now know that you've raped Helentina. Benedict, who's been pursuing her all this time, naturally also heard about this matter. Grand Duke Benedict has pursued Helentina bitterly for so long, but Helentina never agreed. Who would have thought that my lord would rape her just a few months after arriving at Brettell City? To Benedict, a woman who's been used by someone else naturally loses the taste she should have. Therefore, Benedict's attitude towards the Helen Duchy has changed greatly. He even watched with folded arms when Helentina was fighting with her internal enemies." Dick explained with a strange smile, then sighed in admiration. "My lord is truly far-sighted, splitting apart 2 of our most solid allies without shedding a single drop of blood. Indeed, my lord is truly far-sighted. We are far inferior to my lord in this aspect. We must learn from my lord." Chester also had a look of admiration on his face as he shook his head and sighed. Han Shuo's expression darkened. Looking at these filthy fellows, he snorted and said, "This news came from your mouths. I'm not as despicable as you think." Chester and Dick laughed dryly without saying a word. Jack, on the other hand, was full of interest as he said enviously, "Brian, I heard that woman is very beautiful. You are truly blessed." It seemed that these people wouldn't believe Han Shuo's explanation. Han Shuo didn't spend too much time on this topic. He took out Kelt's space ring and took out the armor of the Redbud Knights as well as a large amount of magic crystal ore. He said to Jack, "This space ring contains the armor of the Redbud Knights as well as a large amount of magic crystal ore. When you put the goods into the warehouse later, leave this space ring behind." "This space ring, is it for me?" Jack was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the space ring Han Shuo handed over, his voice a little high. Yes, this space ring originally belonged to Kelt, the commander of the Redbud Knights. The space inside is enough for you to store items, Han Shua said to Jack with a smile. He then handed over Fire Mage Marceau's space ring to Jack, saying, "There are some crystals and various jewels inside, as well as nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. All of them will be used as Bretel City's operating funds. I'll leave them in your hands." Jack took Kelt's space ring and sensed the large amount of magic crystal ore and armor stored inside. He smiled at the excited Fox, saying, "Fox, now you have even better armor to use. The magic crystal ore inside is enough for our magic crystal cannons to use for a while." "That's great." The city lord's trip was really fruitful. Fox exclaimed with joy when he heard Jack's words. Kelt and Marceau's space rings were filled with the magic crystal ore they'd excavated this time, as well as the armor that the dead Redbud Knights had stripped off, as well as the crystals, jade, and gold that Kelt had collected from the underground world. As for the magical equipment and the divine weapon Starry Sky, as well as the tent with the magical space, they'd all been stored in Han Shua's space ring ahead of time. All that was given to Jack were gold coins and items that could be sold for gold coins that didn't have much practical value to Han Shua. For Han Shua, Bretel City was his most important capital. How to make Bretel City stronger was his true concern. These gold coins would definitely be put to good use in Jack's hands. "All right, it's up to you guys how to use these things," Han Shua said to Jack and the others. He knew that Bretel City would become even more powerful with these things. Chapter 348. After 5 days, Fabian and a group of merchants once again arrived at Bretel City. The supplies they'd brought this time were far greater than the last time. The enthusiasm of the merchants who'd tasted the sweetness was beyond Han Shua's expectations. This time, each merchant brought a caravan. 2 earth dragons even appeared to pull the carriages. The earth dragons had bags of various sizes on their bodies, filled with goblin bombs and bags of crossbow bolts. The supplies on the carriages at the back were covered tightly with gray canvas. However, judging from the high-arched shape of the carriages, one could tell that they were war chariots with astonishing firepower. The carriages pulled by the 2 slow-moving earth dragons were 5 meters wide and a dozen meters long. Such a wide carriage could hold 10 war chariots or catapults. There were at least 20 war chariots pulled by the 2 earth dragons and 27 smaller carriages pulled by war horses. Although these 27 carriages weren't as large as the 2 earth dragons, each one could still hold 3 war chariots. Further back were the cloud mover beasts, which had the same ability to carry heavy loads as the earth dragons, but moved slowly. These cloud mover beasts were twice the size of war horses, and their 4 long legs were as thick as elephants. They carried bags of food and daily necessities on their backs, which should be enough to replenish Bretel City stockpiles. Compared to the last time, the number of merchants had doubled. Each of them was beaming with joy. Their expressions relaxed as they discussed the rewards they'd receive along the way. There were no more corpses on the road from Seamus City to Bretel City, nor were there any traces of bandits. Under Dorcas's sweep, all the disobedient bandits in the area were eradicated. The remaining obedient bandits were tamed and turned into diligent cleaners who cleaned up the rotting corpses. These minute discoveries gradually put the new merchants at ease. When they arrived at Bretel City, Jack, as the financial officer of Bretel City, finished counting every batch of supplies and handed over the gold coins to the merchants on the spot. The merchants who'd traveled thousands of miles were in a good mood after receiving their rewards. They weren't in a hurry to leave Bretel City. Instead, they began to tangle with Jack in an attempt to open a shop in Bretel City. Jack, the Buzzed Merchant Guild, also plans on establishing a branch in the city. Arrange a suitable location for us, Fabian said to Jack. Understood, the Buzzed Merchant Guild branch will definitely be arranged first. Jack happily agreed, ignoring the dissatisfaction of the surrounding merchants. He pulled Fabian to the side and said sneakily, "Have these people really thought it through and decided to set up shop in Brettell City?" "Yes, after the defeat of the 4 bandit groups. Brettell City has become a good place for merchants to find treasures under our deliberate promotion. To be honest, the mines around Brettell City were rich in minerals. As long as they had enough craftsmen, Brettell City could use these ores to create weapons." Brettell City was the pass closest to the 7 Grand Duchies. To the 7 Grand Duchies, Lancelot's luxurious clothes, porcelain, and other luxuries were something the nobles of the 7 Grand Duchies would gladly spend large amounts of money to purchase. The valiant war horses, furs, and gems produced by the 7 Grand Duchies were something the Lancelot Empire needed. If it wasn't for the fact that Brettell City's safety couldn't be guaranteed, a city with such an excellent location like this would have long since become a place where merchants would fight to make a fortune. Now that we've released the news of Brettell City's great victory over the 4 bandit groups and the removal of the obstacles on the road, many guilds working with the Buzzed Merchant Guild have taken the initiative to come over. This is only the first batch. Just wait and see. As long as Brettell City's safety can truly be assured, more and more merchants chasing huge profits will definitely swarm into Brettell City. At that time, Brettell City would be extremely lively, even if it didn't want to. Fabian explained to Jack. It looks like my choice was indeed wise. After hearing Fabian's words, little fatty Jack's chubby face was smiling so widely that even his little eyes were almost invisible. Little fatty Jack then said to Fabian, "Do you know how many valuable things Brian brought back from his trip to the underground world this time?" "Haha, Uncle, I now have more than 2 million gold coins in my hands that I can use. If I include the crystals, gold, silver, and jewelry, the wealth I hold in my hands is more than 3 million gold coins. I've never dared to believe that I could hold such a large sum of money before." Fabian was obviously taken aback by Jack's words. He then sighed and said, "You brat follow Brian well. The fact that he's given you such a large sum of money is enough to prove his trust in you. Based on this situation, as long as you continue to work hard in Brettell City, becoming a noble in the future won't be difficult at all. Don't worry, Uncle, I know what to do. Those crystals, gold, silver, and jewelry still need to be sold through merchant guilds. As long as there's enough gold coins, Brettell City will become an impenetrable fortress." Jack replied, "There are ready-made merchants here. I think they'll definitely be interested in the things you have in your hands. You can directly trade with them." Fabian laughed heartily and said, "I still have to go see Brian. Miss Phoebe asked me to bring some things to him." "Go, he's waiting for you," Jack replied. After leaving Jack's place, Fabian found Han Shua's room. Han Shua had been waiting for a long time when he knew that Fabian was coming. When he heard Fabian's footsteps, Han Shua welcomed him in and said with a smile, "Mr. Fabian, did Phoebe ask you to bring me anything?" "Of course. The things you need are inside this space ring." Fabian replied with a smile and handed a space ring to Han Shua. Han Shua held the space ring and scanned it with his mental strength. He immediately smiled. "Give this sword to Phoebe for me. You must be careful. Don't let anything go wrong along the way." Taking out the divine weapon, Starry Sky, Han Shua cautiously handed it to Fabian. He reminded him again, "This is the divine weapon, Starry Sky, in the hands of Kelt, commander of the Redbud Knights. You should be able to imagine its value." Fabian's expression immediately turned grave when he heard Han Shua's words. He stored the divine weapon, Starry Sky, into his own space ring and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely deliver it to Miss Phoebe. Have Phoebe continue to collect the items on this list for me." Han Shua took out another list and handed it to Fabian. "All right, I know what to do." Fabian put away the list and continued to promise. After Fabian left, Han Shua found Chester and gave him a few instructions before returning to the Cemetery of Death. The Cemetery of Death was filled with a deathly aura all year round. Amidst the pure white bones, there was now a huge, oval-shaped crypt. This crypt was surrounded by 12 multicolored banners. Each of the banners was about 10 meters tall and fluttered in the windless cemetery of death. Strange symbols were drawn on each of the banners. The enormous oval-shaped crypt was filled with sharp bone spikes. A portion of these spikes had been plucked from the dead green dragon by Han Shuo, while the other portion had been obtained from the forbidden area last time. All of them were the bones of dead super-rank magical creatures. Han Shuo poured bucket after bucket of black and purplish liquid into the enormous oval-shaped crypt. When all of the black and purplish liquid had been poured into the crypt, Han Shuo took out even more buckets of liquid from his space ring and poured them all into the crypt. These liquids were either stinking blood or filthy juices. They came in all sorts of colors and smelled terrible. After a few dozen buckets of all kinds of liquids had been poured into the crypt, Han Shuo took out a dagger and cut open his wrist. Drops of fresh blood dripped down. As soon as Han Shuo's blood dripped into the liquid, faint red smoke suddenly appeared. The drops of Han Shuo's blood didn't immediately dissolve into the liquid, but instead began to churn like red agates. The calm liquid crackled like a pot of boiling oil as Han Shuo's blood continuously dripped down. Han Shuo raised his head to the sky and howled. The howl was filled with sinister killing intent, like a dragon's roar. The demon slayer edge shot out from the back of Han Shuo's neck. Souls with contorted faces and silent wails poured into the 12 banners like snakes. After nearly 100 souls entered the banners suddenly exploded with killing intent that soared to the heavens. When the killing intent floated out of the banners, it seemed to be attracted by the liquid in the crypt and floated to the surface of the liquid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Shuo's blood that had been unable to dissolve gradually dissolved into the liquid in the crypt, disappearing without a trace after a while. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo circulated his magical yuan to the wound on his wrist. Under Han Shuo's watchful gaze, the wound that had been cut by the dagger quickly healed. Taking out the skeletal staff, Han Shuo quickly chanted an incantation. 3 evil knights suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo. When the 3 evil knights appeared, Han Shuo pointed the skeletal staff in his hand at the crypt. The 3 evil knights, guided by the power of the contract, walked into the crypt one after another. When the first evil knight and his warhorse entered the crypt, the evil knight and his warhorse suddenly roared soundlessly in unison. Both the evil knight and warhorse howled to the sky. When the dark brown armor and warhorse came into contact with the liquid in the crypt, popping sounds immediately rang out. Puffs of light, smoke rose from where their bodies were connected to the liquid. The evil knight and his warhorse seemed to be enduring endless pain. The evil knight, who had never dared to resist, suddenly tried to break free from the power of the contract. His body writhed violently, wanting to leave the crypt that was causing him unbearable pain. Unlike low-level existences such as the skeleton warriors, the evil knights possessed extremely powerful combat abilities and were considered to have true wisdom in the undead dimension. Although their powerful strength was bound by the power of the contract, they still instinctively wanted to struggle when this kind of torture, which was even more painful than being completely dissipated, occurred. Han Shuo gripped the skeletal staff and cursed in a low voice. How can you be reborn from the ashes without experiencing inhumane pain and torture? You ungrateful thing. You'll only understand what the pain you're experiencing right now when your body becomes stronger after you've been tempered. Just the materials for this 12-demon-breeding, soul-crushing formation will cost at least 100,000 gold coins. Don't struggle ungratefully. As Han Shuo cursed in a low voice, he used his mental strength to suppress the evil knight's resistance. He also used his mental strength to force the other 2 evil knights into the crypt. Like the first evil knight, the other 2 evil knights who had been forced into the core of the 12-demon-breeding soul-crushing formation by Han Shuo's mental strength also began to resist amidst the unbearable pain. They tried to break free from the power of the contract that Han Shuo had placed on them. Han Shuo could easily deal with one evil knight, but when the three evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses resisted together, even Han Shuo found it difficult to deal with them. He had no choice but to use all of his mental strength to suppress the impact of the three evil knights and their mounts on the power of the contract. 9 demon-breeding revolutions, soul-crushing return, eliminate. As he used his mental strength to suppress the three evil knights, Han Shuo also had to divert his attention to control the Great Formation. After he said this, the killing intent on the 12 banners grew even thicker. The banners had been painted with runes, but after the power of evil spirits poured into them, 12 sinister and frightening ghost faces slowly appeared. Although each ghost face had a different shape, they were all equally frightening. These 12 sinister and frightening ghost faces were exactly the same as the 12 demon heads that had entered Han Shuo's body when he had first advanced to the separate demon realm. When the 12 sinister ghost faces appeared on the banners, the 12 demon heads slowly flowed out of Han Shuo's body and occupied the respective banners. When the 12 demon heads returned to the banners from Han Shuo's body, the killing intent on the banners suddenly gathered at the center of the crypt. The three evil knights and their mounts felt as if their soul imprints had been set ablaze. Their soundless roars became even more ferocious as they frantically attacked the power of the contract with their minds. Han Shuo immediately stopped moving and put away the skeletal staff. He closed his eyes and sat down in front of the crypt where the three evil knights were. He used all of his mental strength to suppress the three evil knights. The three evil knights brandished the huge bone spurs in their hands and danced above the evil knight's head. It seemed as if they could behead Han Shuo at any time.